阿嬷，
加班也能来碗酒香补一补哦。
就是这味道，
这碗花雕鸡面帮你补身又补心，
好满足哦。
还有麻油鸡面赶走你疲累的寒意。要不要再来碗花雕酸菜牛肉面？暖心酒香的丰盛美味，台酒酒香经典系列。
难得皇上莅迎蒙古，臣等备好贡品向皇上进献。
好想吃哦！
特此献上，此为酒香蒙古锅牛肉面，
就是这味道，浓郁的汤头为牛豚骨风味，还有孜然香，淋上五加皮料理酒，更有层次。这真是宫廷御膳顶级享受。台酒御膳堂酒香蒙古锅牛肉面。
那会儿又多了一颗头，下路风被炸了回去，有危险了，有闪现有净化，但在身边吃了一个弹跳炸弹，交闪躲草丛，成功的躲掉炼狱炸弹，同时用专注射击射死飞体。后面是欧卡的赶到，乌迪没有办法完成这个击杀了，被震荡边框晕在原地。另外一边乌迪是还有点燃的烈力冲击，触发之后死前使出太阳圣剑，但点了下去，净化最终没能够解掉这一波的伤害，乌迪还是完成了交换。哇，乌迪。
这个 TP 又来，左边也有 TP。
哦，包夹。
贾克斯岛 driver 想要哭出一直抓的是风吗？但风有双杀，665还做 cover， home Q 的 combo 没办法杀到完，被665给挡了下来。右边卡萨推走了2萨，实际上正面团战 AD 的位置并不好输出，风利用进化解掉，但是被正面的中路 home Q 击杀，不过此时他口赶了回来，他的收割才是最恐怖的。后面的胜作为了杀手，在后面做刺杀，但正面的位置还有他口开砍，先杀掉一个，第二个他口满状态，没有人可以跟他打。想抓另外一边进场，能不能再 A？ 帅哥选择 A 的塔口将人都给拿下。这对一滴血没事，塔口继续追击，下一个 EQ 要好，再砍死2萨斯拿下 Triple Kill，
回到游戏喽，2萨斯就是大家全部都要抓这个好运姐，但这个他的位置其实，因为他其实上一波已经把大交掉了，然后他这波往前输出的情况下，虽然最终是被击杀掉，但你可以看到水精灵跟塔口真的有一个很好的输出空间。砍
很舒服，他的位置全部人帮他挡招了，其实。
然后你看这里接 Q 的都是前排嘛，
前排对他，
然后一直砍，他后面砍人就是我就用砍的就好了。你看这边有人过来了，你拍一下，我砍他一刀，
突破天际，
我坐过去 Q1，
你要走，那也别想走了，
没那么容易。哇，
回来了，完蛋，
笑了，
为什么这么开心？
又来了
，Round Two， 噔，Round Two 拼进来，中了，
打到后面那个，又中，
但队友不敢，没办法往前压，有2个人守在前面，塔口利用盾往前推了一下，但没办法杀到后排。此时晕眩结束，反打，盾开启了自己的华丽谢幕，想让塔口谢幕，塔口。也只能选择做进场，但他的控制能力并没有做太好。随着 driver 的进场放到了欧卡被留在原地，只是水晶才选择开大。但正面的前排已经都消失了，看看前面有没有机会。3把拍回来，留住但没有队友跟上，而且水晶选择交闪，同时没想到是第4把，在右边突然站了出来，拿下了一个 double kill。
电到没电到？还有吗？中其他有没中
？665也跳出来，流金锤带走 home Q，
又打起来了。而且这波有点回合制左边打完之后换右边。就是如果这样的话，
但先锋有人的，抓塔口还是今天的剧本。隔墙晕好像是晕小兵，伤害要打的塔口回满，我一刀回血，我再一刀回血，
凯撒，
反击风暴晕塔口走位先躲掉，这是凯撒过来，神奇力被死，好，满血了塔口。继续追击，舍舍练体力控制，但红 Q 又被砍死，塔口继续追击，再上再一兵，继续追，右边为卡塔努力在限制665，但这边已经被塔口砍完了。
因为如果不开的话，这边会一直被杰西跟赫威破坏。
直到优神这波开的是空月，但空月其实还蛮坦的，撑了非常久的时间点。茶酒这时候来帮忙挡技能，这波枪林弹雨，再配合力凯一波，4个人全部人都晕住，名字直接闪现向前，火箭太月跳到后排，但被阿月往后一锤，被小兵一枪枪毙，但是被锤回去的阿月其实也被力凯一枪，你说一巴掌给扒死。来看一下空月第一波被优神给控制到。虽然小 V 第一波的大绝其实也是限制到对方
开做的很好，但是这个力凯的时间
，Oh my god， 只有116一个人在蓝区里面没有被推到。
而且后续敏智是有给 WP 一点支援啊。
Hello everybody and welcome back to our penultimate night here of the PCS Summer regular season and a final time of seeing some of our teams here in the regular season. Once again, it all will be brought to you by Riot Games, Carry International and China Airlines, who recently released their new flight path direct from Taipei to Seattle on the Airbus A350-900. 5 times a week you can find these great value flights and they're all available on the China Airlines website, so definitely do check that out. And of course, TTL brand noodles, who have recently released a bunch of new flavors of the upgraded beef and chicken variety. You can find everything you want on the TTL brand website, so do not hesitate to go there and get it delivered straight to you. I will once again be your host, Vestian, and alongside me, it is Lo.
Yeah, we are back. Second day of the week now, and like you said, it might be the last time we see the old Hell Piggies. I'm most excited to see Hot Pot give it another go. We've gotten to see the least of Hot Pot on the Hell Pigs, and they are running the same roster they ran last time around up against Frank, and I reckon they looked pretty good.
Yep.
Up against Frank. I do think the problem for the Hell Pigs against West Point specifically is going to be in the mid lane. Newly is a serviceable mid laner, perfectly fine. He'll go even in most lanes, but 116 has just been destroying everyone. So we'll see if Newly can hold his own up against 116. That's my featured matchup. We'll get to see what the featured matchup is later on.
Absolutely. Yesterday's results, of course, it was Frank up against Hell Pigs. Frank taking that out 2-0. Was a hard-fought battle, but did eventually get the sweep in that series. And the second series, the surprising one, was PSG up against DCG. PSG winning game number 1, and then DCG reverse sweeping it to finally take down those Titans and all but secure themselves the second place. They do have to fight today to lock it in, but looking good as things stand. And yeah, exciting now. The top of our bracket still undecided. I believe we currently have the bottom, the breakout group is completely decided. There's no way that it can switch up at all. So kind of just formalities at this point, but certainly the challenger group is still up for decision, really. PSG locked in, CFO and DCG fighting it out. Yeah,
probably finding out how this contender group is going to go later on today, just because we've got DCG versus CFO. DCG managed to win this series, and they've locked themselves into second place.
Yep.
If CFO win, it looks like they'll be able to give DCG a run for their money. The points are very close, the game differential.
Yeah. And it'll all end up coming down to, I believe, the series against PSG tomorrow if CFO do win.
Yeah. But tall order. And based on form, the second series of the day, you're expecting DCG to win.
Yeah, for sure.
But honestly, we could have said that yesterday.
Yep.
PSG just looked completely infallible, and then DCG figured something out on this meta.
Absolutely. Today's matches, we have already talked about it. West Point versus Hell Pigs to start us off, and then the big one, really, the second game of the night is CFO versus DCG, and that is the one for all the marbles. But in our first series, having Hell Pigs here, it is the last time we're going to get to see them, at least this year. They won't have another showing because they are eliminated from playoff contention. And
yeah, and I do agree with you. The result was expected in that Frank versus Hell Pigs series. But I think actually watching the games, it wasn't what you expected to see at all.
Yeah. For
just how well the Hell Pigs fought back. It is one thing to fight back, and it's another thing to actually win and get some wins across the line. And Hell Pigs will need to do that, need to figure out how to do that. Today, at this point, just for pride.
For sure.
Yeah, no way for them to make it.
Yeah, and ultimately, obviously, you don't want to have an undefeated record going through the entire stage of the regular season. They haven't had that before, and honestly, in the past, they've looked very strong at times, and I think now we're at the back end of the season. They've got their final chance to try and not go down entirely.
Yeah.
And
this seems, it seems like the best iteration of the Hell Pigs.
Yeah.
Currently.
We're going to get Godtone in our 1v1 again. So last time he got absolutely destroyed by Jiang. Maybe ban Rumble this time.
I think he's not playing on the Rift, but he will be filling in for the 1v1 up against Ryu. Zed banned away from Godtone, as well as Udyr.
Okay, one of his signature champions, Gragas. It's a champion he has played many, many games of over his illustrious what is this, I guess, streaming career is what you'd call it.
I would think he's got a lot more games on Gragas than Ryu has on Draven.
You'd think
being
so.
A top laner.
Oh. That's it. We just got a sigh.
Yeah.
It starts the lost chapter. Not a traditional start. You used to see a couple Doran's rings, probably, as a...
Yeah.
Doran's items are just particularly strong as a base item.
Yeah, especially the Doran's Blade. Ryu will be very happy to have 2 D-Blades. He's got Ignite Flash matching the Summoners of God Tone. And, yeah, I think Ryu can just walk at him. Gragas isn't the easiest champion to just walk down, though.
Yeah, this could just end up being a tower win, I think. Is the problem we often see when you play these bruiser chaps into the AD carries is, while the fights don't always go all that negatively, your tower just eventually gets beaten up, and this fight certainly is going negatively. One more axe not going to do it. The Ignite ticking, though, he's going to just have enough of that health pot running.
Yeah, one more tick of Ignite would have killed Godtone there.
Flash available for Ryu. Flash auto attack might just do it, although the health coming back through both the passive and, again, the potion ticking away is going to help Godtone a little bit, but he is already suffering, and it doesn't seem like a clear path as he misses his barrel and is frustrated at himself.
Gets a CS, gets a range minion, though, does Godtone. And it looks like what you're worried about might just be what happens in this game with the turret already taking about 20% from Ryu. Godtone
going to flash away. That is also bone plating down. He's going to have to take a recall. This is more time that Ryu's going to get on the tower if he does complete it, but he chooses to cancel.
Yeah, Godtone's got to pull off a miracle at this point. Gragas is a good champion for pulling off miracles into your tower. Usually is the play once you get the Gragas ulti. Oh god, one more of those.
One more, a flash auto and he's gone. Does get a little bit of health back, but not all that significant. And he is just going to have to commit to a teleport, otherwise he's going to fall further and further behind. But
he's staying.
He has ult, but I don't think that matters. Whirling Death available as well for Ryu.
Yeah, he's pretty close to just dead to the Draven ulti on this HP right now. Let's see, Ryu in no rush, and I don't think he should be in any rush to throw the Draven ulti.
Yeah, he's just getting further and further ahead in gold as the game stands in its current state.
Yeah.
Auto, Whirling Death, bone plating gone now. Ooh.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure if he dies to Godtone at this point, just a completely free kill, it might still be Draven favor.
Yeah. Oh, he misses the ult.
Yeah. Movement a little too slick from Godtone. But, yeah, he's not in any better of a position, unfortunately.
He's going to have to take a recall eventually. I mean, you can't play the entire 1v1 on this amount of HP, and if he dies, then the death time is going to be significantly more punishing when it comes to tower damage.
He just cannot bring himself to do it, though. So his tower is getting to half HP now.
Oh, he's going to miss the cannon. Oh, he's just dead. Oh, hold up. He might get a trade kill. A flash.
Oh, almost
a good
pulled
attempt.
Off. Yeah,
a very
almost.
good attempt.
Almost pulled off the Gragas magic. But Ryu will now recall with a wave pushing towards him and the full Bloodthirster in base.
See what Godtone has. Hextech Alternator.
Not quite as good.
Nowhere near. Also, wave pushing away from Godtone.
Yeah, just best case scenario for Ryu. Kills the Gragas while a wave is pushing into the Gragas' tower and then gets to walk back to lane with his wave crashing towards him. It's going to mean this XP lead is going to grow even more for him. Almost level 9 is Ryu.
Should be pretty methodical here. I mean, honestly, Ryu could probably just sprint it with this Gragas.
Yeah, I think he can just hit tower at this point.
Oh,
my lord.
That was, one
auto attack. That was almost 30% of Gragas' HP off of one Draven auto attack. Draven pretty often banned in these 1v1s.
Yeah.
So what can Godtone do here, do you think?
I don't know. Sit at his tower and watch it go down. He pops that explosive cast, but not happy with the result of it, as you can hear from his reaction. Just committing, he's completely gone. Wasn't particularly close.
Yeah.
Godtone Stunned. How did that happen? I'm not sure.
Yeah, easily got through the Bloodthirster shield of Draven.
And that's about it.
Yeah, rest of the HP bar not so easy.
And West Point, they do select blue side for their win in that 1v1.
Yeah,
Gonna give them the advantage. There's Hot Pot, so we are going to have him in the jungle. Just confirm that carry is the support is all that's left to do.
Yeah.
I guess we'll get to find out very shortly as West Point now on our screen. Ryu, Kongyue, 116, Lil V, and Cha. Once again, I mean, it's been really, ever since Kongyue joining the roster, it's been Kongyue and 116, the two real playmakers in this roster. Lil V has honestly, out of every player in the PCS, probably had the most opportunities to make highlight plays and is often on the receiving end of them.
Yeah, he is a bit of a rock in the bot lane. I'm a big fan of Lil V. He seems to do okay down there against even our strongest bot laners. And yeah, as you said, the most impressive part of this team has been mid-jungle. 1116 and Kongyue have been very strong. Ryu had a couple decent games.
Yeah, I think other than maybe the first week, Ryu has really stepped it up, and admittedly his first week of games was against PSG.
Yeah.
And Arja, probably the hardest person to go against when you're like just joining the league as a top laner.
Yeah, can pretty much embarrass anyone.
Yeah.
In one game in a best of 3, it feels like. Even Taco.
Yeah.
The TF into Lucian yesterday.
So this time, he won't have to be facing that Arja in the top lane. He'll be instead up against Guan Guang, who will most likely see very, very shortly. Here comes the side of Helpix, and it is going to be Kerry in the support role. So Guangwan, Hot Pot, Nuli, Ching9, Kerry. Second series, we're going to get to see them all. Ching9 has been the standout performer on this roster through all iterations, whether God Tone be support, jungle, whether Abyss playing in the jungle. No matter what, it has been Ching9 the standout player. And on your screen now, they are fighting to not have the lowest single season win rate in PCS history. It would be tied alongside the 2022 WP, I believe it was. No, it was Sim9. Sim9 is who that was.
Yeah, just have to win one game as the Helpigs. Don't need to win a series. Get one game and remove your name from the history books.
Duish team there. I remember Duish team in the spring of 23. Those were some games.
Yeah.
Yeah. There was some 0-12 Yones, and there was some games in there, that's for sure.
Yeah, quite decorated teams.
Yeah.
Sharing similar stats with the Helpigs.
Kerry on your screen. I mean, the one critique I suppose I have for Kerry is he's often caught warding. And it's not like he's caught warding in a place where his team collapse. He often just gets caught and is taken out.
Silly spots.
Now the head-to-head between these mid laners, as you said, it is 116 dominating most of these stats. A lot of attention from Kongyue, as we said, that mid-jungle of West Point. And ultimately, it has been 116 the most likely to carry a game, so it makes sense to spend more time around him, ensuring he can get himself into a position where that is possible.
Yeah, and it feels like it's 1116's meta, really, because he seems to be capable of winning either side of the Tristana-Corki matchup. He's got the way into either champ as well.
Yeah.
Nuli, as you can see, has tried the Yone into the Corki Tristana. And not had great results at all with that.
We've had a lot of attempts at that, and none of them have looked particularly impressive. I think Gory, the only one actually picking up a win.
Yeah, and you never know whether to attribute that to just individual skill or if it's actually a viable counter pick. It feels like it's just an individual skill CFO making the pick work.
Yeah, I think it just feels like giving up so much lane priority is not worth the fact that later on you get side lane prio. I think side lane prio is not awfully that important as we do now head into the champion select. Of course, West Point on the blue side, banning Nuli's LeBlanc. It's something that we've come to know. It happens every single series, and no surprises to see it here. Follow up with the Ash ban on the red side, not all that uncommon either.
Yeah, and the early game is kind of the theme of this patch. As you said, it's not worth the side lane priority, and all of these bans so far, very strong early game champions.
Yeah. As we'll see what comes through here second for the side of Helpix. Looking for perhaps the Tristana ban. It's been something that's banned quite often. Allow the other team to pick Corki if they want, because most teams now, they have the Zeri, they have the Lucian prepped as a counter in that mid lane.
Yeah, Tristana is a first pick worthy champion, often banned on the red side. Rumble is permanently banned by the red side.
Yep.
It's kind of just a tax you pay being on the red side. West Point going to look at their last ban, go for the Twisted Fate. Increasingly common ban on the blue side just to avoid the third pick Twisted Fate shenanigan.
Yeah, no, it is the Tristana, is banned there. And first pick for that Renekton in the blind position top lane. Now, you do have the selection of something that can counter it, something that goes even. Cassante Jax, very much an even skill matchup on the top side. Kennen will be favored up against the Renekton, but may weaken your team comp as you go further down the draft.
Yeah, the Renekton first pick is becoming quite popular internationally, and it is because there aren't that many amazing picks. Jax should be a 50-50 matchup with the Renekton. It's not locked in though, Sejuani.
Yeah, taking away the Sejuani, and it's something that we haven't seen Hot Pot on, and in particular, just even the style, right?
Yeah.
Hot Pot preferring to play those carry junglers. Now he's going to be on the Sejuani, something more facilitatory.
Yeah,
see
you
if
know,
he can get Ching9 across the line, really.
We have seen Kongyue on the Sejuani though, and he has looked immaculate on it.
Yeah, but Kongyue, a very, very talented jungler now, looking for a carry to punish the Sejuani, something with a bit more early game activation and
Midley
a great
Renekton
peering alongside that Renekton.
Yeah, this is currently draft destruction by West Point. I think they're very far ahead.
Now we're looking for a top laner, perhaps before going into those bans, being that you already see the Renekton. You don't want to walk into two bans against top laners. Could just be the Cassante. Have a really solid front to back there with those two mega tanks. Would also be picking up almost certainly an engaged support down the bot side as well.
Yeah, and with the Cassante locked in, you're kind of worried as West Point about who is getting through these tanks. You've fortunately got your ADC to pick, so you can pick something that will make it through the Cassante Sejuani. Whether that's something like an on-hit Kalista, Zeri should be fine into these champions. Just any traditional ADC is going to kill these tanks, whereas Nidalee is going to be ignored by these guys. And the Cassante is also just going to be able to stack armor, right? Not too worried about the Nidalee killing him later in the game.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, Halpigs choosing to ban away the Braum does really well into these melee tanks, so I think a wise support ban there coming through. And honestly, you're almost certainly, as I said, going to have an engaged support in that bottom lane, so a three-way counter pick would this Braum become.
Yeah, I really like the Ezreal ban from West Point too, because a way you can deal with these very tanky lineups that Halpigs are playing, and probably even tankier with a tank support coming, is you just kill the carries, and then the tanks do nothing. Ezreal is one of the most difficult carries to kill, so West Point get rid of that. Zig's taken away by the Halpigs.
Yeah. Getting rid of some options on the AP, something that can build the Liandry's, burn through those health bars, and make it much harder for Hot Pot and Guan to itemize against. So take that away. Leona can be banned as well, being you don't have the Braum to counter it. It is just such a strong pick. They could have picked it immediately out of this ban phase and take that away. Maybe looking to give Ching9 his Zeri this game.
Yeah, Kai'Sa looks good for West Point here.
It could be the Kai'Sa, can pair well alongside both the Nidalee and the Renekton.
Yeah, it gives you some AP. Gives you some AP damage too.
Yeah. Although, I'm not sure they care that much, being that they have the Nidalee.
Yeah, but it's AP damage that legitimately threatens the Cassante Sejuani, which I feel like they're lacking a little bit now. And it is a good matchup into the Zeri. We'll see what West Point decide to go for. There is a sneaky Draven angle, but no, they do lock Kai'Sa.
Is seemingly very strong on the patch. Now Nautilus, one of the most traditional Kai'Sa pairings in the game, as well as just a standalone strong support champ, does well into the Zeri as well in isolation.
Yes, Nautilus stands out when the Leona is gone. You do have to keep in mind Rel and Alistar both have pretty favorable interactions into the Nautilus. So you're maybe sacrificing your bot matchup, as Carry is hovering the Rel.
It should probably just be the Rel. The other option, I think, not even the Alistar, I think the Rakan wouldn't be such a bad option here. You already have enough tankiness, something that can both peel and engage at the same time often feels good, because with these engaged supports, you often feel like you can choose to either peel or you can go in, and there's kind of, once you choose one of them, you can't really commit to the other, and so they will end up going for the Rel, and that means engage heavy more often than not when you are the Rel. Now, there isn't a lot of CC. There's no way to really interrupt the Crashdown Magnet Storm combo outside of a Nautilus hook, which most likely isn't going to be being thrown at that time, so...
Yeah, you're only saving Grace in that regard as West Point is that you are very mobile to get out of these rel engages, but the flash rel engage really doesn't have any counterplay for any member of West Point. This is a game where if West Point fall behind early, it is just over.
Yep.
Hellpigs don't really have the tools to get ahead early. So if you play well as West Point, you should be fine. But yeah, from behind against this triple tank lineup, you will just lose.
Absolutely, as we're now loading in the first game of our first series here. Penultimate night, almost at the back end of our, I mean, we are at the back end, almost finishing up our regular season.
Yeah, you said this was last time we're seeing Hellpigs.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, no Hellpigs games tomorrow, so
yeah,
this will be the last time we see them. They have their opportunity now to try and look for at least one game win to make sure they don't have the tied worst record of PCS history. And honestly, when you look at these names, you look at the individual players, and if I think back, now I wasn't, involved in the PCS during the times of CM9 when they had that 0-18 split, but I definitely was here for Duish team, and I would rate this Hellpigs lineup a lot higher than I rated the Duish team at the time. So,
yeah, no 0-10 Yasuos.
Yeah, definitely there's been times where the Hellpigs had opportunities to win. Actually, quite often.
Yeah.
Weren't quite able to get it done. And
even against Frank.
Yeah, yesterday was one of the standout days of it. They were against a team that we pretty much had written them off for, and they fought valiantly. 40-minute game for game number 1. It was Pretender going 9-2 on Lucian that eventually sealed the deal, but still.
Yeah,
an unreasonably good performance out of the Hellpigs yesterday with this current lineup, and hoping that they can put something together today.
Yeah, 1-on-6 on Lucian this time around. Maybe trying to give the Hellpigs some deja vu, as Lucian looked impressive in general yesterday.
Yeah.
Maple piloting it fantastically. Jimmy and Pretender each got a game on it as well.
And Arja.
Yeah, Arja too.
Yeah, 5 games of Lucian yesterday.
Yeah, each one very impressive.
Now, I mean, what are the win cons in this game? Generally, you just look at the 1-1-6 on the Lucian. Should have a pretty favorable matchup into the Corki. Nully, though, he does tend to stay fairly even and just scale into the late game. Problem he often has is he gets to the point. He's 4-item Corki. He's in a late game team fight. He's got more gold than anyone on the map, but he gets caught and dies.
Yeah, he just makes a mistake and all the hard work is thrown away, unfortunately.
Yep, so looking for that to not happen.
I think top lane is also worth a bit of attention this game. Renekton Jax should be just a 50-50 matchup, but it can snowball very hard in either direction.
Yeah, and that is especially noteworthy because if I'm not mistaken, there is no Jax in this game, so we'll see how the Jax does.
Oh, sorry, it was Cassante over the Jax.
Yeah.
This matchup, much less volatile.
It's still volatile, though. Cassante and Renekton both with kill pressure over their counterparts. Yeah. Notably, at level 6, both of these champions do have a spike, and it becomes very much a skill matchup at that time. Before level 6, though, it is just Renekton favored. Level 1, perhaps, it's fairly even. Both champs kind of suck, but as soon as level 3 comes online, Renekton has mostly free will.
Yeah, nothing super surprising in terms of runes. It is fleet footwork for Little V.
Yeah, interesting he's gone for the fleet footwork. I'm not sure the reasoning of that. There is, I guess, kind of skill shots with Zeri auto attacks, but it's not something that you're really taking fleet to avoid.
Yeah. Signals, he's definitely going AP. If you go for any on-hit Kai'Sa builds, it will just be the standard Kai'Sa build. That's what I mean when I say AP. Static Shiv into the Rage Blade, and then full AP.
And this is how the Lucian lane tends to go. Absolute priority, poking away with that piercing light. And, I mean, probably not supposed to be that bad of a trade, but nonetheless it is. One starting with his movement ability.
Yeah, 1-1-6 has had very impressive games in this matchup specifically, as Sha9 takes a pretty bad trade in the bot lane. But yeah, 1-1-6 has done very well on the Lucian side of this matchup specifically. So we'll see if he can continue that streak.
I hate how Cassante's E is just called movement because it sounds like you're just describing what it does.
Movement.
It's actually just the name. Kiri, with that remount, not going to be able to find Lil V, but is able to get a brief stun onto Char, get that aftershock proc so he doesn't take too much damage on the way out.
Yeah, nice disruption from Char. Protects Lil V from taking too much damage there.
Lil V missing a bunch of CS here. 3 missed on the first wave to just, or the first 2 waves, to just the one from 116.
Yeah, and a really nice trade for 1116 too.
Very ahead in that lane.
Yeah, starting to build a bit of an HP advantage for himself.
Down a lot of mana though, so hopefully we'll even out a little bit for Nuli. As I'm seeing on my screen, he has taken another poor trade.
Yeah, Nuli still good on mana, and 116 does not have mana for anything but E at this point. Eats a biscuit. To keep the pressure up in the mid lane, but his Nidalee's
another
nice
piercing light.
His Nidalee's nowhere near to really punish this Corki or even invade the Sejuani, so not going to amount to much, but a pretty sizable CS advantage for 116.
Nuli cancels his recall. This could be dangerous, as we do see Kongyue coming over. Vision is granted this spear if it connects. He's not even going to go for it.
Yeah. Not quite enough time for Kongyue there. And
I think he could have thrown it from Raptor Pit though.
Yeah, maybe.
Chooses not to in any regard, and Nuli going to be able to teleport back here. Eventually, 116 now will have the choice and ability to do so as well. Slight CS lead now developing in both top and mid. No surprises whatsoever.
Yeah, should be getting leads with these champions. Helping's bot lane surprisingly performing quite well.
Ching9 going for a nice little trade there as supports exchange Aftershock.
Yeah, I don't think Zeri-Rel should have just this much priority in the bot lane, but Helping's just playing super well. We saw some good trades for them in the bot lane earlier, and that seems to have amounted.
Kongyue on the way. Helpings have to be very careful here. Kerry might be caught out. Hook will land. He will have that dismount. Going to be using it backwards, but this wave is not crashed. We'll see if Kongyue chooses to come down here and try to punish it, but as things stands, really, really horrible position for this lane state.
Yeah.
And they are just going to realize that they are in dire need of assistance and just back out.
Yeah, that's going to eat away at their lead now, because you don't have to kill this wave if you're Lovi, as he recognizes. You just recall, and you pretty much win a wave up over your opponent for this recall as Lovi. Actually stays. Maybe the wave wasn't quite frozen.
Oh.
So he has to desperately try and get this in. I think he does have time to. Q coming up soon.
Yeah, Q does like no damage. It's going to be close.
Ooh.
I think eventually it will get in, but definitely not ideal. Would have preferred it to have been frozen under his tower, as it kind of looked like it may have been.
Yeah, I think too much of a wave for Cheng9 to freeze, though, as he's maybe trying to.
Yeah, he's not taking all that much damage, and he does have Fleet alongside Absorb Life for a bunch of health back as lane progresses. Kerry trading once again alongside Char9, and will dismount to not get hit by that spear from Kongyue, and we now have an ARAM in his middle lane.
Yeah, another nice hook from Char9 as things are getting a little bit tense in the mid lane. Hook.
Hook, it lands, it's onto Nuli. The culling's going to be blocked, and he's ignited. Very low now is Nuli as the flash comes through from Kongyue. Hot Pot now low. Everyone on the side of Hellpigs low, but absolutely no deaths.
Yeah, really close to someone going down for the Hellpigs. It ends up with just one flash in this play. But West Point are looking for more. Spear lands.
Lands onto Kerry. He will have the shield available if he does use that dismount. Hellpot getting some health back on this camp, but it's just not going to matter as Nuli going to get flashed. Taken out as well. Hot Pot flashing away, but the flash from 116, and it's 3-0 in favor of West Point under the mid lane tower.
Oh no, what a disaster for Hellpigs. That was just 3v3.
Here's Cheng9's coming through. He comes over that wall, and he should be able to find a kill here onto Char. Hook will be available soon. He does maybe get away. Not quite. Cheng9 is able to salvage something back for Hellpigs.
Yeah, something. It is just one kill for the 3 that West Point just picked up in the mid lane, so you're happy if you're Cheng9, but the rest of the Hellpigs, this spear, pretty instrumental as Hotpot, not recognizing the danger his teammates are in, is just on his wolves, and then far too late tries to run in here at 1-on-6. Ends up going down as well. A lot of flashes committed from West Point, but you're super happy with this.
Yeah, now back to live. It looks like Hotpot at least trying to start up this dragon and get something going for Hellpigs. Cheng9, once again, he's going to find himself as the only person on the team with an advantage and see if he can leverage that to find some success here. He does have a nice front line, regardless of the deaths coming through in that mid lane. It's going to make his life a lot easier as the Zeri, and they do secure themselves first at Dragon. It's unpunished as Kongwei was also on the bot side of the map.
Yeah, the problem, if you're the Hellpigs and the plan is Cheng9 can carry us, is Carry's getting really aggressive down here.
Hook lands, not going to be able to get that aftershock, so takes a huge burst of damage.
Loses half his HP. Carry getting a little too aggressive. There is a Nautilus on West Point as Hot Pot.
Hot Pot's under trouble. Spear lands, and see if he can get that Arctic Assault away. Does make it over the wall. Should be okay to live, but there's going to be text this red buff for it.
Yeah, and so much prio for Kongwei. Finally amounts to him stealing some camps away from the Sedrani. Can take Krugs after engage on Chang9.
Lightning Crash bottom as Char's getting very low. Does manage to get that Aftershock pop, but it's going to be Cheng9 who picks up yet another kill. Lil V half HP under his tower. Kiri might be able to look for something alongside Cheng9, and Hot Pot actually down this bottom side after what happened. There could be an angle under Lil V's life here. Does have Cleansing Flash, and maybe it's a little bit dangerous, but Void Drop's going to be picked up, and they have to find something on the other side of the map. Immaculate Cleanse.
My goodness, that was an automatic cleanse, it looked like.
I'll pot down here, though, and he is unsighted. There's no wards for Lil V to have seen him. Would be a 2v3. We've seen this work out very, very well yesterday for DCG as they consistently look for bot dives, but it seems the confidence is not quite there. Maybe the abilities aren't as well, with Lightning Crash being down on a low mana on Zeri.
Yeah, low mana on the Rel too, to be honest. Don't hate not going for that play. If you're Hot Pot, he does get to take the Krugs from the Nidalee, so gets one of his camps back. And yeah, well played by the Hellpigs. I was going to say, though, if your plan is to have Cheng9 just solo carry this game, there's a Nautilus on West Point. And plenty of follow-up for it. Between the Lucian, the Kaisa, and the Nidalee. So it'll be a very difficult game for him to carry, especially without Cleanse.
A lot of peel available, though. Sejuani, Cassante, Rel.
Yeah, plenty of frontline. That is very true.
So while there is follow-up, it's going to be hard for that follow-up to reliably make it through this immense frontline that Hellpigs have in their team composition. I think compositionally, I actually take the Hellpigs' side as we look at 116. No flash available. Relentless Pursuit used, but Nuli going to be able to Gatling gun. And the max range Glacial Prison comes out. This is going to be a confirmed kill. Nuli now on the board. It's going to help him immensely in this mid lane matchup as 116 in the Death Realm is going to be able to pick himself up a Kraken Slayer.
Yeah, sometimes your priority lanes just look like that. You have to play very aggressively on the Lucian, and 116 gets 3-man Guangguan.
Dominus coming out and traded here for the all-out as Hot Pot can make it here in under Ryu's tower. It doesn't look like they're going to go for it as Guangguan takes a relatively okay trade, all things considered, but it is still a health advantage to Ryu up in this top side. Now Hot Pot going to be trying to assist with pushing out this wave. Not sure why he stayed in all-out. Probably would have been nicer to start working on that ultimate cooldown by just immediately going back to regular form. But anyway, lane will crash. Teleport available for Guangguan to get back up here if he so chooses, as, you know, Renekton, Ryu will be able to push this wave near on immediately.
Yeah, and Ryu did not look afraid at all on this Renekton, even in a 2v1 situation. Kongwei takes away the, I think, blue buff and the Grom. He has a Liandry's now on the Nidalee, strongest champion on the map, most likely. And is going to be looking to secure an advantage for his team, as you have to on the Nidalee. You are useless later on in this game.
He become a bit of a heal bot. Really nice slice and dice there from Ryu. Get himself with enough distance to not be under any threat here. Walking down river, maybe Honey Fruit is on the mind, but he doesn't have teleport just yet, so is going to try and stay for one more wave under his tower to ensure he doesn't miss any of this XP and gold that is coming from these oncoming minion waves.
Yeah, Carry hovering for his mid laner. Really difficult to go on the solution, though, for the Rel.
Nice trade once again up in the top side. Cheng9, he's not recalling, sorry. It's Little V on the other side as Cheng9's going to be able to push out his mini wave. Has the static shiv very strong now on the Zeri, but West Point, they're getting looked at in this middle lane. Hook from Char goes wide. To carry everything available, have to be careful of an immediate rel engage. Glacial Prison back up from the earlier play on 116 as well for Hot Pot.
Yeah, both teams fighting for mid prio. Waves both get cleared, but Dragon not quite up yet. It looks like Hellpigs have won the fight for priority.
A big spear coming out of Conway. Lots of damage. Going to have a bit of burn there from the Liandry's as well as Dragon now spawning Pot and Kiri, they are the engaged. Guangwan's actually come down here. There is a teleport for Ryu, and if Westpoint want to give this, they simply can. It's going to result in a lot of plates, a lot of gold for Ryu up on the top side. Ching9, though,
TP.
he does get hit here. Yeah, his teleport is going to come through. Lightning Crash, watch out for Ching9. He is the guy that can get it done. Void Seeker does land, and the steal away of this dragon from Kongyue is going to be good. Low health bars across the map as Ching9 not even able to pop the Lightning Crash. Here it comes. There's going to be one kill back for Hellpigs, and a nice knocker from Guangwan as 116 flashes away, but he's going to be taken out. Lil V goes psychotic and does jump back in, but Ching9 somehow works out 4th kill in this game as the team fight is won by Hellpigs.
Yeah, Hellpigs lose the dragon, but they managed to win the team fight. Only Kongyue limping away as a... I'd like to see the steal from Kongyue. I did not notice that while we were on live. Just walks up and Qs it. Q smite on the Nidalee, very strong.
Upgraded smite to Nod as well.
And then this nice Cassante play here looked like maybe we could do something on Hellpigs, and they could do something. Ching9 flashes forward to clean up a couple of these kills.
Oh.
Hot Pot almost goes down.
Lil V nearly getting him.
Yeah.
But it was just a smite advantage. Oh no, Kongyue doesn't even have it upgraded. It was just, yeah, he just walks in, Q smites it. Okay.
Yeah.
Well played by Kongyue to be able to achieve that, as he is 2-0-3, very strong on the Nidalee, looking to take the objective up on the top side, but despawning are those Void Grubs, so it will just be 3-2.
Yeah, new Kai'Sa build.
Oh yeah.
That I have not seen from Lil V.
Okay.
Yeah, Muramana for him. Don't see that one these days.
I actually think the build with Muramana, where you do just go AP, is still one of the strongest Kai'Sa builds.
Yeah, but that's not what he's doing, because he's got a pickaxe,
He's got a pickaxe,
right?
so he's upgraded
I hope
Q.
that's not Rageblade, please.
Yeah. I mean, what else could it be? Bloodthirster, I guess, is
Kraken,
an
I'll accept.
Yeah, could be Kraken. I mean, the attack speed's nice, of course, but yeah, not sure exactly what he's building. We'll have to wait and find out. Rift Herald, however, picked up here for Kongyue.
Oh, it could be Eclipse.
Oh. I hope not.
Yeah, this did used to be a Kai'Sa build.
Oh, Guangwan, he's full HP, and it's going to be a trade of towers, but can Guangwan live? These 3 members of West Point will do a lot of damage. Char will be able to tank the tower up, but instead, Guangwan somehow actually navigates his way out.
Yeah, they don't even really look that excited to go for it on West Point. This Cassante already pretty tanky. Thornmail finish for him.
Oh no. Oh no. Okay, he's able to deny it.
And Cassante almost...
Ching9 pops the Lightning Crash, but Lil V's winning this 1v1. Ching9 with the barrier, and now all of a sudden maybe he's not. I believe Lightning Crash actually missed from Ching9 there. Oh no, maybe it looks like it hit, but still, not the damage. He'll be able to make it out, does have to flash. Ching9 trading it for his barrier.
Yeah, very favorable trade for Ching9. Super aggressive play from an ADC.
Oh, teleport's coming through. The Glacial Prison does land onto Lil V, but he is able to get stunned up as well. Magnus Storm, 116 in No Man's Land. Can he turn the kill? Culling comes away. Kiri's going to look for that knockup, but he goes down. It is eventually traded away as Ching9 does pick up that kill as well. In the meantime, on the other side of the team fight, it's Nuli coming in. Nuli picking up a kill there onto Char9, and yet again, a win for Hellpigs as they do slowly work back this gold lead that West Point had.
Yeah, and picture in picture, Nuli actually got dropped to 1 HP by Ryu during that, but got away, took the Hex Gate, and TP'd back into the fight to win his team the fight. 5-0 Chang9 now on the Zeri.
Yeah, and it's him. It's him against the world. The gold lead is near on non-existent. We just have a completely even game, but all the gold is just loaded onto Ching9 on this Zeri.
Yeah.
And he's found himself in similar positions, perhaps not this far ahead, but this time, I mean, they're searching for their first game win. It's Ching9 that can do it.
Yeah, but you have to feel like West Point have the tools to shut down the Zeri, right? They've got the Nautilus ulti. They just haven't been able to connect with it on him yet.
Yeah, it just feels like Ching9 is spacing perfectly before these team fights. And the rest of the team, there is so much damage, you know, coming out of Nuli. And honestly, right now, Char not that tanky, so he is just losing so much HP before these fights. That he isn't even able to find the ultimate on to Ching9, and he's just having free reign. Working now on this inner tower is Hellpigs, but Ryu going to be quite capable of clearing out that minion wave. Guangwan on the other side, getting dove. Hook will land here. He's getting low, not able to get that Pathmaker and is just taken out. Very crucial there that West Point are able to CC chain him to not get the W. Otherwise, that could have been a whole lot worse. On the other side, though, it is just a mirrored map as somehow Ryu able to turn back 1 kill. And that could be a big difference maker. Tower for Inner, 1 kill for 2. It is West Point who come out ahead on the macro play.
Yeah, and it's 5 seconds on this dragon, so it should be all West Point's Hellpigs.
Yeah, 2 towers, 2 kills, 1 dragon for just the 1 kill, 1 tower on the other side. It is, West Point feeling good about that.
It is a tier 2 tower taken by Hellpigs, which is worth a lot more gold than the tier 1 that West Point were able to take.
Yeah, but they got 2 tier 1s. They got mid as well.
Yeah, which adds up to about the same gold. And then you've got the dragon picked up for the side of West Point. So, been a long time since Lovi recalled. I want to see what he's building.
Yeah, we'll see. I think he just recalled. He got Berserker Greaves.
Ah, okay.
He did not have those before. As Lucian now, 116, looking pretty strong. Has those 2 items online and can output a lot of damage in a short amount of time now. Can this Lucian, but...
Yeah, can he do it to Cheng 9 is the question, because...
Pot going aggressive. Glacial Prison lands this onto Kongwei, the flash. Everything's committed, but this is the jungler, and the jungler's now dead. There was a 3-1 and 4 Nidalee that's got taken off the map, and once again, it's Cheng 9 the benefactor.
Yeah, that's the most fed member of West Point, maybe behind 1016. The mid-jungle duo putting in work for West Point this time around, but Kongwei caught out here. Nice Sejuani ulti from Hotpot. Completely blind, it looks like. Just drops the pink, sees Nidalee, and that's enough for him to go there.
Oh, it was Nidalee actually, my bad, that got that one.
Yeah, shut down onto this Nidalee. And it is Muramana Rageblade. I really hate that.
Yeah, not a fan. It will give him his Q upgrade, but you also get the Q upgrade from Kraken Slayer Winsus, so... just feels...
Yeah, it doesn't make sense to me to not take an on-hit item and then build the Rageblade to...
Well, the Muramana does on-hit. The damage is on-hit.
Yeah.
But I think the problem is it's just scales. It takes too long to really scale, and when you're against Aziri as Kai'Sa, you'll always take the Zeri in a later game team fight. Yep. She's just constantly hitting 5 people, whereas the Kai'Sa really can only manage to hit 1 person at a time. Yes, it's more isolated damage in sort of a vacuum, but...
Yeah, and that's the pressure is on Lovi and Cha to get onto the Zeri. They need a Nautilus ulti into the Kai'Sa ulti and to one-shot the Zeri.
Yeah, and while you do have Kraken Slayer here on the Lucian, you still got to make your way through a lot of large health bars in Kiri, Hotpot, Guangwan, and Kraken Slayer helps out a lot with that, but alas, he has gone for the Muramana. It's almost upgraded. He's really want to have that upgraded before the 3rd item in the Infinity Edge comes online here for Cheng 9, because he is looking near on unstoppable as this Zeri. And
yeah, that might be a spike. As long as he can get it before the Infinity Edge for Cheng 9, that might be a reasonable spike for the Kai'Sa to play around. Last Whisper on the way for 101.
60 stacks is not easy to get as the Kai'Sa, though, as Hook connects here onto Kiri. No flash available for this. Rallis teleport's now being committed. That's the Nautilus ult, but importantly, Cheng 9 yet to use the Lightning Crash. That is a massive stun up onto Kongwei. Cheng 9 biding his time. Here he comes. Lightning Crash, flash forward. Guangwan is on the back line, as Ryu is as well. Cheng 9 very, very low, but will pick himself up. A double kill. Spear comes through. It does connect onto Guangwan, but he's not going to be able to really go on into there. And that one does connect onto Cheng 9, completely dry, as Kongwei somehow taking over this team fight as Nidalee.
Yeah, I cannot believe it, but Kongwei has single-handedly stopped the Baron attempt that could have come out from Hellpigs. They took out Ryu and were very healthy, but Cheng 9 not so much. 40% HP, just deleted by Kongwei.
Yeah, and it's going to be a massive shutdown too, as Baron's going to be started up. Kiri will be here, able to find vision for his team, but Hotpot's recalling. Okay, he does cancel it. He cancels it, they find Char, they get the ward down, they know what's going on. Now, can they deny Hotpot from getting into this pit for a potential steal? It's going to be at least 1 person going down as low health bars here on West Point, and Guangwan is going to be on a flank. This Baron goes down, it's 116 who picks it up, but who can survive? Certainly not 116. Kongwei going through, trying to get to the Hextech gate, not going to be able to use it just yet, as West Point are going to lose their AD carry. Hotpot should eventually be able to find him. There we go. And Nuli does manage to get the kill. And meanwhile, Kongyue gets away. It's 2 Barons still on the side of West Point, but a bunch of kills picked up for Hellpigs.
Yeah, West Point managed to get the Dragon, but lose 3 members throughout that fight, as you said. Hard to say if it's worth it with these kinds of Barons. It just kind of depends how the rest of the map plays out. How much can Hellpigs get right now while members of West Point are down? They're pushing this tier 2 mid.
Yeah, it is taking a fair amount of damage. There's no minion waves to be buffed up by those Baron minions. There's Flash now available for Kerry, and the side of West Point do have to be careful about a sudden engage considering the numbers advantage that Hellpigs find themselves at. Now Teleport coming down bot. Nuli will have to be careful here not to get caught out, and Wisely does back off just slightly as, yep, Dragon is now available. All 5 members available for both sides. G9, though, importantly, no summoners available. Neither does Nuli. Now, it is the same that can be said for 116. Lil V only with the cleanse. As we're baiting. Glacial Prison goes wide, though. Char9 will be taken out. Nice heal from Kongyue, but it's not going to be enough. And now it's a 4v5. We have lost a bunch of abilities here for the Hellpigs. Notably, it is the Sejuani ult. The spear does connect here onto Nuli. Kongyue constantly throwing them. That one goes wide. Kiri being found on the flank as Voidseeker used. Lands onto Guangguan. Dominus as well popped. This Dragon down now to 2,000 HP as Voidseeker constantly landing. And the Megastorm finds 4. Here comes the Lightning Crash. An immediate double kill found for Cheng9 on the Zeri. They're trying to kill down this Nidalee as well, but he will be able to get out. But Hellpigs, I'll be damned, they find themselves in a fantastic position in this game. They get the Dragon, and now they're marching down bot lane.
Yeah, we said how difficult this will be to play from behind.
Hotpot flashes forward. Kongyue might just go down yet. He is surviving by the skin of his teeth, but Cheng9 with the smite. That is a fantastic W usage and great slowing from Hotpot. And Hellpigs, they are in such a commanding space.
Yeah, and it was just a massive engage from Kerry, as it's not actually this play we're talking about. This is a way earlier fight, actually, as Kongyue gets stunned up by the Sejuani here, but no follow-up until Cheng9 is able to get this flash off and almost actually goes down to Ryu. So the Nautilus ultis are going on to this area in every fight, but no one's in range this spear.
Oh.
That was worth a replay. And this is the replay for this most recent fight. And it's Kerry who carries the fight.
They know where he is
very
too.
Close. The fight is very close until this happens. Stun on the Kaisa, and then a massive 4-man Rel W ulti.
Yeah.
Kongyue eventually gets picked off later down the line, too. Lands some
Fantastic
spears,
play.
but
12-1 now is this theory, and if this is not a win, I don't know what is. Cheng9 is so obscenely strong. He has such an insanely unkillable front line. Great CC for the team fight in that Sejuani. I mean, honestly, just all the frontliners. And, you know, yeah, maybe you take down the series. There's still a 7-1, almost 4-item Corki on the back.
yeah, Nuli is massive at this point, too. Has almost his IE now. Once he gets that, he is as terrifying as the Zeri.
Yeah, Guardian Angel completed. That is a 4-item Zeri now. Not only do you have to kill him once, but twice.
Yeah, and I agree with you. I think this should be almost impossible for West Point to win. From behind with the composition they've got. They picked a high priority composition and could not capitalize on it early game.
Yeah, somehow only down 4k gold.
Yeah, but this 4k feels like 10k with the comps.
Yeah. Such a squishy lineup. Even the Renekton has the Sterix now for a little bit more survivability, but really all that Ryu's going to be able to do is play distraction. I mean, he's never going to be strong enough right now to kill out this Zeri. Maybe he could kill Nuli, being that there is no armor outside of those tabbies.
Yeah, if he can take out one
unrealistic.
carry, it's insane for West Point. If this Renekton can trade his life for Corki or Zeri, because they don't have that much damage on the Hellpigs. Once one of these carries goes down, it then becomes very obvious what your Nautilus and the rest of your team should be doing.
You say that, but there is no tankiness on the other side. So even if you lose one of your carries, Corki or Zeri, either one of them has enough damage in their kit, as long as there's a front line, to reliably deal with the carries on the other side.
Honestly, if you overextend and use too much to kill these carries, Cassante might just take over a fight.
Yeah, that's even, that itself is also true. Very interesting Cassante build, by the way. We've gone for Thornmail into Juxshow. Now, I mean, a big reason why this is interesting is because a large part of where K'Sante finds his strengths is hold up. Char9 going to be looked at. Oh, Glacial Prison used, but not going to connect. But still, Kongwei 116 finding themselves pretty low on HP. They are going to have that healing available from this Nidalee to top up those health bars. But as I was saying, a large part of where K'Sante finds his strength is as you get both health, armor, and magic resist, you get both cooldown and cast time reduction on your Q. And why that's important, of course, is if you're in all-out, the lower your Q cooldown, the more you're going to be able to do damage, play disruption, and honestly heal as well. You get Omni-Vamp from it.
Yeah.
So you do really want those stats. And Juxsho, while it provides a lot of resistance, as does the Thornmail, not a whole lot of health.
Yeah. Picking up some HP in his build now is Guangguan.
Yeah, but he's going for what it seems to be a Zeke's. So again, not a lot of health. He's going to be a long way from that 1600 health, extra health, what is it, cap? The
Baron hit by Helpix.
Yep, Baron is going to be hit. Hot pot. He's going to be able to tank up these Void Seekers and the Nidalee Spears, but importantly, Kongwei not missing a smite yet this game as Colin coming through, but it's on to Kiri. We're seeing just how unkillable these members are. Smite comes through, but it's Ching9. Once again, it's an AD carry who picks up the Baron. Now the tanks on the bot side do go down. It's Lilvi who picks up that kill on the top side, though. Ching9 finds his 13th of the game as Helpix will be going forward. Glacial Prison very soon for being available as 2 GAs now on these carries. You have to kill both Nuli and Ching9 twice if you even want a chance in a team fight. But a team fight does not come out. It's instead going to be Helpix picking up the Baron and turning their attention now to this third and soul point on the Hextech Soul.
Yeah, at least it won't be Soul going over to the Helpix from West Point's POV anyway, but I'm pretty sure that's a very small win for them with the Baron going over to Helpix. I really like the double GA coming out of the Helpix. I think Nuli maybe should have just gone IE, but when you're so reliant on these carries for all your damage, makes sense to keep them alive with the GAs. Armor, a lot of value against the West Point comp too.
Absolutely, and it is going to be the Nash's second, so it is going to now be an AP build, but I think generally when we see the Mirror Mana, it turns into like you get a Luden's Companion, and you fully commit to just your W poke Kai'Sa.
See, if this is the build, doesn't it just feel a lot better with a Static Shiv or a Kraken Slayer?
I think it feels better. No, because right now he's building what seems to be a death cap, which means it's going to be full AP, you know?
Yeah, I
it could be a
that.
Zhonya's, but I think we're just supposed to go Luden's Companion instead of Guinsu's.
Yeah.
In any case, Hook lands here. It is on to Hot Pot. Sejuani not particularly killable, but he has just tanked up a lot of tower shots. Going to make his way out of there as Guangguan teleports on in. Char getting very low. Glacial Prison, and this is going to be one very, very dead Renekton. He does manage to get that Steerax proc as... Yeah, a lot of low health carries, but Ching9 just flashes on in, Lightning Crash. Everyone on the side of West Point is suffering. It's 5v3, and Helpix, I'll be damned. They were looking like they may have the worst split in PCS history, but they're not going to allow it as Nexus Tower 1 and 2 are taken. Lilvi trying to make a play. Ching9, Nuli, all they have to do is focus down this Nexus, and they will. GA coming through, but Lilvi has nothing to do, and Helpix win game number 1.
Yeah, pretty narrowly at the end there. The health bar is actually getting really low with Lilvi running around, but nice win for the Helpix.
Come on, guys. I need to see some smiles on these faces. All right, Hot Pot smiling. Guangguan completely stoic. Entirely stoic. Nuli, happy. Ching9, not a smile. Come on, boys. You just got your first win.
I think
that's something to be happy about.
Did Chang9 use his flash defensively that entire game on Zeri?
Not that I remember.
Yeah, not that I remember either. He was just flashing forward in every team fight.
Yep. Absolute Giga Chad. And when you're that fed, you get to. Yep. The only death he had was a miraculous spear out of Kongwei, and he died exactly one time. But Ching9, I think this might have been one of the most flawless AD carry performances that we've seen. Outside of that one spear, which admittedly it came from Fog of War, and I myself have a lot of difficulty spotting those out of Fog of War. I swear they're invisible sometimes. But he did manage to find the team fight, you know, time and time again, waiting a lot. A lot of time Ching9 is just sitting there biding
He's got enough frontline too.
Yeah, exactly, and that's what I'm saying. I think that team fight, that team composition, should I say, coming through from Helpix, far superior than what we saw out of West Point. The Nidalee, while yes, it works great in isolation with the Renekton, you never used it with the Renekton. You used it a couple times to to tower dive Guangguan, while the other side of the map was just losing more and more. And I think well played by Helpix to identify their win con very early on. Ching9, you know, there was a losing mid lane. He rotates into that mid lane, picks up a kill on the back end on what was a 3-for-0 in favor of West Point. That is how that game started.
Yeah, right. I forgot about that. That was a complete disaster for Helpix mid lane. 3v3, they just got dived under their tier 1 and lost all 3 members without giving back a kill until Cheng9 showed up. I can't believe it. And at the time, you're thinking that's never worth it, but Cheng9 somehow makes it worth it.
Yeah, Cheng9 comes in, gets that 1 kill, and then completely snowballs the game after that. He got a second not long after, I believe, in the bot lane off a gank and just playing phenomenally.
It was 2v2. Straight up 2v2 they just killed, I think. Maybe that was a gank and then the straight up 2v2,
yeah, I can't
but they
remember.
were owning bot as well.
I can't remember. Anyway, Cheng9, MVP this game. Honorable mention, Kiri and Hotpot.
Yeah, Hotpot, nice game.
Yeah.
Nice edge game.
Nuli as well, great recovery. Started off pretty rough for him.
Yeah.
Losing trades, and honestly, that 0-for-3 was a complete disaster, but yep, comes back. I think he finished that game like 8-1 and something.
Yeah,
very
matchup that no one else is even willing to touch, by the way.
Yeah, not anymore, for sure.
Yeah. Once Lucian locked in, PSG are just blinding Lucian, and no one even thinks about Corki.
That's right.
Same with the Corki blind, just can't pick it right now, but Nuli, perfectly fine.
Yeah, I wouldn't say that. I think this game, if not for a like 8-0 Zeri at a ridiculously early game, that Corki is probably just going to continue to suffer. But it was salvaged by the bot side and jungle in conjunction of each other, of course. And then the tanks, when it came to team fights, they were just, you know, making space, creating space.
Yeah.
A lot of cooldowns were being used onto these tanks because Cheng9 is just sitting so far back, not even auto-attacking.
Yeah,
Cooldowns used, straight in there, flashing in if need be, and just committing fully. And most of the time he'd commit and just immediately 2 people would die.
Yeah,
just
the moment
off the lightning crash.
It felt like he just pushes R and the fight is over.
Yep.
The moment he pushed it, and it's because he played so patiently, and honestly, it was just really sad watching this Renekton try to frontline compared to Sejuani, Rel, and Cassante.
Yeah.
He would just stun someone and pretty much immediately have to flash out or run for his life. You had to get a much bigger lead if you are West Point in that game, just based off comps. We knew that in Champ Select, though. And pretty much no one but Kongyue managed to get themselves a significant lead.
Yeah, and while that's true, I think Kongyue spent way too much time farming. I mean, Helpix, they got 0-3'd. Ching9 came and got a kill. And then somehow, after that 0-3, it was actually Helpix who got the dragon. And then they got one of the Void Grubs as well, I believe, later on. And the fact that 2 Void Grubs and early dragons were picked up by Helpix in this game, it feels like Kongyue was not really prioritizing the aggression correctly, right? He spends a lot of time counter jungling for sure, but Sejuani doesn't care. What does Sejuani care if she's down 10 camps?
Yeah, one thing I will say, if I'm coaching West Point this game, I would have really liked to see a few goes on this series, some serious, meaningful ones, not just attempting to front to back, because obviously you're not going to win like that. Yeah. You're still not going to win if you Nautilus ult this area and follow up properly. You'll still lose, but I would have liked to see that a few times because that is how you want to approach these team fights.
Normally doing the most damage, I guess not too surprising, just he got just as many items as Ching9 by the end of that game, but he was the one able to just sit back, fire off those rockets.
Yeah, I don't think anyone was focusing Nuli in those fights.
And also should be said that we didn't even bring this up last time these two teams met, but it's actually Ching9 up against his old adversary, or old lane partner actually, in Char9. And Ching9 getting the better in game number 1. Finally, a bit of fight back coming through from the Helpix.
Yeah, it's never good when Nidalee does the most damage on your team from the West Point side of things. That champion sucks. It does not do damage that really scales meaningfully into the game compared to a Lucian and a Kai'Sa.
Yeah, I also don't think the Kai'Sa build was it. I mean, you saw the damage at the end, but also the only reason Nuli did so much damage at the end is because Nuli and Ching9 were literally just hitting the Nexus. They just ignored the fact there was a Kai'Sa there to end the game, and they got the game ended. It costed them 1 tank, if that.
If you're gonna build the 2 on-hit items as a follow-up anyway, it doesn't make sense to me to go for the Mirror Mana over just a Kraken Slayer, which is 80 attack speed on-hit.
Yeah.
Just fits the build so well. Same deal with Static Shiv.
For the first time, I believe ever, it is Helpix that are, across the board, the stars of the game.
Yeah.
Notably, Ching9. I think 15 kills. That might be our highest kill game from an individual. I think it might be. Over the course of even the last 2 splits, I think that might be the highest kills any one individual got.
Playoffs, though.
Yeah, we're not counting DCG and playoffs against LCO, but Kiri, yeah, going to be the MVP. Great engages and creating space. Again, just created space, created a lot of time. That one team fight around the dragon was pretty much the sole reason they won it.
Yeah, that was an amazing monster play, and I think hopefully it'll be the replay.
This is a different one, I believe.
So this was a fight where Cha9 landed an insane Nautilus ulti. The problem was he had no follow-up. He just had a Nidalee standing next to him who, threw a spear, very good.
This is that one.
Just hits, yeah, this is the fight, right?
So they know where he is. There's
4v5.
There's no question of where is Kiri.
West Point have Baron at this point as well, by the way, and the momentum is fully on their side, but they're taking a 4v5. Lilvi gets stunned into a 4-man Rel combo.
And he also cleanses. And for anyone watching, cleanse does nothing against Magnet Storm.
Yeah.
There is no reason to cleanse.
You have to be Faker level reaction time to save 0.1 of a second of CC time.
And that's
cleanse.
on his Q, which he already sat through the entire duration of.
Yeah.
So I get why he had cleansed that game for the Sejuani, but
yeah, you almost have to.
Yeah, Sejuani is a bit of a cleanse tax. Oftentimes Renekton is too, but yeah, there was just too much frontline really for Renekton to ever get to either of those AD carries, so really cleanse not so justified in this game. But
I think you still just had to find a way as a Renekton, and that's what I was saying earlier.
I don't think you can.
Well, you needed to try.
Yeah,
I needed to see you messing up on the Nautilus and the Renekton, just trying to flail at the Zeri, because front to back is obviously... The Renekton can't just stand in front of his team and stun the Sejuani.
Yeah.
That's not impact.
I think even if all things even, front to back is just winning for Halpigs. It's
I agree
despite
100%.
how gigafed Cheng9 was, if this was just an entirely even game, 0 gold lead, it was 0-0-0, we get to 30 minutes, I'm pretty sure the front to back, when you have the Corki and the Zeri, is a lot better than when you have the Kai'Sa and the Lucian. Lucian, completely fine, but Kai'Sa wants to be either diving in or... Actually, she just wants to be diving in on someone, generally.
Yeah, or poking a little bit.
Yeah, a bit of poking and then diving in is kind of what I mean. But game number 1, it's Halpigs. They get their first win, at least game win, of the PCS Summer. Let's see if they can confirm themselves and cement them a series win.
China Airlines passenger Michael Chen. Your direct flight to Seattle is now ready for boarding.
华航直飞西雅图，7月14正式起航。
好想吃花雕鸡面哦，可是还在加班。阿嬷，
加班也能来碗酒香补一补哦。
就是这味道，
这碗花雕鸡面帮你补身又补心，
好满足哦。
还有麻油鸡面，赶走你疲累的寒意。要不要再来碗花雕酸菜牛肉面？暖心酒香的丰盛美味，台酒酒香经典系列。
难得皇上莅迎蒙古，臣等备好贡品向皇上进献。
好想吃哦！
特此献上，此为酒香蒙古锅牛肉面，
就是这味道，浓郁的汤头为牛豚骨风味，还有孜然香，淋上5加皮料理酒，更有层次。这真是宫廷御膳顶级享受。台酒御膳堂酒香蒙古锅牛肉面。
Yeah. Come from nothing in the world, but it's all good. Catch you looking at the stars like we all should. I'll be lighting up the sky like a star burns. I've been standing in the shadow, now it's my turn. See me aiming at the mark with my eyes closed. I'll be shaping up the rock with the grindstone. Now I'm stepping up my game, got my mind set. I'll be dancing in the stars like a silhouette. I'll be dancing in the stars like a silhouette. Woo! What's good? I'll be dancing in the stars like a silhouette. Woo! I'll be dancing in the stars like a silhouette. When you hear them go wild, it's a home crowd. But you never slow down when it's sold out. I'll be ready for it, I can take it home. When you see me in the frame, I'm a Van Gogh. Watch the heads turn, see the sky burn. Catch you looking at my style, but you'll never learn. When it's all done, when it's all said, I'll be dancing in the stars like a silhouette. I'll be dancing in the stars like a silhouette. Woo! What's good? I'll be dancing in the stars like a silhouette. I'll be dancing in the stars like a silhouette. I'll be dancing in the stars like a silhouette.
Welcome back, everybody, and we're coming back off the back of a Hellpigs win in game number 1 of our series against West Point. Can West Point fight back, or can Hellpigs secure themselves their first series? We'll find out very shortly.
Yeah, and it was kind of an unexpected win from the Hellpigs, not just before we saw the game, but even in the game itself. It felt like West Point were doing what they needed to do to get their advantages and get it across the line, but then honestly, just heroic performances from the bot lane of Hellpigs for the most part.
Yeah, bot lane as well as Hot Pot, honorable mention.
Yeah.
Catching out Kongwei in the mid game and constantly finding a lot of space is the name of really what Hellpigs put together, just creating space for their 2 AD carries, and they definitely did do that. Now West Point, they're going to have to put something else together, because I think last game, while it was a substantially well-played game by Hellpigs, definitely a massive draft gap, I feel.
Yeah.
I don't think West Point really had any tools to deal with anything, actually, that was put together by Hellpigs. And
they had early game. That was it. They had to snowball and end the game very quickly with a Nidalee.
Yeah, I just don't think the early game was enough. I don't think the early game was strong enough to really get it across the line, especially when your Kaiser's building a tier early on.
Yeah, that was very strange, and just no priority in the bot lane, I think, was quite unexpected for West Point. Most of the time, you should at least be even in terms of priority. I think in that bot lane, Nautilus super strong in lane. Kai'Sa fine.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty even, yeah. Should probably be a more even lane state than what it was, but...
Yeah, Check9 and Carry just ran through them.
Yeah, it was just a clinic put on down there, and see if they can do it again.
And
the old napkin mouse tech. What's going on there?
Sometimes I do that if I've had something like a little bit greasy.
Okay.
I don't want my hands feeling different.
Okay, maybe Ryu had a snack between games, we're suggesting.
Yeah, happens to the best. Even if your hands get like a little sweaty.
Yeah, that's true.
Moisture on the mouse always feels weird.
Kongwei there. Let's see if he can have something to say about game number 2. He was very strong, but Nidalee not the kind of champion you're going to 1v9 on.
Yeah, he tried. He tried his damnedest. That nice spear landing onto Check9.
Yeah. Had points of play for sure.
Yeah, would have had to have many miracles like that to win that game, though, unfortunately.
Yep.
And against Zeri Corki, just so mobile.
Yeah, too hard, really. And honestly, that was a very niche scenario, and not often is the Zeri going to be not surrounded by 3 mega tanks.
Yeah, and I mean, she actually wasn't. It just randomly weaved through everyone that time around.
Yep.
One thing you mentioned was the Renekton Nidalee combo just not being used by West Point at all in that previous game. Just feels like a massive waste. Even against the Cassante, he is very tanky, difficult champion to dive, but...
Yeah, they found one dive on him.
Yeah, later, way
down
later.
in the bottom lane after what was a long time. And they did actually like get a lot off that, right? That was the dive. It was traded on the top side for a dive, but they ended up getting 2 towers and Dragon for just a tower and a kill on the other side. It was actually 2 kills in their favor as well, as honestly Ryu were outplaying somewhat the dive and managing to trade one.
Yeah, honestly, macro and micro, both pretty okay. Definitely not what has lost West Point in that game.
Yeah.
Compared to the impact of the draft that we kind of keep harping on to at this point.
Yeah, gonna hope for more out of Coach Calvin.
Yeah, he has been very good at drafting. And I think there are worlds where that kind of draft works, just not with the way this West Point team functions right now.
Yeah, I don't think that draft ever works against the Halpix draft. I think there was just no points to play. If Zeri is not 0-2, then Zeri's winning that game.
You'd be surprised. It could very easily look the other way around, where we could be talking about how there just wasn't prio in any lanes for the Halpix. You know, that could be the conversation we're having now. There's no prio for the Halpix. Mid and top just got shoved in all game. Nidalee was invading constantly and snowballed.
The problem is that Cassante doesn't get shoved in all game. He gets shoved in until he gets some armor, and then he doesn't get shoved in anymore. And actually, unless you're in Dominus' Renekton, once any armor comes through for Cassante, Cassante has prio. So in non-Dominus form, there is absolutely no threat on to the Cassante. So I don't think... Yeah, that is basically the basis of it, right? The bot lane, there's no real winner. It should be a fairly even lane. If not, the Zeri does just get pushed for the majority of the game just by virtue of having more damage onto minions. Can even E to kill all the minions pretty much at once. And
I think Kongyue just didn't recognize how much he actually had to do just even on the first clear in that game. He still did quite well and got quite fed.
Yeah, he spent a lot of time farming, and I think you can't afford to do that. When you need to get ahead early, getting ahead early means taking objectives. It means getting kills, getting gold, getting objectives to force the team that just has a better team fight to be forced into team fights they don't want to take. And that was not happening.
Or cripple someone. Cripple the Sejuani, cripple the Cassante. You have to do something in the early game.
Yeah, I mean, he did that, right? He crippled the Sejuani. He was up like 30 CS, but it just doesn't matter. It's a Sejuani.
Yeah. I mean, it didn't feel like Hotpot couldn't, walk into his jungle or anything. He did get zoned off his second red buff. That is true. Prio in the solo lanes meant that
he lost his whole
top
side. He lost the Void Grubs, and then, that's a lot. That is a lot to have taken. I genuinely don't think that draft works against Halpix' draft. I think it has drafts it does work against, for sure. But it's just too tanky, and you can't get through the tank. You have nothing to actually pierce through those tanks.
Yeah,
and maybe it's just you need like a brand. You need a Lilia, something that can, Nidalee just not a champion that can do it herself.
Yeah, it was always going to be scary once you saw Nidalee into 3 tanks, right?
Yeah.
So West Point going to try avoid that, but it's also just difficult to not pick the Nidalee. It's being banned by so many teams.
Yeah.
And into the Sejuani, which should be a good matchup.
Isolation, yeah, but then when you get to team fights, it's not, right? It's really good early on, and that's what I mean. You need to start getting objectives, not just take the jungle camps, and that is what they went for. West Point, they're going to ban the Nidalee this time, not allow Hotpot to have it. He has favored it for the majority of the time. Now, Sejuani, Maokai both open. West Point going to choose to take the Sejuani. Will Halpix take Maokai?
Yeah, you do have the option to take the Maokai. You also have the option to go for an Ivern, which I've seen a couple times as a punish to these tank junglers. Not sure if Hotpot plays it. Doesn't seem like his vibe.
Yeah, he does like the carry junglers, and if he locks in the Maokai, I do hope it's not this Liandry's into tank. I hope it is just a tank Maokai.
Yeah.
Because the Liandry's, while yes, it makes play around objectives a lot nicer, it makes your team fighting a lot worse.
I think Lucian should just be an insta-lock here.
I don't know if Nuli plays it, and he seems completely okay to just lock the Corki against it. It could just be a Leona. Obviously,
Leona.
Kiri had a great Ral game. You're probably not going to feel too bad. Yeah, the Ching 9 Israel has always looked pretty good. In theory, could also go mid.
Yeah, I think this might be my favorite ADC on this patch, the Ezreal. So Cheng 9 is on form. Get him on a very strong champion.
I think mine might be Misfortune.
Oh.
I think she is just like hidden OP, not picked
I
often,
agree.
and maybe because of her mobility, it kind of feels bad sometimes, especially when you are against just so much CC, but she gets 2 items and she takes over an entire game.
In a comp like West Point's last game, that could have been the pick once you recognize how doomed the comps are.
Yeah.
You have to win in the first 5 minutes of the game.
Yeah, a lot of power.
could have been a pick.
A lot of power early on does Misfortune. Corki is going to be locked in by West Point this time, so Nuli's going to have to try and find something against it, if not the Israel, and potentially a blind pick Jax for that top side.
Yeah, because West Point have had to drop their ban on the Twisted Fate for this Nidalee ban. So out of fear of the Twisted Fate being locked in third for Hellpigs into a Jax ban, they've just taken the Jax now, completely blind.
Yeah, now does Guangguan play stuff like Kennen, like the Gragas?
Nar should be okay too.
Yeah, Nar's definitely more of an even matchup, but even against Jax is never that bad. And it looks like that might be what they're going for. It is definitely play for both of these top laners to find advantages in their lane.
Yep, and then later on, either one can carry the team fights.
Yep.
Just up to how well you play. Maybe a little more pressure on the Jax to actually snowball than the Gnar, who just gets to be useful by ulting.
Yeah, by ulting. But in the side lane, which is where these two will spend a lot of time, I imagine, is the entirety of this game. They're just even. The entirety of this game, it's full outplay. The Jax can't really interact with Gnar when he's in his range form, but he can use Counter-Strike to try and turn the tables.
Yeah.
But if he isn't able to find the Counter-Strike stun, then Guangguan should just be able to run him down and slowly wither away at that health bar.
Yeah, early game should favor Guangguan in lane phase, just because he's a range champion. Gnar, a very strong laner.
Well, maybe level 1. I'm not sure. Jax...
So weird.
I'm not sure if Jax takes E against Gnar or not. I imagine he does just to get farm, but probably not to play aggressive like they do in the Renekton matchup.
Yeah.
Leona going to be banned away. No surprises. It's going to be the option here for mid lane or possibly AD carry or support for Hellpigs coming out of this second part of the bans. And Jace is something that Nuli has played a lot in prior seasons and he's going to get his hands on it again.
Yeah, not having the Lucian here is very unfortunate for Nuli. Is the go-to AD pick. Jace a little more poke-oriented. Not as strong of a laner as the Lucian, of course, but fits with the Ezreal and the Maokai. Jace Maokai used to be a super popular combo.
Yeah, last split it was played every single game, right?
Yeah, just these two champs function as poke champs together. Maokai could go Leandries this game.
Yeah, I hope he doesn't. There is easily enough damage. And you already have enough poke, I suppose, between the Ezreal and the Jace in general. It is both AD, of course, but, you know, a lot of health gets built more so than armor these days.
Yeah, Rel will be tanky eventually, but she's probably just rushing Warmogs, as you said.
Now, Char looking for his Kaiser again, maybe. Oh, this is a nice one. Yeah. Okay, the Rel Misfortune. Great ult setup.
Yeah.
Kiri, what is he going to pick against it? Again, looks like a good game for pretty much any engaged support. And Alistar is going to be his one of choice.
Yeah, I do like the Jace pick in that it removes an auto attacker from your team, so you just have someone who can hit Jax a little bit more. Versus compared to the Lucian.
I'm somewhat surprised that Hellpigs banned the Braum. This feels like a pretty good Braum game that they could have just immediately picked out of the fourth pick. Obviously, you didn't see the bot lane yet, but you know it's going to be an engaged support. Doesn't really matter what AD carry comes through. This is probably the best AD carry for Braum to go against out of the lot, and does well into Jax, does well into the Sejuani, but instead it is going to be their ban, and they pick the Alistar, so we'll see. Very weak early on in the lane, and it should be Misfortune alongside the Rel with a bit of priority in the early stages. Misfortune is doing so much damage to minions, and Alistar being an absolute pinata.
Ezreal a very strong laner too, so he should be okay down there, but mostly the problem is the Alistar.
I imagine a lot of roaming going to happen this game between these two supports. I don't think Misfortune or Ezreal, either of them, need any real assistance in their isolated 1v1. Both should be completely fine, and that should open up both Kiri and Char9 to really roam around the map and try to start affecting, probably most importantly, the mid lane.
Yeah, we've got Jace versus Corki in the mid lane. Both mega scaling champions, both going to go for a tier. If one gets ahead of the other, I could see it going completely out of control. Just solo kills after solo kills.
How I imagine this lane goes is, I haven't seen it in a while, but I imagine Corki has a lot of priority early on.
Yeah.
But then once the rated dirt comes through from Jace, he probably just starts heavily winning these trades. It's similar to how we saw Jace versus Tristana last year, or last split even.
Yeah, okay.
A lot of early trading. Jace kind of suffering, but then eventually is able to sort of fight back. Kiri actually sees someone come out of that bush. I think 116 pathing a little bit poorly. Probably wasn't going to end up killing this Alistar in any regard, but
Yeah, no Glacial or anything to really keep him around. Can also proc his Aftershock pretty easily.
Yep, now, see how these teams play it. Kongwei going to have a lot less proactivity available for him on the Sejuani. Still is stronger than the Maokai early on, but...
Yeah, fleet footwork on the Jace kind of standing out to me. In terms of rune pages.
It's something that's been happening a lot in Korean solo queue, actually. And generally it's in the top lane, but yeah, a lot of fleet footwork, Jace being played again. Most likely just opening up again. Going to probably be suffering early on in the lane, and so getting access to that absorb life feels insanely strong.
Yeah. Yeah, level 1 should probably favor the Corki.
Bit of Jack shenanigans, huh? We'll have Counter-Strike.
Oh, he started Q on Guangguan. Started Q and dropped it on Guangguan.
Yeah, that's a 20-second cooldown at level 1. Now, Char9 taking a poor trade for himself is Ching9 going to find a lot of damage.
Yeah, level 1 Ali looking kind of strong.
Yeah, it is if you just walk into his bush.
Yeah, and I think you're right about the roaming in this game from the supports, because this, to me, looks like a bot lane where whoever aggresses between the supports is going to lose.
Yeah, so often is the case, right, between these engaged supports, is Ryu once again going aggressive, but gets away with a little hot skip and a jump.
Yeah, and eventually this mana is just going to get too expensive for Ryu. He goes now.
Yeah, nice little trade, but Guangguan's going to be able to trade back, and with the Mega now coming in, he's going to get a lot of health back, which is one of the greatest parts of Na. Ryu immediately taking it away, though, at the cost of his mana, as you pointed out.
Yeah, and Nar feels a lot better once he gets to level 3 in this lane.
What are these Raptors doing? Hotpot must be so angry. Those Raptors actually just went for a walkabouts.
Yeah, they just saw the Sejuani and ran at her.
Just actually just started sprinting the opposite direction. Why did that happen?
Yeah, I have no idea.
That is so weird.
Kongyue feels pretty good about that, though.
Yeah, just picks up all those small Raptors. And now, going to be starting up this red buff. There's no real chance for Nuli to leave his lane as he is at the tower. And losing his trades as is expected. Ryu as well now invading, trying to look for Hotpot's Krugs. He did smite the Raptor, so... Sapling, not going to get it. It's Hot Kongyue picking that one up, and Ryu going aggressive, but this could be troublesome. See if a Boomerang can connect. Doesn't look like it. Bot side, though. Big trade. And map looking favorable thus far for West Point in game number 2.
Yeah, nice invade by Kongyue with the priority he has top lane from Ryu. Denies a lot of farm away from Hotpot.
Oh, 116 low, and it looks like these two mid laners are interacting. He's going to have to back.
Ooh, okay, advantage Nuli to begin with. Going to only be even in CS, but does force his opponent to take the first base.
Kongyue here, though, is going to mean he can't get this in. Probably wasn't able to anyway. Ryu once again trading aggressively with that Counter-Strike. But this massive minion wave means there's no real angle for him to truly fight.
Yeah, going Mega. Going Mega too is Guangguan.
Hotpot somehow finding himself actually some play back in this top side of Kongyue's jungle, so all things said and done, he's going to feel pretty okay.
Yeah, this time around it's Guangguan with the priority in the top lane. As
Nuli teleporting back, and he's getting low, does have to flash away before that permafrost can come through, but that's a very important summoner, and look for Kongyue to punish that within the next 5 minutes when he hits level 6. Or Ryu.
Yeah, still has the Counter-Strike, still has TP on this Jax. I'm surprised he's not starting his recall yet.
Yeah, Guangguan, I mean, he's got Mega to give him health back, he's got Fleet Footwork, and he's got Absorb Life. Looking insane to deal with, really. I mean, that is just such an annoying combination of runes, and Ryu is truly feeling it now as he does recall, and Guangguan works on pushing it through.
Should just be a trade of TPs for these two top laners. Go from the Jax, though.
Yeah, and Hotpot is here to stop him in his tracks, and he actually loses a considerable amount of HP after just teleporting back to this lane. Guangguan not got the Mega Gnar yet. There's a flash on Ryu. This could be very, very dangerous.
Yeah.
Oh.
You're very happy with that trade, though, if you're Guangguan.
Yeah.
Because you still have TP. Ryu does not, and he does not have the wave clear to get this in. Might be okay just off of this base here, because even if Guangguan TP's back in, he's not going to crash these minions fast enough. So he might just hold his TP on Guangguan.
Maybe he's gonna have his Mega Gnar up very shortly. It might be enough time.
No, Jax is already halfway there though.
Yeah.
So I think you could have held TP there if you're Guangguan. But does not.
116 Valkyrie straight into an accelerated shock blast, and ultimately
not feeling it too badly.
Not that impactful at this stage of the game. Nully no flash. Look for this big punish. Flash forward from Char. Does get the stun, but it gets knocked up. Can there be a trade of kills? No. Hotpot's just too far away. Maybe flashing over the Raptor wall could have helped out his mid laner, and it's again another fantastic start in the mid lane for 116 after some attention coming through from his jungle and support yet again.
Yeah, it's a repeat gank in the mid lane onto Nuli. Kongyue burned the flash off of this Jace earlier.
Yeah, Kerry might be in trouble here, although Cheng9 once again roaming up, and maybe we see a repeat of how game number 1 transpired, as Kongyue is going to have to flash away, but importantly does live. Cheng9 though still going aggressive, gets knocked up, gets stunned. Through does come to Alistair, and Cheng9 finds himself an early kill again. Can he find anything else? Lil V turns up with the flash, does go forward, but it's a nice re-engage coming through from Hotpot. Or is it as it's turned on its head? In goes Nuli, it's a 2 for 2 at the extended trade here in the mid lane. But importantly, Nuli back with full HP, and 116 is going to have to recall. Guangguan flashes away and does live. Has that Mega Gnar, so might even get to stay in lane if he so chooses.
Trade of flashes in the top lane, but the big deal here is this fight in the river. Carry on Alistair support is higher level than the enemy jungler at this point in the game, and the helping spot lane just rock up, and they know how strong they are. Cheng9 just ease straight into 3 people on this Ezreal, because there's no hope of West Point taking this fight until Lil V arrives and flashes straight onto Cheng9, taking him completely out of the fight, getting his team 2 kills, 2 for 1 at the end of the day.
Yeah, Nuli able to turn one back, and so Nuli picks up 1 kill. Lil V not able to secure himself any, but it is 116 ultimately. That is the biggest benefactor on the side of West Point, as they are now at a 1k gold advantage.
Feels good to pick up 2 kills when you've got a tier and tabbies.
Yep.
On a Corki. Not the best early game champion either.
Cheng9 though, he was able to hard carry in game number 1, and he is once again found himself an early kill in a very similar fashion as to how it transpired in game 1. And let's see, Kerry going to be caught out here. Can Hotpot make his way down? There is no level 6 on this Maokai, whereas Kongyue did manage to get it for himself. Ultimately though, yeah, Kerry is going to be able to flash away. Didn't take all that much with the Aftershock and all the subsequent runes you get through the Resolve tree.
I believe he did trade his flash with Sha9 on the Rel, so perfectly fine for Helpigs, and good damage landed back by Cheng9.
Yeah, it's actually Hotpot starting up this Dragon. Hopefully, no, it's not even close to giving him level 6. He is very far behind in XP.
Kongyue already there.
Yeah, Kongyue was there at that bot play, so he has a lot of jungle camps to clear though, does Hotpot, so just going to be most likely a trade of this Dragon for the Void Grubs, as Kongyue up in this top side, even looking possibly for a gank. Ryu going aggressive. Not going to be able to find that counter-strike though, and so Guangguan going to feel safe enough now in this lane. Actually managing to trade back a Hyper Proc.
No flash on the Gnar, so West Point go for a play. If they land the Sejuani ulti, he's certainly dead. Not quite able to get the counter-strike onto him though.
Importantly though, they are getting these Void Grubs, so
CS lead growing a little bit for Guangguan.
Yeah.
While Kongyue is pulling quite far ahead, actually. Level 6 now for Hotpot on the Maokai, so has an opportunity to make a play, get himself back in the game. Full item for Kongyue on the Sejuani, though.
Yeah, it is the Zeke's very cheap item, but full item nonetheless. As it is actually going to be that Liandry's once again here for our Maokai.
Yep, Faded Ashes dead giveaway. That is what he will be going for. Now, we will probably have a pretty slow part of the game, I think.
We're looking top again. There still is this pink ward. If
Kongyue
Kongyue goes aggressive, okay, Hotpot not in the area. Might be turning his attention now. Smite coming through. Guangguan, he's got to try and find out a way to get out. Maybe the Hyper Proc can do it. No, the stun coming through from Counter-Strike. Has he bought enough time, though? No, he hasn't. They have managed to punish that flash usage earlier from Guangguan and get a kill back onto their Jax.
Yeah, no need to even land the Sejuani ulti this time for Kongyue. Once he's on top of the Gnar without flash, he is just a free kill. Hotpot will be here to collect this wave, but you'd much rather it be going to your Gnar, who was more than 20 CS ahead of this Jax, pulling away with it. Was Guan put in his place now.
Yeah, great punishment of the flash. We've seen it twice now out of Kongyue, both top and middle. Both working out.
Lil V is a Essence Reaver first type of MF player. I personally am a Bloodthirster first.
Yeah, me too.
Seems like a very strong item if you can get it early game. But just wants the mana.
Wishes he had Bloodthirster now as he gets hit around the chin with a Mystic shot there coming out of Ching9. Ching9 going aggressive alongside Kiri now. Cha taking a substantial amount of damage. There is no Glacial Prison available for Kongyue. And so with that disengage coming through, Guangwan though looking for trades. Nice hyper proc.
I think as far as MF builds go, I think the Essence Reaver is a little bit cheaper, but imagine if you had Bloodthirster against these Ezreal items. You could borderline just face tank him on the MF, I think.
Yeah, possibly.
BT is probably coming next anyway, if it's not IE.
Great Gnar ult.
Yeah. A lot of pressure on top lane.
Oh. Somehow finds that Ricochet. Okay.
Dragon, 2 minutes.
Yeah, it is West Point right now with the priority over the bottom wave. Is Ching9 getting pretty low on mana, actually, all things considered, and 1-on-6 with some fancy feet.
Should be prio for a while for West Point in the bot lane, just because you've had to build a tier on the Ezreal and then go back for the Triforce. So you expect MF to be stronger than this Ezreal until the 2-item Ezreal spike that we always talk about. Now, Hotpot behind this Jax.
Yeah, not going to look for it by the looks of things. I think there's a possible angle.
Yeah, it's not a terrible look.
Oh, there goes the Counter-Strike. Let's see if this Nature's Grass comes out. There is Flash available for Ryu, but if he goes aggressive one more time, Hotpot will not hesitate to pull the trigger. Very low on HP now, and I think Hotpot kind of wishing he was on this side.
Might still be just dead on the Jax.
Has Flash, and he's just going to take that kill. Ryu going to be punished. Oh, Kongyue.
Hotpot plays it safe, uses his flash. I think he's just out here.
Yeah, he's completely fine. Kongyue not going to be able to 2v1. And Guangwan now going to get a few hits on this tower.
Hang on, though.
Yeah, ult coming through, and it's only Kongyue alongside Char, but with teleport coming now out of 116. Triforce just picked up in base, and this turns on its head. Great communication coming through from West Point to be able to find that angle.
Nice play out of nowhere. 1116 is 3-0 on the Corki now. That is going to be a problem for the Hellpigs to deal with. This Corki destroys the Jace Ezreal.
Ching9 up here for these Void Grubs, though, as it is going to be Nuli down the bot side. Does have teleport available for himself. Let's see if Ching9 can land any of this poke. He has Triforce. These Mystic shots will be hitting, but no, not going to be able to find it with Hotpot dead in base.
Vanish.
Oh, they didn't get any.
They got one, maybe.
No, I don't think so. Hellpig's got one.
They must have, because they've got 3, but Kiri's dead.
Kiri, yeah, he has Flash. He's got the ult popped. He's just going to headbutt. Maybe he's able to get away. Bullet time. He traded for that Flash. And it is actually Hotpot starting up on this Dragon. It'll be the second of the game. Trade for the Rift Herald there for West Point.
Yeah, West Point don't do the Void Grubs in time, but we'll be able to pick up the Rift Herald. As Kiri also loses his Flash for essentially just the MF ult. Hellpigs trading the Dragon. Rift Herald immediately dropped. Wonder if that was meant to be a sweep. Maybe not. Kongyue helps in it.
Yeah, okay, this guy's his forklift license. We'll be driving it square on into that tower, and Guangwan, he has to be careful, does have the support of Kiri. Oh.
Interesting usage of the Rift Herald by 1116.
No, that guy does not have his forklift license.
Yeah.
Only doing a bit of damage to Ryu, but traded back. Oh, nice little knockback.
Yeah, Jace should be doing quite well into the Jax, considering the Jax items at this point in the game.
Yeah, opportunity completed for Nuli. But honestly, the side of Hellpig's definitely at a power trough right now. Still not to complete a Gnar item. Still have 2 tiers on their side, but once those are completed...
Yeah, that's a big spike. For Hellpigs, they got to get there, though. You got to survive.
Well, they're up 2 dragons. They can certainly just give up a dragon and get there that way. But they might even just have it by the time. We'll see what Ching 9 has in terms of gold when he next goes for a recall.
Game gets scary for West Point if they do have these tier spikes by the 3rd dragon. That would be soul point for Hellpigs.
Once again, just incessant on counter jungling this. I mean, any side actually of the map of Hotpot's jungle is. It was defended by Kiri. But yeah, Nuli looking like he's under pressure. Kiri kind of just everywhere trying to save everyone.
Yeah, right place, right time again, Kiri.
Yeah, Hotpot kind of in the wrong place, wrong time every single time. But Nuli going aggressive now to 116 was very low on mana, but the Flash Magnet Storm comes through and a flash answered by Nuli does get stunned up, does get hit with an Ignite, but doesn't go down importantly.
Yeah, Nuli would have loved to fight that with no mana on 1116, but ends up losing his flash. Traded for the Rel flash.
Yeah, all Glacial Prison coming out, but Ching9 does have that cleanse available and will get himself out.
Expected trade, really.
Oh, we're going aggressive here onto Char. There's no mana again yet for 116. And Char is just completely gone, giving that one to Nuli. Perfectly played by Hellpigs.
Got interrupted on everything he was trying to do there, Char. Kongyue might just get zoned off of these Krugs as a result. So he wants to fight for them.
Oh, Hotpot got them, I think.
Yeah, the big one. Gary ignites 116 to stop his recall.
Yeah, he's not under any real pressure. As Lil V now headed down, they do have to be a little bit careful. This Misfortune is very powerful in her own right as Glacial. Oh, flash away from Kongyue. Teleport coming in. This is going to be Guangguan. It doesn't have Mega Gnar. He's just completely empty bar. No chance of getting it up anytime soon, as it looks like it was just him and Mega not too long ago. Kiri trying to delay a little bit, and actually he's managed to help find one kill. Char now back, but Char slowed up. There's a red buff on Guangguan after that kill, and this is going to be a dead Rel after just respawning. Now, can Nuli land any more damage? Guangguan certainly can. 116 flashing away, still gets hit. Over goes Nuli, and with that, they are going to have to not commit anymore. They get a bunch of summoners, 116 and Lil V both flashing, and a bunch of kills, and Hellpigs looking good, maybe, for game number 2.
Yeah, somehow Hellpigs,
oh,
he's dead.
Char! Oh, he gets a Ching9!
Oh,
finds the angle.
Lil V attempting to ulti the wave to save his tower. TP as well on live right now. But we're going to get... I'm watching picture-in-picture.
Yeah, me too. Picture-in-picture it is. 116 actually kiting around. Hotpot going to die. But it looks like now 116 is the one in trouble, perhaps. No, it's turned on its head, shut down. Does go to 116 as Guangguan still kiting away, but it's a double kill, and ultimately West Point taking the win there. And back to the replay.
Yeah, maybe it was because the picture was small, but I couldn't tell what we were fighting over down bot. I think just trying to clean up kills were West Point. Yeah, we're going to get a replay now of what was happening while we were watching the original replay. And it's West Point just trying to clean up these kills with the 116 TP. Hotpot looks dead to me. Guangguan should be able to get out, and they actually maybe trade back 116 here. Nope. It's just the Jace going down, and actually carry for good measure too.
Ends up being a double kill. Guangguan
3 kills in total.
Yeah, does get himself out, but 6-0-2 now is 116 on the Corki. We've been singing his praises about how good this guy is when he gets a lead. Now it's time to prove it.
Such a good Corki game 2 into the Ezreal Jace. Very inconsistent damage coming out of those champs compared to your rapid fire autos on the Corki.
Confirms and collects that bot lane and a outer even.
10 seconds Dragon.
Yeah, 116 very rich. 2k gold ahead of the next closest, but still the overall team gold not that far apart ultimately, as it is Nuli, Ching9 and Guangguan very close behind. Ryu going aggressive on the mid wave. Gets a nice little chunk of damage onto Ching9.
Traded back a little bit, but now, West Point half HP.
Watch this Nature's Grasp. How many people will land? Shock Blast connects. Char9 very low. Going to have to commit that dismount. Going to get stunned up. Kiri is on the back line, and he's going to be able to tank for a long time with that Unbreakable Will. Pops it now. Bullet Time, though, is cutting through this health bar of the Alistair. Eventually, they will find the kill, but it is traded for the Dragon. Nuli goes down as well, and Ryu's now into this fight. And a 5-man Gnarlrolled. It's not into the wall, but God, that looks cool. It's only Ching9 and Hotpot left, and they're not going to be able to clean up these low health members of West Point, but what an effort.
Wow, and it looked like Guangguan had managed to win them that fight, but the ulti just not doing enough for them. Ching9 not at that spike we always talk about for the Ezreal. Has all his tier stacks, but not the damage yet. West Point just doing this Dragon as quickly as they can. I think Hotpot just zones them all out here and actually takes the Dragon for himself.
Yeah.
Nice Ezreal ulti, nice poke landing for Helpigs. It's looking so good at this point. Carry tries to get 1116 into his team, ends up just losing his flash for nothing. Nice Sejuani ult to pick up the Jace, and yeah, it looks so good for Guangguan.
If that was into a wall, we might have saw seen, I guess, an entirely different fight.
If his Jace has mirror mana, as Ezreal has mirror mana, sorry.
Yeah, true.
That might be a very different
now
fight
they
too.
both do, though. Both these 2-tier carries have their mirror manas online. They are very strong.
Bright side for Helpigs as well is that you didn't actually have to give up the dragon to get to these spikes.
Yeah, one off Dragon Soul.
Yeah, still got the dragon.
Hextech Soul nonetheless.
Strongest in the game, especially with these poke champions on the Helpigs.
Yeah, insanely annoying to play against. And it's going to make the side lane for Jax pretty much impossible.
Yeah.
Ultimately, it's kind of like back in the good old days, the Frozen Mallet Gnar. Get one auto attack on someone and run them down the entire lane.
Now, on the side of the Helpigs, you have to worry about this Corki. You need to find some way to deal with him. Carried no flash now.
Yeah, I mean, what's he building? He's building Bloodthirster. I don't think you have to worry too much about the Corki.
6-0 though.
Yeah, but he's not that far ahead.
Yeah,
there's just 2 items. He's almost at his 3rd, and that's going to be the item spike you look for, but not at it yet, so not really that far ahead until he gets that 3rd item fully completed.
Yeah, you're seeing how much poke that the Helpigs can land, but Cha9 picks up these fruit and does have a Warmogs anyway, so Kong Yue Warmogs of his own too, so...
Yeah, Kiri not quite at the Warmogs though, which is a big discrepancy in power that we can see between these two teams. A lot of ults used and damage coming through onto Kiri, but he does trade it with that Unbreakable Will. Guangguan down the bot side has Flash, has Mega Gnar prepped and ready very, very shortly. Just a couple of auto attacks is all it takes for him to have that Rage Bar fully completed, but he is going to have to return to that bot side to answer this Jax incessant split push.
Nuli takes almost half of 1116's HP off with a QE. So he's getting very close on this Jace. I don't think he's quite at a point where he can take over the game yet on Nuli. But
Kiri going to be found out. There's a lot being committed to this. He doesn't have ult. He does find a knock-up, and Nature's Grass coming out, and Nuli's here to do the damage. Teleport as well coming through, but it's going to be Ryu here first. Guangguan does get in, but Guangguan, is he able to find 116? Yes, he will. It's a shutdown. Almost 1,000 gold, but what does it mean? It is a 4 for 2, or 4 for 3 even as things stand, as Nuli flashed on, is going to be able to flash away, low health, and Qing9 and Nuli will be able to stop any attempts at the Baron. Qing9 stuck in this pit for now, but able to get on out of there with that Arcane Shift. Ultimately, Teamfight win does go over to West Point, but it is a 1,000 gold shutdown afforded to Guangguan on the Gnar.
Yeah, you're pretty happy with that. I think the Gnar can be very impactful this game, so you don't mind that he's gotten the shutdown. As you said, the Ezreal and the Jace staying alive is a big deal for Helpigs there to stop this Baron attempt. Carry with no ulti here is just caught out, finds his way onto the Corki though and gets his Ignite off so that the rest of his team can do something. So much peel used before the Gnar even gets here by Cha9 means that 116 is able to be killed.
Yeah, shutdown's great, but it does feel terrible using your flash.
Yeah.
As the Gnar makes it a lot harder to find those engages, as well as on the back end just before that replay cut off. Nuli as well losing access to his flash, which is so important when you're against these champs. The Rel, the Sejuani, the engages that comes out of those champions.
Unfortunately, just had to use it on Nuli, get himself out of there and stop the Baron. He goes down there. The Baron is definitely gone.
Yeah, unless Qing9 pulls out some ridiculous play.
Yeah, which, I mean, lately he's seemed capable.
Yeah, 3-0 on the Israel. He is very strong. Not quite as strong as 116 is at this current point, but still not the bloodthirsty yet for this Corki, so not quite getting to what you'd kind of call critical mass. I mean, ultimately wants the rapid fire cannon and also wants the Infinity Edge, but possible Dragon Soul fight here. 7 seconds for the spawn of this dragon, and a nice amount of poke landed. Can this two-shot barrage? Yes, that's going to deny the Warmog still well after the dragon spawns. Char, though, he will eventually be able to heal on up if not taking any more points of damage, and he is staying far away from the play to make sure that does occur. Now, Ryu and Lil V, they're going to struggle to get their life back. Lil V may be able to go to the bot side, hit some minions, but he's not going to choose to. Guangguan needs to work out a way to get this Gnar bar filled up a little bit more. Throwing Qs but not landing is not going to help. Oh, Lil V! Lil V's so low! Is he going to get taken out? Not just yet, but the Nature's Grass comes through when we're zoning. Kongwei staying in that pit, though. He realizes he cannot afford to leave this dragon, but it might not matter as Hellpigs. They march forward, and the headbutt comes through, and it's the Dragon Soul, and Cheng9 going aggressive. Can he find any more damage? The flash, the True Shot Barrage, it does all go wide as West Point able to split up, and it was so close for Hellpigs getting a wipe there, but it doesn't even matter. They get the Hextech Soul, and they're looking to not only get their first game win, but a 2-0.
Yeah, somehow Hellpigs are going to come back into this game. Cheng9,
Cheng9.
Monster performance. He took out Little V by himself that fight. He didn't kill Little V.
He did more damage than every single person in the game combined.
Yeah, I mean, just a 1v9 in that team fight. I hope we get a replay on that one. Little V taken out of the fight completely, by the way, just by this Ezreal. Lands a few Qs.
Cheng9 having a game of his life here and absolutely deserves to win it as things stand. But 116, he's finished his third item now and he's very strong. But is he strong enough to deal with Hextech Soul? History would tell me no.
Yeah, probably not. This Soul is just too strong. Even there.
Going to be answering with his flash, but it was only Kiri using a Hex Flash, so that bodes very well for a potential Baron as Hellpigs are taking control as much as possible over this river. Kiri as well, he does have the Warmogs available, so finally he's able to heal up. Massive poke from Nuli. Any more that can come through is going to feel very good. Glacial Prison does go wide.
I like the way Hellpigs are playing this. They're taking it really slow with their Soul.
Yeah, massive amount of damage once again landing there. It's on to Ryu. That's one of the members who cannot sustain up. Is just going to have to cut his losses, take a recall. Do Hellpigs want to start this Baron up? It is going to be on Vision. It kind of feels daunting to do when there's a Scuttle Crab right there.
Yeah, West Point with the Vision they've got are not too stressed about the Baron being started up yet. And we'll take a couple recalls. Kongwei finishes up a Locket.
He's going to be able to set up a lot of saplings around these objectives. He has that Leandries. He's working towards the Warmogs, and it's going to make the game very difficult. I mean, Char, look at it. He walks in, he cops a lot of damage, does have the Warmogs, so the effectiveness of these saplings is only really felt when a fight happens directly afterwards.
Warmog's so annoying to deal with for these poke comps. Hellpigs managing for now, though, with just how consistently they're landing their poke. It doesn't even feel like the Warmogs matter yet.
Yeah.
West Point with the setup on Baron for now.
Yep. Recalls coming through from Hellpigs now means that the priority around that ribbon afforded once again to West Point, and they do their due diligence, find a bunch of wards, try and get Vision deep into the opposing side. There's a fantastic teleport ward up on that Krug pit if Ryu's able to find one, if there's a fight to break out around this Baron. We'll see if that's utilized or not.
I'm curious how the side lane will go now. With the Gnar, with the Hextech Soul, is Jax in danger?
Yeah, I'm not curious. This feels impossible now for Ryu. He's down a level, he's down items. Almost a third item completed now. Obviously, once again, similar to what we were saying earlier about 116, the true value of the gold lead won't be felt until that Randuin's is completed, which it might just be now as recalls coming through for Guangguan. Engage onto Kiri. He's locked up with that Permafrost as 116 takes a massive chunk of damage, and through will come the Nature's Grass. 116, he gets rooted up. That's not what you wanted. Knocked up, headbutt, pulverize, everything going down. It's going to be Kiri likely going down first. Although not if Char9 can do anything about it. It is eventually Cheng9, 1 kill, 2 kills, stunned up. He's surviving though. He's got a Bloodthirster. Triple kill. Can he get the Quadra? No, he does go down, and Kongwei's the last to survive. He managed to find the trade kill, but it's a 4-4-1 as Hellpigs are able to take the team fight win, turn their attention now towards the Baron. They do manage to get Cheng9, but Nuli should be all the damage they need alongside Guangguan.
Cheng9 almost gets a quadra kill 1v4 in that fight. I have no idea how he managed that. He's just face tanking.
And he had a flash the whole time.
Yeah, doesn't even use it. Doesn't need to, ends up saving it.
It's just going to be this Baron now. Yeah, Kongwei trying to look for a steal, but there's no way in there, and very dangerous. Luckily, Sejuani has a passive, so doesn't get slowed up by that Hextech Soul, otherwise we might have seen a dead boar.
And the map just makes it look too easy. Actually lands onto 1116 in this fight, and look at Cheng9 get onto Little V. Absolutely destroy him.
Yeah.
So he kills Little V here, and then he's just 1v3 on the back line. Kills everyone else.
Oh, the Essence Flux, so clutch.
Yeah, so much damage back from that Corki too.
Oh, the back end of the flail is what ended up doing it.
Yeah, could have flashed, actually.
That's fine. Oh my god, another performance out of Ching9. 116 though, holding his own in terms of that damage.
Honestly, the Maokai
Kerry
damage
has
impressive.
to be careful. Does have his team somewhat nearby. Nuli, notably, is Aftershock procced, and we're not even having to use that Unbreakable Will. It's just Char going down. Another lockdown, Ryu. Oh, the bullet time! The bullet time! Oh my god! Hotpot does survive, don't he just? And now, West Point have to be careful because along comes Exodia. West Point, they are running for their lives. Ching9, can he find the damage? Yes, he damn well can. Kongyue just surviving the flash. It was saved for this moment. Under tower now. Essence Flux not going to commit, but oh my god, Little V nearly turns the tide of this game.
Yeah, 4-man MF ulti on top of his row. We talked about how strong that combo is. Almost saves the game for West Point, but unfortunately, Ching9 not in the combo.
Let's have a look at it again.
Once he arrives, it's just doomed. Yeah, this is going to be an immaculate MF ulti, and Kerry is just so tanky, especially to these members of West Point specifically. Jack's not a lot of damage to a Maokai, to an Ali rather. Maokai ulti incredible, and it baits his team into this insane MF ulti by Little B, but no follow-up damage. Ching9 shows up, and
oh, Elder Dragon, I completely forgot this even exists, as 116 loses the vast majority of his health, and Elder Dragon's gone, and now you're defending up against Hextech, Soul, Elder Dragon, Hellpigs. This is the team that was 0-16 in games. They were -16 in their game differential. And here in game number 2 of our second to last night, and the Hellpigs' final night in summer, they are looking to 2-0 West Point. And what a motivation killer that would be heading into these playoffs for the side of West Point.
Devastating for West Point. They can't compete with J-Team if they lose this. Yeah, J-Team already beating the Hellpigs. Elder now and the Hextech Soul for these guys on the Hellpigs.
It's going to have to be an immaculate defense. Can they get the kills? Oh, that's so close, the threshold. Nuli landing a fantastic shock blast onto 116 on the backline there, nearly taking him out, but ultimately will not do so. The True Shot Barrage as well does go wide, but here goes the Inhibitor Tower in the middle lane. The Inhibitor will sure to follow. More poke landing from Nuli, this time onto Kongyue. Shouldn't be that detrimental for the team of West Point. Second Inhib Tower now being looked at. It's in the bottom lane. What can West Point do other than sit at their Nexus towers? It doesn't seem like a whole hell of a lot. Ching9 playing very aggressively. He has the freedom to do whatever he wants. Bloodthirst is completed. He's got Elder. He's got Hextech Soul. Here comes the Maokai ult. Here comes the True Shot Barrage. And here come Hellpigs. Guan jumping on in. Execute number 1. Char9's completely taken out of this fight. In goes Hellpigs and out goes West Point. 2 Nexus Towers is all that stands. Lil V, massive chunk. Guan aggressive, does miss the Naro, but Kerry will not miss the Pulverize. Lil V's taken out. Nuli takes out 116. Nuli takes out everyone. Only Ryu survives. West Point probably thought they had a freebie on their hands, but it's Hellpigs who make it clinical to get their first series win in their final game of summer.
And I have no idea what happens to the Hellpigs as Ching9 is clapping, happy to get a win on their final game of the split. It will be the end for the Hellpigs regardless of the win they've managed to pull off. Quite impressive win they've managed to pull off.
Yeah, smiles everywhere.
Comebacks in both games for Hellpigs.
Absolutely. They found themselves at a little bit of a disadvantage. I mean, little bit's an understatement.
Yeah.
Here we go, team photo. Oh, we didn't get to see it. They're all standing up. They're all celebrating, and they deserve it. They deserve it. They've played exactly 2 series as this iteration of Hellpigs. First up against Frank, narrowly losing.
You wonder what the standings would look like if they were on this form.
They might have made it. They might have made it to playoffs.
They might have made the top group. They might have made top 3.
They destroyed West Point. West Point were ahead and couldn't get it done. The side of Hellpigs, they had a better draft in both games, they had a better game plan in both games, and they executed much better in both games. And here they find themselves back into the season, you know, all it is a moral victory. That's all it is.
Yeah.
It doesn't do anything to the standings. Everything locked in the bottom group, but they managed to finally get themselves a win. And it's off the back of, ultimately, just the team play. Yes, there were some standout figures. Yeah, Ching9 admittedly. But a lot of it came down to just how well his tanks were playing. His Engage was playing fantastic.
Kerry, that last game.
Kerry in both games. Hotpot in both games. Hotpot narrowly surviving a bunch of plays getting it done. I'm so happy to see Halpigs win.
Yeah, me too. I'm glad, and I kind of want Cheng9 to get the MVP for this game just regardless, because it would be criminal if the only series they won, Cheng9 didn't have any MVPs.
Ultimately, he was the series MVP.
Yeah,
I don't think
he was the team MVP, where we can retire the Halpigs for the split now, and we can pretty confidently say Cheng9 was the MVP on this team, and he was a great pickup.
Yeah, and if you think back as well to last split, he was on West Point down in the bot lane alongside Char9, and a lot of games that time. A lot of times in last split, we were thinking, this Cheng9 guy, he gets ahead a lot. Like, there is a lot of games where he just finds himself very far ahead. And it was a pretty similar story last split where he was struggling to get it across the line. This split, he manages to do so on Halpigs. Very similar storyline throughout the course of this split, but finally at the end, got it done.
Yeah, I didn't realize he actually was performing like that against his old team.
Yeah.
A lot of roster changes on West Point since he was there. But yeah, just stellar performance from Cheng9. It's always cool to see someone who levels up against their old teammates.
Yeah. I mean, level up. It's hard to even say that. He's just
true. He's just been
well
on this form.
Yeah, he's actually been playing well the whole time. A lot of the times it's like, wow, Cheng9's strong, but his tank line is just getting literally Omega one tapped and they just giga gapped. But this was not the same series as we're used to seeing from Halpigs, and it's not the same team as we've seen the entire time, because yesterday, as I was saying, against Frank, yes, they lost 0-2. It was not very favourite to Frank. It was not a clean game. It went to 40 minutes and it was like, man, it's Halpigs team. In this new iteration, they're truly turning it on, and I really hope that we get to see more of these guys in the future, because they all seem very promising. All rookies, pretty much, at least all of their first years, and just great performance, except Nuli, actually. But other than Nuli, fantastic performance. There's just all around, all rookies putting on a performance like this. Very happy.
Yeah, couldn't really ask for more than a 2-0 in the fashion that they pulled it off in this series. Now, if you switch around to worrying about West Point now, who don't get to relax now. They are still in this tournament, and they are looking very shaky now.
Yeah, so this is not their last game. They get to play tomorrow against J-Team.
Yeah.
And we'll see if they're making the adaptations, make some changes. I think, honestly, I think drafting was a really, really big letdown this game out of the West Point team. I think in general, that's been their highlight. A lot of the split, they've had some really nice drafts, really creative drafts. Not the same in this series, and I think it let them down, but they've got a playoffs to think of. They have to verse J-Team tomorrow. They're not competing anymore for that spot. It is just J-Team that are going to be able to claim themselves as 5th, but ultimately they're playing to get in form, right? They have to get in form before playoffs, because they're going to be up against LJL or the LCO, and so far in the PCS, we've had exactly 0 teams lose a series to an LCO team, and I don't think West Point want to be the first to do that.
Yeah, definitely not a record you want to hold, just like the record the Halpigs have managed to avoid today.
Yeah.
And this was a fight on your screens now of just Guangguan TPing in on Mininar and honestly just right-clicking everyone to death.
Yeah, I thought that was doomed when I saw...
he just killed everyone.
Yeah, I thought that was doomed. Damage, wow. It is truly the Cheng9 show. I mean, Nuli putting out some numbers as well, of course, and honestly, the amount of damage coming through from pretty much everyone on the side of Halpigs is very impressive.
Even the Maokai did so much damage with 1 damage item this game. Doesn't hurt to have Hextech Soul, makes Maokai feel a lot stronger.
Yeah, and it was hard for him, honestly. It was Kongyue getting a lot of advantage just by virtue of how much priority he had in that middle lane. It was 116 controlling the pace and not able to get it converted eventually, though, and that also is something you got to be concerned about. How do we have a 6-0 Corki and lose the game? Not something you'd typically see out of, you know, some of our top teams, some of the teams in our breakout group. But
yeah, should just be a very strong position, kind of regardless of how the rest of the map is going when you have the 6-0 Corki.
Yeah.
You've got the front line for him, you've got good backline combo in MF with him.
I wonder if West Point may have played it a bit poorly in terms of maybe we just had to go for rapid, maybe even just go Infinity Edge and just send it. Just because El Corki is by far the strongest champ on the Rift as soon as we got that Infinity Edge.
Yeah.
But we never actually found an aggressive fight. And especially because he didn't even go Infinity Edge, he went Bloodthirster, which yes, it means he can sustain.
A lot of poke on the enemy team.
But that's what I mean. I mean, you're probably not wanting to play into the poke that they have, right? It's very hard to, and especially because ultimately Halpigs weren't using that poke around towers, they were using it around dragons, and eventually it just led to the dragon going down anywhere, and you can't lifesteal around the dragon in any case. Key matchup, bot lane, Cheng9, he does get it done. He most deserved MVP, I think, of this entire split.
Yeah, I agree with you on that one. Cheng9 has had a great split and can rest up now, get ready for next year.
Yep.
I think he's had a great split and hope to see him again.
A fairly popular streamer is Cheng9, so yeah, you'll be able to catch him on his stream, you know, during the off season, I'm sure. Sometimes I tune in, and he's quite a funny fella.
Yeah, making similar plays.
Yeah, I mean, Hot Pot living on 1 HP, and this entire passage of play.
Yeah, just Cheng9 show. He's
just
completely
auto
1v9
attacking,
this
misses
fight.
this Q, and it's time to auto attack.
Yeah, already has done the bulk of the damage to Little V, and then West Point suddenly find their ADC dying, and an Ezreal beside him. So much damage back from 116 on this Quirky. Does mean that Cheng9 goes down, but the fight is so lost at that point after the successful Ezreal 1 versus 4.
Yeah, very well played. And Halpix, I'm so happy to say, did not go winless.
Yeah, no records being broken today.
No records at all. Except for their 0 and 16 record is now 2 and 16.
Yep.
They managed to get it done. And in what fashion? I mean, Cheng9 having the series of his life. That is by far the best series he's played. And honestly, the drafting coming out was clinical. I think playing Corki, he got so far ahead, and you saw how impossible it was to play. I think, honestly, there were angles this game more so than last. I think just hard committing, not allowing this poke to set up, just sending it, getting Jax on a flank, and that's when we saw the most success come out for them. But it was not to be for West Point. It was Halpix, and at long last, we get an interview, and it's with Paddy and Cheng9. Please do enjoy.
Welcome to the post-game interview. Here we are with HPS's AD carry Chenjo for the post-game interview. Let's have Chenjo say hello to the fans first. 欢迎来到今天的赛后采访。我们今天邀请到的是 HPS 的 AD 选手陈九，请陈九先跟大家打声招呼吧。
大家好，我是 HPS 的 AD 陈九。
So first off, congratulations on winning against WP. This is also your first win of the season. How are you feeling right now after the win? 首先，非常恭喜你们获得与 WP 的比赛，也是你们本赛季的第一场胜利。想问你，赢下来之后心情如何？
我觉得非常的爽，因为赢对人了，然后也证明一件事，我们五虎将没有军师诸葛亮还是可以的。
So I'm very happy about the win because we won the right person, the right team. And also it proves that even though we don't have the person in our team, we're still able to win. A lot of people have been saying that you are the most steady player on the team this season. Like, for example, you played with different teammates, Gottone and also Carry, and you were able to maintain your steadiness. How were you able to do that? 有很多人说你是 HPS 本赛季表现最稳定的选手啊，你有跟不同的队友配合过，像是 Carry， 像是 Gottone， 你是怎么办到能够保持稳定的状态的？
我觉得还是要归功于他们队友之间都蛮相信我的，就是不管是Gottone上还是 Carry 选手上，他们都是愿意把经济还有就是所有的东西都让给我。
So I think it's because my teammates actually really trusted me. No matter it's Carry or it's Gottone, they trust me a lot and give me a lot of their resources. So today, you and Carry had a really good performance on the bottom lane. In the first game, you and Carry had a really good team fight, and your Zeri actually got, your ult actually got 4 kills. I want to ask you how you were able to do that. 其实今天在你跟 Carry 在下路的配合表现得非常好，然后有一波团战，你跟 Carry 你的泽力取得了对面的对面的4个人，想问一下你是怎么办到的？
我觉得那个还是要归功于辅助开得好啊，因为他那波真的开得蛮好的，然后 MVP 也是属于他了。
I think it's because of the support. Our Carry actually really good opening the team fights, and so I really appreciate him. And also he got the MVP for that game. So even though you weren't able to go to the playoffs, you still won today's game. I want to ask you if you have anything you want to say to the audiences. 虽然你没有办法去季后赛，但是你仍然赢得了今天的比赛。想问一下，你有没有什么话想要对粉丝说的？
就前面打的没有那么好，但是其实我们都很尽力啊。然后也谢谢大家。支持我们的人，我们真的蛮谢谢你们的。
So even though we didn't play very well previously, we still tried our best, and thank you very much for supporting us. So actually, a lot of people in the community actually confused you with WP support player 叉9. Do you have anything you want to say about that? 最后想要问题就是最近在社群上面很多人把你跟 WP 的辅助选手叉9搞混，有没有什么话想要说的？
现在终于知道谁才是陈9了吧
So you all know now who is Chen9. So that's all. Thank you so much for the interview. Congratulations for everyone. 再一次恭喜你们获得今天的比赛。我们把镜头转回主播台。
Thank you once again for the interview, and by far the most charismatic interviewee, I think, thus far.
Yeah.
Actually having some words, fighting words there at the end. It is the end of his split, though, and sad to see him go. I mean, it has been exciting watching Cheng9 fight against all odds. Be like a 3-0 Israel. Yeah, 3-0 Israel, and the rest of his team is like a collective 0-10. It's like, well, he's doing a lot of damage, and a lot of times he was finding fights that he had no right winning, and he was winning them for his team. So very well played to him. Glad we finally got an interview with the Hellpigs, and glad it was Cheng9.
Yeah, not scared to be aggressive either. Cheng9, excited to see more of him. But yeah, that's it for the Hellpigs. Next up, I'm very excited for this series we've got coming up.
Yep. After the break, we will have the most impactful of the season. Probably the most impactful in terms of the standings
so far, yeah.
game for the season. And it could be changed tomorrow when it comes to CFO PSG. But that all depends on our next series, which is, of course, CFO DCG. DCG hot off a win against PSG, no less. And CFO hot off 2 losses to PSG and DCG.
Yeah,
looking rough.
And if 665 and Orca in the jungle and support for DCG play the way they've been playing, and the CFO duo, jungle support duo in Karsa and Sword Art play the way they've been doing, this could be a very quick series and a very one-sided series for DCG.
Yep, I think especially I want to take very keen notice of the bot lane, because not necessarily AD carries shouldn't been playing great, Feng been playing great, but the supports, there's been some questionable gameplay out of Sword Art, and honestly Orca's been doing some giga carrying. So we'll see if CFO have got it all put together here for their fight for second place after our break.
客核熟会，华航直飞西雅图的班机即将准备登机。
China Airlines passenger Michael Chen, your direct flight to Seattle is now ready for boarding.
华航直飞西雅图，7月14正式起航。
好想吃花雕鸡面哦，可是还在加班。
阿嬷，加班也能来碗酒香补一补哦。
就是这味道。
这碗花雕鸡面帮你补身又补心，
好满足哦。
还有麻油鸡面，赶走你疲累的寒意。要不要再来碗花雕酸菜牛肉面？暖心酒香的丰盛美味，台酒酒香经典系列。
难得皇上莅迎蒙古，臣等备好贡品，向皇上进献。
好想吃哦！
特此献上，此为酒香蒙古锅牛肉面，
就是这味道，浓郁的汤头为牛豚骨风味，还有孜然香，淋上五加皮料理酒，更有层次。这真是宫廷御膳顶级享受。台酒御膳堂酒香蒙古锅牛肉面。
Got
not too fast. We got time, go make it last. Champagne glasses, hit them. I'ma move like this, you gon' buy me a diamond. So jump on it, come on, I know you want it. Raise them glasses to the sky. It's our time, we own the night. We got tonight to be happy. Let's take our time and be happy. Come on, baby, won't you dance with me? Say, ooh la la, I like the way you feel. Ooh la la, don't be shy now, let me say. Ooh la la, I like the way you feel. Ooh la la, this is what we came to do. Ooh la la, eh. We came to party. Ooh la la, eh. We came to party. We came to party. We came to party. We came to party. This is what we came to do. Come on, baby, don't be shy. Come on, 'cause you and I, we own the night. We gon' take it slowly, right up to the morning. You know it. Come on, baby, won't you dance with me? Ooh la la, I like the way you feel. Ooh la la, don't be shy now, let me say. Ooh la la, I like the way you feel. Ooh la la, this is what we came to do. Ooh la la, eh. We came to party. ground. 'Cause I can take this pain, it's changing me. I will rise up to the moment and I won't stay the same. There's my decree. Burning like a flame, I'm coming to train. I'm coming your way, your way. Thunder with the rain, I'm flooding the game. Start running away, away. Battle through the pain, transforming the game. I'm storming your way, your way. And I won't stay the same. That's my decree. I'm no immortal, but my fire will never die. They take me for a fool, I'm taken for a ride. The more my feet are battered, the more I'm taken down. The more they think I'm innocent, I'm fighting from the ground. 'Cause I can take this pain, it's changing me. I will rise up to the moment and I won't stay the same. That's my decree. Burning like a flame, I'm coming to train. I'm coming your way, your way. Thunder with the rain, I'm flooding the game. Start running away, away. Battle through the pain, transforming the game. I'm storming your way, your way. And I won't stay the same. That's my decree.
Welcome back, everybody. What an insane night of League of Legends we have here as Helpigs claim their first series win in their last ever game. And that's not even the most exciting game of the night, because right now we have the battle for second. It's DCG hot off a win against PSG Talon, against CFO, who looked so good at the start of the season, into what has looked very shaky recently, even going down to DCG just last week.
Yeah, and it is a battle for second place in terms of the standings. But depending on how DCG look against CFO here, it might be them showing us that they can take down PSG. They showed us yesterday.
Yep.
By actually taking them down.
Yeah, I think obviously there's always going to be an asterisk because PSG have already qualified for first place. There's absolutely no question about it. There's no way that anything could happen to stop that. And so not really needing to play to the usual level they do. But right here it is DCG and CFO fighting to get a bye heading into playoffs, which is very important because it means you get to skip out against a lot of the uncertainty that is the LCO and the LJL. A lot of teams in there that you're not going to really be as prepared for as you might be after getting an entire bye and watching their games.
Yeah, honestly, just saves you time. Saves you time just looking up these teams and what they play if you can. If you can avoid it.
And their matchup again. Yeah, this was leaked on the PCS social media, so I was already privy to this 1v1 going to happen, and it is an exact mirror, except there is a dagger for Driver, whereas there's a longsword instead for Taco. Taco, he had Conqueror yesterday, learning from Betty that perhaps it's better to have the fleet footwork.
No, I think Betty had Conk.
Well, yeah, Betty had Conk, and then neither of these two have gone for Conk.
Yeah, interesting.
Betty was the victor, quite clearly as well.
Better.
Nice win wall, but that is a massive cooldown. Taco very ahead in the trades, only just now having his bone plating procced.
Yeah, looks good for Taco.
Yeah, I mean, early lead here for Taco. Is side selection very important, especially for DCG. Just absolute wizards when it comes to the draft. And it's going to make it a lot harder if they get side selection for CFO, because what are we banning against Chris Carter? We've seen Draven, Caitlyn, and Callista in the mid lane yesterday.
Yeah, into the Lucian specifically, and I don't think we've actually seen Gory play the Lucian. I'm not 100% sure on that.
I don't think so.
Yeah, strangely, we haven't seen him play the Lucian. But whatever he does intend to play, if it is the Lucian or anything else, you can assume Crusada's got a counter pick ready.
Yeah, he does. I don't even need to guess. It might be whack, but it'll be there.
Yeah. And in this ADC meta, it is just so terrifying to go against Crusada. As
Ooh.
Some good trading for Taco, looks like. Nice wind wall, wow. Point blank range blocks the Yasuo Q.
Now we're going to be able to dodge away from the return Q3, the Steel Tempest knock-up. Driver kind of just using that one for fun, the wind wall.
Yeah, maybe avoiding minion autos. If we're being generous to Driver.
Knock-up lands there for Driver, but no level 6 yet.
Level 6 now. Taco not 6 yet.
We'll get it off one more minion, or maybe even two. Does have wind wall. Yeah, so, I mean, Taco is at a lead in terms of health.
And farm.
Oh yeah, true, it is up farm as well. Doing well. Taco getting more reps in this Yasuo 1v1, having the battle against Betty yesterday.
Yeah, he's cooking now.
I'm glad we've got to a point now that we're just doing an honorable mirror matchup.
Yeah. And what better champion than Yasuo?
Yeah, this is much more entertaining than Gragas vs. Draven.
Yep.
Taco now actually at a health deficit. Does have ultimate. Not going to pop it. Driver will, though. No, he doesn't.
Yeah, both Yasuos hold on to their ultimates.
Yeah, strange.
Yeah, I think either could have. I think as either Yasuo I might have ulted there, but I don't play the champ.
Oh, Taco missing out on that cannon.
A lot of gold lost, actually. Not the best trade for Taco there. Driver kind of pulling ahead.
Oh. Driver vocal as ever while playing in this 1v1.
This poke lands from Taco.
Oh.
Gets his E interrupted.
Wait, here's a Taco emote. Driver has a Taco emote.
Of course he does.
I've never seen a Taco emote. Ever. In my entire life.
What, the food?
Yeah. Yeah.
Taco messed up his wind wall.
Have you ever seen that in game?
I didn't even see it this time around.
Oh. Maybe you have your eyes open. See, Taco, I mean, he is so far behind in HP. And because of that, he's starting to...
And he was doing so well. I don't know where it really fell apart for him like this. Driver takes a tower shot.
Maybe just trades with flow. Maybe Driver's just using his flow bar a little bit better. It's the only thing I can really...
Yeah, has to be doing something a little bit better.
Will be recalls now, and so we get a reset through on... Oh, no, it won't be. Driver's staying. I mean, why wouldn't you?
Yeah,
Driver's
HP
at such a lead.
I mean, maybe it's this dagger.
Yeah, we'll be getting more...
versus the longsword.
We'll be getting more Qs up.
Uh-oh. This looks scary for Taco.
Oh, Taco! Looks scary for Taco, looks scary for Driver. Driver answers back in kind. It's so close! Oh, Driver gets it just. Oh, that was so well played by both of them.
Yeah, Taco makes it very close. With an HP disadvantage, but Driver picks up the kill and a plate now.
Blade of the Ruined King is finished, importantly, though, for Taco, so hopefully the lead isn't too detrimental now for Driver, but he does pick up 2 plates. He's got that kill gold, and he's in a commanding spot.
He backs with so much more gold than Taco, though.
Yeah, let's see what he's able to pick up. It'll be a Blade of the Ruined King and what? Boots, too.
Yeah, Boots do feel really good on Yasuo if he does go for it. He can also just start building tanky.
Yeah, might go Warden's Mail. He has his choice between Berserker Greaves or Warden's Mail, but if you're honorably Yasuo 1v1... Oh, he went Kraken Slayer.
Yeah, a little less sustained for Driver. But has a red pot also.
Yeah.
Which is just more sustained than the Blade of the Ruined King anyway.
His movement speed is so much higher as well. He's going to get a lot more Qs in.
Yeah, Taco not getting that recall off. Has to be careful he doesn't lose his tower here.
I think his tower should be fine, but it will be more gold going over to Driver, of course. Oh, Taco's going to stay. Having his recall cancelled once kind of disallowed him from looking for that recall.
Yeah, Taco just stuck under his tower for now. Has to find some crazy outplay on Driver.
Will he be able to? Not easy. Not easy at all. Almost managed to last time. Knocked up. Driver, once again, trading pretty well. Not all that detrimental, though, all things considered.
Yeah, a lot of lifesteal on Taco, too.
Comes down to this. Circle now closing in.
Yeah, red potion will be up for Driver. None for Taco.
Let's see. I mean, should make enough of a difference, although Taco finds a decent trade. Bone plating should be close to being out. Windwall's traded. It's all coming down to this. Massive
Taco
minion
has
wave.
minions.
Yeah, I actually think this benefits Taco.
Yeah, I agree.
He's going to have to try and find ways around this. We'll have access to the minions, but the damage out of Driver's Yasuo was way too immense.
Yeah, just one-shot Kraken Slayer Yasuo. Looking pretty good in that situation. Completely takes down Taco, who it appears has thrown the gauntlet twice for the Yasuo 1v1 and been defeated twice.
Yep.
See how these events develop as a
Driver
DCG.
gets rewarded now with a game on the stage.
Yeah, and Taco is going to get rewarded with probably counterpick.
Yep, so
by getting to go on red side.
CFO going to be Driver, Kasa, Gory, Shun, and Sword Art.
Yeah, we did see a substitute mid laner, right, for CFO?
Yeah, was Hongq recently, and honestly, as a rookie, was performing pretty well considering who he had to go up against in Cascada, but...
Yeah, especially on the Azir, which
Yeah.
is a very good champion for him, I believe. He's familiar on that one. And yeah, you could tell his experience on the champ, but maybe just thrown right in the deep end wasn't the best.
Yeah. Now, let's see what CFO can put together. I think drafting is going to have to look pretty interesting considering you're against DCG. And DCG have Cascada. Recently, the Caitlyn, the Callista, and the Draven were picked up by him just to dominate the mid lane. It was against Lucian, but I have a suspicion that he just wants to pick it regardless.
Yeah, now I will say, Gory is one of the mid laners we've got who I'm least worried about with the weird Cascada picks. I think Gory plays a lot of unconventional mid laners himself, so might have a surprise for Cascada depending on what Cascada's cooking up.
6-5. Getting his chakras aligned. Before what is probably the highest stakes best of 3 we've had. Actually, it just definitely is. Winner of this gets to skip an entire stage of the playoffs.
Yeah, and I really enjoy this format because it seems like we're just sequentially raising the stakes every single series we play, where, you know, in regular round robins, that might not be the case.
There's your team on your screen there. Taco 65, Cascada, Fing, Orca. Obviously, no surprises. The only change they could have had is possibly taking Fing out, but he's been performing. So
yeah,
why
very
would you?
well. Actually, Orca and Feng destroying bot lane against PCG, PSG.
Yep, here we are, the head-to-head. Absolutely no surprises. It is just going to be the mid laners and Cascada dominating the stats just completely.
Yeah, I mean,
10 solo kills is insane.
Yeah, 10 solo kills. I think it was Feng yesterday as well, who just had 10 solo kills in ADC.
Yeah.
So DCG just so aggressive.
And we saw it yesterday against PSG, they were just aggressive the entire time.
Yeah, and the only mid laner who gets played around more than Cascada is actually Gory.
Yeah.
And we've kind of seen it in their play. They just send people mid. They just stand Karsa and Sword Art around mid.
Yeah, it feels a bit different though, right? It feels like DCG send people to mid because Cascada can carry, whereas a lot of the time it feels like we're rescuing Gory.
Yeah, that
side
is
of CFO.
Yeah, that is exactly the case. Cascada is getting people to his lane because he's got his opponent under tower on low HP, and Orca 665 are showing up for free kills, whereas a lot of the time, Gory is just being saved in the mid lane.
So see if that dynamic plays out again here. Last time these two teams met, it was actually DCG winning pretty handedly, game number 1. Game number 2, it looked like CFO had everything to win. They were 7-0 Jacks on their team. Driver, 7-0. Not able to get it done eventually. It was DCG who took some massive team fights. Taco on the Aatrox, managing to get it done now. No Amumu ban, no Kalista ban. We'll see if DCG want to bring that one out again because it looked phenomenal yesterday.
Yeah, and will Amumu be the new team champion you have to ban against DCG? It was Diana for a while that CFO are hovering right now.
Will Karsa go forward? The tank junglers are open.
Yeah,
it seems like he wants to put on his carry pants.
Sejuani was the first pick last game. Looking like the first pick this game.
It will be. See what DCG answer with. Oh, it is. No, I actually want to see the Kalista Amumu again. That was so fun to watch.
Yeah, I mean, it was completely impossible for PSG to deal with.
Maybe the Israel. Going back to now the Kalista. Back to the Israel. Now the Lucian. We're just doing 80 carry roulette. Amumu. This does somewhat signal a Kalista's coming. I think maybe they pick the Israel. It's for Feng. And it's going to force out a Kalista. And maybe a less than ideal draft to go up against, right? Is Kalista. She's not that good against Amumu. She can get her support out of an Amumu ult, which is very good, of course.
Yeah, it probably feels a lot like Rel, where if you're anywhere near this champion, you can't really use your champion as Kalista.
Yeah. Zeri going to be locked in. Could be mid. Could be 80 carry. This is the problem we're having in the current meta is an 80 carry gets locked in, and I have no idea where it's going.
Yeah, Gory plays Silas, by the way. Already has a Sejuani on his team. Enemy team has locked in Amumu.
Oh, we're not locking Silas into an 80 carry. I promise you that for free.
Yeah, that is the problem. And Cascada will just have last pick, so he can hold on to mid last pick for as long as he wants to.
So, the lock-in here for Driver, blind pick. What will Taco want to play against it? Ultimately, not really all that many great options. You can pick Kennen.
Yeah, just something range.
Pair well with Amumu. Amumu obviously would want to go tank. Cassante will suffer a little bit in lane, but ultimately come to his own in those team fights. It's something we've seen time and time again. And Taco should feel completely okay with being in that sort of position.
Yeah, we have also seen the Gnar completely take over these matchups occasionally.
Somewhat surprised it's not just the Aatrox. Taco looking pretty good on it of late.
Exact same matchup against Aja yesterday. Did fine. Maybe a compositional thing rather than a matchup thing. So DCG actually banned a Zero, I just noticed.
Yeah. Taking that away, I suppose.
Maybe
actually,
a good read on to CFO because they're not playing these AP jungle. Not this game anyway.
Karsa largely just happy to play the tank role.
Yeah.
Which is kind of weird after how this team started off with him just gapping as Nidalee, to put it lightly.
Yeah, well, it just stopped working specifically when they went up against PSG, and I think that just took the wind out of their sails. And it was true last split as well that CFO just looked way better with Karsa on a tank.
Yeah. Braum banned up against Sword Art. It's something that he is pretty much just locked in permanently.
Yeah, by far his most played champ this split.
Yeah, past couple of weeks it's been an immediate lock for him. Kalista was banned, so they're going to take that away from the middle lane, funnily enough, even though Feng traditionally has been our Kalista player. Still can be Israel mid. Obviously, Chris Carter, the first one to bring it out in the PCS.
Yeah.
And you know, before this, I was just browsing Twitter, and I saw Chovy today played a game of Draven mid, so perhaps LCK finally learning that Chris Carter is in fact the best mid laner in the world.
Do you know what he played into?
No idea, but it would have been an AD carry if I had to hazard a guess.
Yeah, probably. Ali, the hover for CFO, and Sword Art in the bot lane.
Will be locked, so...
Now you have to reveal your mid laner.
Yeah. Lucian. Now, is it going to be answered with a K? Oh, maybe the Yone. It's something that we said earlier on the broadcast is only Gory has picked up a win, I think, as the Yone.
Yeah, the Yone blind seems very aggressive. Will Kristata be able to punish it, though?
It could just be the Israel, but yeah, Lucian makes sense. You have that dash. A little bit more agency in the lane, a bit more punishing, I feel, the Lucian.
Yeah, you don't need AP. 665 is going Leandri's on the Samumu.
Leandri Zeeks was his build yesterday. We'll see if he does the same. Most likely will. And it is all locked in with our team comps, and Feng going to be having his chance to pilot this Israel now after watching Chris Carter do it so well earlier on in the split. And I mean, I do favor coming out of the drafts DCG's draft, I feel. Although there is quite a lot of mobility, and it's going to be harder for 665 to find these really impactful Amumu ults.
Yeah, now that I'm looking at the alley into Ezreal seems really questionable. It's a good matchup into Leona, but Ezreal has such an easy time avoiding Alistar combos. If you ever do get in range. We'll see what Sword Art can manage to do this game. Maybe just not planning to spend much time interacting with this Ezreal. Just going to get himself out of bot lane. We saw them almost get across the line with some Sword Art Bard roams against PSG.
Bit of a side note, seeing Chris Carter on my screen. If anyone in the audience does catch those fan arts in the middle of our games during our breaks, the Chris Carter Hui one, I think, is just so insane.
Yeah.
What a talented artist.
Yeah, lots of amazing art between the games.
So now, are going to load into our game number 2. I mean, this is really everything, right? The second series of the night, it's CFO's, well, and DCG's positioning in the standings on the line. And once again, to reiterate, the winner will skip an entire stage of playoffs. It's a week-long, 6-day week. Do you know if it's the same as last week, last split? Shall I correct myself? It's a very grueling gauntlet of a week, and you just get to skip it all and head straight into that sort of second stage of the playoffs where you are truly contending for Worlds, which is the ultimate goal for everyone. CFO, they've put together one of the teams of all the biggest names in the PCS. Driver, Casa, Sword Art, Shun, Gory, such big names, internationally even.
Yeah,
and they're going against a bunch of players who have never even reached an international stage, but have looked like they damn well deserve it.
Yeah, and you're kind of just waiting for CFO to get it together because this team at their ceiling could be incredible.
Yep.
But we just haven't seen that. We haven't seen anywhere close to that, I don't think.
Not for a while. I think earlier on in the split, definitely they were performing very well. But it all fell apart. And it is going to be 6-5 starting this bottom quadrant of CFO's jungle.
Yeah.
So split map possibly, on the cards, which might be a little scary for Taco. What we saw yesterday, 6-5 very capable of punishing the bot lane. And, Gory sidestepping with that fleet footwork movement speed.
Yeah, that was insane. W star on Yone, helping him trade there with Kristata.
Yeah, and trades well because of it. 6-5 looking for an early gank, as is Casa.
I think he's actually looking for his Raptors.
Oh, yeah, he's just doing a bit of diagonally Yungling.
Yeah, he has just denied Sejuani's Raptors, so that is a bigger deal than you would think just because...
level 6.
Yeah, exactly. Both these junglers are so strong on level 6. One camp could make a massive difference to this game.
Level 2 first. No real surprises that Alistair Lane does not get priority.
Yeah. Nice trade, but traded back pretty well by Shun.
Yeah, Shun was able to do pretty well. The only thing, though, he should be able to sustain up a little bit by bit, and actually somehow weaves.
Yeah, ridiculous Ezreal Q from Feng. Ori doing okay, assuming he's going to pick up a lot of the CS.
Yeah, once it's at tower, it becomes fairly trivial to be able to pick it up. Level 3, Cascada has to be careful. Not even going to be using that Relentless Pursuit, actually just standing and delivering, trading evenly, but importantly, it is Cascada the champion with mana, and that mana bar is extremely low, but Orca is here. Orca has flash, and Orca's looking for a dive.
Exactly what we were talking about. This is why DCG play around their mid laner. His opponent seems to always be low HP.
Can they mind control Gory forward? No, they cannot.
Yeah, and I don't think they can really dive this. This Yone is deceptively tanky. Leona not level 3 yet.
Now just coming in to help him get this wave in. Chef Cast has anything to say about it. Gory won't have E available, so won't be really able to play very aggressive.
Karsa beelining it mid. Actually, he is beelining it at the top crab.
Yeah, we'll get it. Taco suffering, no surprises. Your Kasante into Na.
Yeah, not suffering massively yet.
Yeah, should be able to pick up the majority of that big minion wave as his health will continue to go up bit by bit. Thank you to Absorb. It doesn't even probably have it. Probably just second win. Doran Shield. It's still a timeless classic. Gets a grasp proc for good measure.
Yeah, a lot of damage on the Taco.
Yeah, a lot of pings on the bot side. It is Shun left there alone as Sword Art goes to collect some vision.
Yeah, got a little XP advantage over Feng, at least for now.
Hold up, 6-5. No, he's not going to be in range.
Tier, at some point though, Feng has snuck a recall in for this tier, and that is massive for him. Shun not recalling to gain any combat power, while Ezreal just gets a free tier to stack.
Yeah, it has meant that by a little bit, Shun has got himself a small CS lead as a big wave comes crashing towards him, but it should be evened out by the time that Shun looks for his recall, although it doesn't have to necessarily be in the near future, as he is completely fine in terms of those resources.
Yeah, just against a tier recall from the Ezreal will mean that he's not really feeling the urgency to get back to base and buy item 665.
Just permanently on vision.
Yeah.
Looking for Dragon, though. And it's something that DCG did yesterday to find the win up against PSG, was just constant focus on this early Dragon. Getting it before the Void Grubs even have a chance to spawn. There's 30 seconds on them, and now it should still be that Casa with the priority given because of the focus on this Dragon will be able to pick up those Void Grubs. But yesterday, that's not exactly that impactful, as we saw DCG just making use of stacking Dragons more than the Void Grubs could have an impact.
Big for Karsa to be able to pick up these Raptors. He's now up XP, and up quite a significant amount of XP, I think, on this Amumu once he picks up Void Grubs, especially. It's going to be Sejuani winning the race to level 6, I think.
Taco now, play to steel caps. It's the same for Driver, but a bit more impactful in terms of surviving your lane are the play to steel caps. Win against a ranged AD auto attacker like the Na. Now Taco coming down, going to spot out these Void Grubs and maybe deny Casa from being able to get all 3 of them. 2 of them will be the bounty, and 665 going to be here for the 3rd. Kind of a win, really, for DCG.
Yeah, still not level 6 on either either jungler. 665 constantly running at Ori in the mid lane.
Yeah, getting a bit of XP from his mid laner too. It's going to boost his level 6 capabilities as Ori now clicks 7.
Yeah, Cascada should not be too far off. He did get his XP taxed, as you said. Won't get level 7 off of this wave. 665 not getting 6 off this crab either. Has to go do his Gromp.
Next camp will be at, and Gromp is a very quick camp. So
Karsa, 1 camp first.
Cascada, though, he's trading well. Glory not trading too poorly either, as now Cascada's going to be privy to the ideas of CFO with Sword Art walking into a pink ward.
CFO tried to do something with the Sejuani level 6 first, but Cascada playing safely enough in the mid lane that nothing really comes out of that play. And 665, here he comes. Mid lane again. Can you guess who his favorite teammate is?
Yep, Orca, and it's not even close, as he is holding hands with Orca right now.
No sweepers up for these two, though. Means they are just on top of vision.
Yeah, Corey, quite aware of what's going on, but still going to be denied. No way for him to collect any of this minion XP as...
Yeah, it's kind of more like he's denying a kill.
Oh, he actually is. He gets hit by the bandage, tossing through. Will come the curse of the sad mummy and flash forward, but Gory turns it. Gory does manage to pick up one. Casa now searching for 665. Flash available still for the Sejuani. Can Orca get there to save his Amumu? Flash forward, Xenoblade! They might have turned it! They did! How insane is this DCG roster? Somehow finding the way to turn that on its head and actually get the 2-for-1 in their favor after a miraculous save by Gory.
Yeah, and Fang Chunk's Sword Art out for half HP, so he's not diveable in the bot lane either. I thought Gory had just single-handedly won the game with this outplay under the tower. Looked like Cascada was good for the damage here, but amazing flash from Gory. Better ultimate from Gory, too. 665 barely able to pick him up, and then this flash looks just completely wasted. And Orca looked silly until this moment, where he manages to save his jungler somehow. Yeah, frustrating for Cascada. Oh, Karsa, sorry.
Yeah, that was flash used. Oh, Gory stunned up. Will have Q3 available. Actually, he was aggressive with it, but not connecting. And not going to find too much more now, as we are just actually 2 mid all game. Cascada is essentially duo laning.
Whether it's the junglers or the supports, someone is permanently here.
I like how usually it says jungle proximity in that little infographic, but today it said team proximity.
Yeah, because the whole team is here. Gory half his HP gone. No lifesteal yet on this Yone. Usually quite an early pickup though.
Yeah, I think actually these days they go Kraken Slayer. We'll see. Driver doesn't take a little thank you tower shot on the way out there, but completely one of the easiest lanes in the game for the Nah.
Yeah, there's no way for Cassante to get onto you, really, right?
Yeah.
Oh,
Orca lands
Gory.
everything, and Gory's taken out. Sword Art tries to flash to save his mid laner. Not able to do so, and that was one of the most simple kills I think DCG have ever found. All it took was a walk in and press E.
Yeah, Gory has ulti, no chance to use it.
But you just can't afford to be getting called out like that.
I agree.
There was no tricks, nothing. Just straight walk in E. Going to be these Void Grubs picked up by 665 and co. Dragon is up. We'll see if Casa chooses to get it. If they watched yesterday's games, they would be wise to.
Looks like he's headed that way. He does start up his Krugs for now,
He's starting
though.
up his Krug. 665 is going to get there, and I think DCG is stronger. Cascada's going to be able to get back on the map with this teleport, and I think the chance for this Dragon now has faded, and DCG, they're going to be probably headed there. They have the teamfight ults, they have the Amumu ult. Culling really the only thing down, so Solar Flare will be up very shortly.
So the only item in the game right now is on Karsa's Sejuani.
No, there's a Leandri's.
No, there's a Leandri's on Amumu. That's probably a lot stronger than the Zeke Sejuani.
Yeah, I'd imagine so.
So I can end that train of thought here. Karsa whiffs the...
And Zeke's is really not powerful when you've ulted someone missed and you're walking randomly in river.
Yeah, not a lot of damage out of the Zeeks in that case, and won't be proccing it for this Dragon fight if DCG do take it now.
Yep, now, it is mid lane prio, but DCG will be able to get back in here, and it's so hard to do the Dragon. Grouping up around this river against an Amumu who is at his Leandri's. Doesn't have the Callista bailout strategy that he did yesterday, but might just not need it, as there is so much damage that'll come through.
Yep, just one-way missions this time around for the Amumu.
And we're seeing once again the Yone is suffering. Will be going Blade of the Ruined King, but still down 20 CS. Isn't any kills on Cruscata, but still.
Now the Cassante's down a similar amount of farm, right? But we're assuming the Cassante is going to be a lot more useful.
Well, the Cassante's job's just easier, I think, is more the point. You kind of just need to tank up some damage, play Disruptor. If you can get some kills, then do it. But you don't necessarily need to.
Tank's much less impactful than these carries. When it comes to getting gold.
Yeah.
The Cruscata Kraken Slayer finished up now. Is terrifying on the Lucian. Gory has to be very careful.
Yeah, Cruscata's so smart at knowing when he's allowed to play aggressive.
The vision around mid lane has been insane for CFO this entire time. I mean...
Yeah, and still Gory's the one that's died twice.
Yeah, making that death you were talking about in the mid lane extra bad from Gory. Orca has a chance to E here if he wants.
Oh, gets to press the attack off.
So much damage, right?
Yeah. Orca does have Solar Flare, but it is a 2v2 lane once again here as Israel and Shun. I mean, Fing and Shun really just not even been on our screens almost once this game.
Looks like Shun pulling slightly ahead. In terms of the ADC 1v1, but that can be so skewed by which support just hangs out a little bit longer or freezes one wave. 665 on.
Driver. Manitosh lands. Here comes the curse of the Sad Mummy. Oh. I mean...
Orca ignites for a last-second attempt at the last hit. And don't let the fail Leona flash distract you from the fact that that Gnar just got 100-0'd by Amumu.
Yeah, that is true.
In 2024.
Sorry, I was focused on the flash.
Yeah, me too, but don't forget, that guy just got one shot.
Yeah.
In full CC that whole time.
Enemy Predator missile incoming.
And most of what Amumu used on the Gnar there was actually AoE.
Oh boy. Oh, it's Taco.
Where's his tower, though? It might be gone soon.
It's probably gone, yeah. Knocked up, and this might be a kill back in favor of CFO. One criticism we certainly can have for DCG is the likelihood of Taco getting randomly killed in a side lane. It happens multiple times every single game, and
when you
there it is again.
When you spend as much time on the weak side as Taco does, you're just going to find yourself outnumbered and dead occasionally. It has been a problem for them.
Generally, I don't think you teleport into it, though.
Yeah, I agree with that. Just thinking he was tankier than he was, not recognizing how low his tower was. Taco made some mistake here, and it's the kind of mistake he makes a little too often for comfort, I think.
Yeah, and it does give Shun a bunch of gold. And ultimately, if there's anyone in this game that can take over a team fight, it's the Zeri.
Yeah.
So, not the person you want with gold. Taco donating him 300 of it.
So it's not the Warmogs for this Leona. I've just realized it is full AD for CFO.
Oh, we have a Thornmail.
Yeah, Thornmail rush on this Leona. 2-0. Good start for Orca. We'll see if he can get
Even
to 8 kills.
Tarbies, like I get it's full AD, but Leona will be getting CC'd. And a lot.
True.
Kind of
like to cast spells, Leona.
Yeah. Now, Taco. Pathmaker going to be used, but he is in trouble. Predator missiles here, though.
Has to just ulti
In comes
Taco.
665. I mean, this could... Oh, the two-man knock-up. Taco finds it. And the three-man stun coming through now. One-shotted did Gory get as Cruscata coming in. Culling going to go down. Caster dodging out of that Q3 from this Cassante, but he is not long for this world. And there goes a third for 665. Cruscata trying as he might. Will not be the carry this game. It's going to be this little sad mummy.
Yeah, I cannot believe it, but in current year, Amumu is looking like the strongest jungler in the game. Shun can't actually fight Orca at this point in the game, it looks like.
And massive amounts of damage on this tower. It is 4 Void Grubs, so a lot of damage. And Cruscata might just be picking himself up.
This is worth dying for.
Yeah, he's going to die, but it just doesn't matter.
Yeah.
He's absolutely dead. And I don't think Sword Art needed to use Flash. But either way, we did secure the kill. So you take that as Cruscata. I also don't know why Cruscata flashed.
Yeah, he was always suiciding for tower there. Seemed pretty obvious, but we don't have Fog of War to deal with. Nice play by Taco. First bandage toss misses, but salvaged by this Amumu flash, and then the Q onto Karsa to secure that kill too. This Amumu looks horrifying. And this is another top PCS team we've seen completely devastated by an Amumu pick.
Yeah, not over yet though, only 2.5k gold. Certainly something you can come back from, but I think importantly, it's once again a second series in a row now that DCG have had complete control over these Dragons. Every other team really highly valuing the Void Grubs, and for good reason. They are very strong, but DCG winning both games against PSG ultimately because of Dragon Souls. And here we go again. They find themselves in a position where if they pick up this next Dragon, they are just so comfortably ahead. And the rest of the game for CFO, they're under pressure to not lose. What is an Ocean Soul? I don't know how they keep doing it, but rolling the best souls in the game as Chris Garter's culling is very good, but 65 might be in trouble because of the Sad Mummy's going to come out. It's a nice ult coming through from Sword Art to keep him alive, but it's not good enough as a double kill is confirmed, and it's Chris Garter now on the board.
Yeah, Chris Garter mega fed. He was actually the richest person on the map at that point. I think at 0-2 he might have been,
that
or
tower.
1-2.
It's
just
exactly
the
that
top
tower.
Yeah, was the only thing giving him gold over the Amumu on 665. And Shun, very strong member of CFO, probably the strongest member, but against 665 and Chris Garter, he stood no chance here. Sword Art, no contribution to this fight at all, just caught.
Yeah, how did they see him?
Let's get the Lucian ult at least, and then 665. Shun spacing perfectly there, by the way, to dodge the Amumu ulti, but look how fed Chris Garter is.
Yeah, we have a problem now as CFO. That's 3 Dragons. It's a very fed Lucian. It's a very fed Amumu. And a Thornmail Leona. Not something I thought I'd be saying. As Orca trades with Casa and is winning it.
Yeah, very fed Leona somehow in this game. 2-0 and 1. No assists picked up in that last
not quite
fight.
as fit as Woody. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. He was a 6-0.
Long
Leona
way,
yesterday.
long way from 8 kills total.
8, 2, and 5. That's right. What a scoreline.
Did he get the most kills that game?
Yeah,
On Leona?
I think so. I'm pretty sure. Oh, Shun almost died.
Almost, yeah. I mean, he has cleanse, but...
Yeah, but he might have just died to like... I mean, maybe, probably not.
There's also just a Leona.
Yeah.
So, like, even the cleanse maybe just doesn't save him. Even with the, you know, you get like 3 seconds of reduced CC duration.
It's like 40% or 60% or something, yeah.
There might still just be enough CC with
Already looking for
Leona.
665 on the flank. Going to get that pink ward at least as engage comes through from Sword Art and a lot of CC used, but it's a cleanse from Fing that gets him out of all of it. And that is seemingly that play done and dusted.
Little bit better fighting from CFO, just a bit more patient, throwing their ultimates, fishing for kills, and not over-committing.
Yeah, Corey importantly just sitting on the sides, dealing with a Mumu. Someone has to. May as well be the guy that's 1-3. Honestly, probably has a good shot at winning against the Amumu, being that the Blade of the Rune King is purchased, and all the resistance coming through from Amumu is generally just a bit of health from the Andres and Zeeks, and not all that much resistance.
Yeah, Yone, very good stat-checking champion. Can even stat-check fed champions like Amumu's. And I'm curious if it'll be Frozen Heart next for 665. That seems like a very strong item in this game. Orca's not building it. Mid-tower.
Let's have a look. We are trying to work our way on this mid-tower, but honestly, DCG don't have to be in a rush. There is just 2.5 minutes until they pretty much win the game if they are able to pick up that Dragon's Soul, and they can even just choose not to even look for it and try and get the Baron instead.
Yeah, you can make plays where you're trading gold for dragons now if you want as DCG. Even if you're getting outer towers for the dragons, you're so ahead on dragons that it's worth it.
Yep. And honestly, you also just want Feng to be able to finish up his Mirror Mana. It's not something we've really talked about because everyone on DCG is so strong, but I mean, just getting that extra spike in is going to feel really nice.
DCG setting up around Baron now. Karsa is fine. You'd really like to not fight if you're DCG right now. You need an Ezreal recall here.
Yeah, and I think they're wise enough to not look. They are an aggressive team, so, you know, I don't want to count my chickens before they hatch here, but surely we realize the game state and we back off, get Feng another recall in. Hopefully he picks up his Mirror Mana in the next minute and a half.
Yeah, they are very aggressive, but we've seen a more disciplined version of DCG as Orca tries to discredit everything I've just said. Throws his E at the Zeri.
Oh, hold up.
Some decent poke landing.
Just stopping recalls, or? I guess.
This should be the back now for Fang, hopefully. Cascada here to replace him in the mid lane.
Doing Wolves, so I think he must have it from these Wolves.
Should do. Problem is he has to reset probably out to top lane where he does not have a TP to match this
No,
Yone.
Taco just recalled, so Taco should be going out to top.
Excellent macro from DCG then. They get Fang back in the middle lane, still without his Mirror Mana, actually.
Yeah, he didn't recall.
30 seconds on Dragon.
Surely this wave.
Got a recall right now if he wants to.
So counter wave, yep, recalling. And honestly, I don't know if CFO are even that strong to be able to just brute force it before this Ezreal's able to return. Gory now teleporting out to the mid wave. They realize what's on the line here. This Dragon Soul would spell disaster for their chances in this game.
Yeah, they'll have about 5 to 10 seconds to do it on spawn if CFO start it before the Ezreal gets here.
Yeah, down they get. Ezreal pretty much here, 7 seconds. And it is just going to be a straight 5v5. Taco walking down, not even going to have to use that teleport. As
Driver, perfect Narbar.
In the bush. Driver, one more Q landing will proc his Mega, and then all it is a bit of kiting. Dragon started, Gory's on it. But DCG have fought their way to get in here. Nice boulder coming through from Driver as he plays aggressively, walks up, loses half his HP to Feng's True Shot Barrage. This Dragon, though, is still going down. They have a pink ward on it. They know exactly what's going on, and Gory has to escape from that Dragon Pit. It's DCG with onus, with absolute control. Cascada finds Sword Art. He finds a knock up onto Feng, but no follow-up to go on, and there's a Q3 in the all-out, and all of a sudden we find out Sejuani completely ajar from the rest of our team. All DCG need to do is finish this Dragon. Sejuani's down. It's a 1-for-1, but it's an Ocean Soul now. A Mumu ult still available if DCG wanted to continue on. They're not going to have to, though, as maybe they turn their attention towards this Baron.
Yeah, and CFO find themselves in the exact same position PSG are in. Down 3 dragons, you make one mistake and the game's just over now. DCG have Infernal Soul. Only a 3k gold lead, but 4 dragons consecutively.
Which is correct, they do have Ocean Soul, but yeah, they are very much in control here. 4k gold lead they find themselves at as they are headed now towards this Baron. There is Flash available for both these AD carries. Everything, every summoner except for Orca is available after that fight, after the Dragon Soul. Baron started, Orca slowly walking their way here. Teleport coming in from Driver. There is no Sejuani, there is no Leona. This Baron is taken out. It's going to be 665 definitely smiting that one away. It's a 4-man Curse of the Sand Mummy. This is a disaster fight from CFO. A disaster game from them. And DCG could not feel happier as Cascada flashes on forward, gets a kill with the culling, and everything is coming up deep cross gaming, baby. They're looking to secure second.
CFO desperately trying to stop that Baron 4v5, end up with all 4 members getting Amumu ulted. 665 a man possessed on the Amumu this game, and the last time we saw him play it too.
Yeah, DCG, they're marching down at the base. There's 20 seconds left on Shun's respawn. The DCG probably can just back away here. They still have 2 minutes of Baron. They can look for recalls. 665 pushing down the top lane as we speak. Take a look at the replay.
And Sword Art finds a nice flank here where he has shoved someone into his team and CC'd a carry, but it's not consequential compared to what Feng is able to put out on the backline here. And then once Karsa goes down, the Dragon is just too easy for DCG. Same deal here, no Karsa. Nice True Shot Barrage on the way in. Means that CFO already started out chunked, and then I mean, Gory runs at the Baron, and this was the closest thing they had to actually contesting. This Baron Driver's trying to go Mega, but 665's a little quicker.
So well played.
Yeah, Shun has cleanse, but rest of his team is just dead.
And the picture-in-picture while this happened, 665 randomly died topside, so Shutdown did go over there, I believe, to Gory, and maybe we'll get a replay of it. But as you see, 665 is currently dead on my screen.
Yeah, still in the running for most damage taken per death at 1 death. Gory.
Oh, Taco finds his way in front of Gory's Fate Sealed, but not going to be able to find the knockback, and it is just going to be a trade of those ultimates.
Picture-in-picture is, yeah.
He just randomly dies.
Just your boy dying at the tier 2.
The old split pusher Mumu, not got that speed on the tower.
And, I mean, you get a death. Honestly, this game, if you're 665, you get a mistake.
Yeah, I think after what he's done,
yeah,
you're allowed a mistake. He got the inner. He's got a lot of gold from it. It's honestly probably worth in terms of the amount of gold each team got. Although losing a bit of tempo on your Baron, maybe not so much. 20 seconds left on it. They have taken down both the inners. They've taken down the mid lane inhib, and we are now 1-4-1ing by the looks of things.
Yeah, Shun's still mega farmed this game.
1-4-0ing, I guess, actually. There's not 6 members of DCG's team, although at times it's looked like there are.
Members everywhere for DCG. I agree. Gory.
Oh! I thought that had landed. It was so close. Gory, though, he's going to take a little trip back to his fountain as DCG's siege continues. Israel so good at it.
Damage.
Oh, Feng connects with a Q onto Shun. Two-shot barrage will not land, however, but still, Shun very low. Doesn't not have the sustain. Trying to wave clear. In will go Orca. In will go 665. Curse of the Sad Mummy onto 2, but it's onto the tanks this time. Not the 2 you'd want. Taco, though, he's making waves with his CC as down will go 1 tower. All out coming through. Shun is just taken out. Taco making quick work of that 80. Carrying the bandage toss. Max range. Gory now. He's the only damage left. Driver. No more Mega Gnar. Altered already used, even if he were to have it. It's 5v3, and it's CFO. Their lives on the line here, but DCG are going to take game number 1 and get just that bit closer to locking in second.
Yeah, very decisive win from DCG, as they've been doing lately. And this time we didn't need Cascada to do anything crazy and take over the game. And what we were talking about before the game started, with the team proximity specifically, was just a perfect example.
Yeah,
that game
exactly happened.
CFO's jungle and support spent a lot more time in the mid lane, or at least as much time as DCG's duo did in the mid lane. But every time DCG's duo went in the mid lane, they got a flash, they got a kill, they did something, because Cascada is outlaning his opponent.
Yeah,
he has advantages in his lane, and it makes it so much better when you're going to snowball a winning lane rather than salvage a losing lane.
Yeah, very, very close fight there, and I think ultimately the mid lane was the deciding factor. Obviously jungles as well, because there was that one particular fight, the fight that started it all off, where Gory, 1 HP, he just survives, turns around a 2-man ultimate, goes down to 665, who flashes away from Cascada's flail, who then flashes after him, and then on 1 HP, Orca sees his jungle, literal 1 HP, melee range over Sejuani, flashes, gets the Zenith Blade, gets the stun, and somehow they manage to pull off the kill on Casa, and I think that just set the tone of the game ultimately, because what an absolute just mood destroyer that would be for Casa, and what an insanely hype play that was by DCG.
Yeah, and you saw Karsa on his cam, how upset he was about that play, genuinely showing some emotion there.
Gritting his teeth, I believe.
Yeah. Also, that play, if it does work out for CFO, you look so silly as DCG. They brought Leona, and Orca was just full HP, not participating in the dive. Yeah. Rare, uncoordinated go from 665 and Orca usually play really well off of each other.
Let's be real, 665 quite often just randomly sends it.
Yeah.
Just see someone on his screen, he's like, I'm going, and he does. And you know
that's
what?
exactly what happened there.
You got to give credit, because I think what happened in that play, if you remember, was Orca and 665, sorry. They went for the play mid, they didn't find it, and then Orca like walks into their jungle and just randomly sees Gory. And Orca's already headed back bot by this stage. It's like, oh, the play fizzled out. And then 665 finds Gory in his jungle and just sends it. Yep. So Orca's like slowly walking back up river because, oh, the play's starting to happen again, and makes it just in the nick of time to save his jungler to get them off to a 2-1 start. And it looked like that should have been just a clean 2-0 fight, honestly, from CFO, but it didn't end up happening.
Sword Art not able to have anywhere near the amount of impact that Orca was able to that game.
Yep.
Partially for the reasons we were talking about before. You're just roaming to a winning lane as Orca, a losing lane as Sword Art.
Yeah, it's hard to fault Sword Art. Really.
Yeah.
I think Sword Art actually played a pretty decent game, all things considered.
665 is here, and he is a little terror on the Amumu at this point. Has already well and truly taken over the game, and sets his team up with a double kill here.
Yeah,
actually saves Taco from being dived. You don't see that often in a DCG game.
One of the rare instances of 665 and Taco being on the screen at the same time.
Yeah, usually if they can make a play and have Taco die on weak side, they seem to treat that like a bonus. Yeah.
They love it. The more deaths Taco has, the more fed the other side of the map tends to be.
Yeah.
And it's just the rules of DCG generally, but this time they kind of, what is it? They got their cake and ate it too, or something like that. Yeah.
Taco is surviving on the weak side. apart from one very silly TP.
That was horrendous. Yeah, you can't glaze over that. That was a really bad teleport.
And apart from that silly TP, how many mistakes did we really make on DCG?
I think that play mid was a mistake, but it just somehow works out as all of them do, as they often do. I think genuinely that probably should have just been a death.
DCG is such a good example. One of my favorite quotes is, it's better to have a bad plan and all be on the same page than have no plan at all.
Yeah.
I think DCG are a fantastic example that even if the plan is terrible, we are 5-man committed to it.
Yeah, we are just sending it. We are, and they do, and it works out because generally the other team is like, okay, nothing's going to happen here because no other team would force something to happen there. But DCG, collectively, all as 5 are just like, right, we're going, and then just every button is pushed all at once, and they just somehow, if they're behind, it turns the game around. If they're ahead, it just smashes a hole wide open in the enemy base, and it works time and time again, which is how we find them in this position of them fighting for second.
Yeah, last night we watched them do it to PSG.
Yep.
Tonight we're watching them do it to CFO. Two teams where individually you should be outmatched mechanically. They should be smarter than you. They should have more experience than you and play the macro better. But DCG, it's power of friendship or something.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, true. Best friends ever, these guys, and they are just looking on a tear. I don't know. They seem unstoppable at the moment.
Thanks to these two for the most part.
Yeah, it is. It's generally these two playing so well off each other. 65 picking up the MVP, definitely. I mean, I wouldn't look at anyone else.
Yeah, couldn't even think about
Orca
giving this to
is
anyone
the
else.
only person that you could maybe consider. But 65 ultimately just completely sending it. Had one int. Split pushing as a Mumu.
Yeah.
This team is so ridiculous. It's so absurd what they do.
They seem to just... Sometimes I think they enjoy doing the incorrect play and making it work.
Yep. Well, this was one of their better fights, of course, as 4v4 is what it was, but importantly, one team had a Jungler, one team did not.
Yeah, so Gory never going to be able to steal the Baron away from an Amumu with Smite, and then 665 sees 4 people contesting this Baron and ults
Hits the
4
flash
people.
ult. Yeah.
The Shun with Cleanse, like we said, but no hope once your whole team is caught. It's not just the Zeri they had their eyes on DCG, so they do get him in the end.
Casa trying to save Shun.
This little
A
terror.
surprisingly quiet game out of Shun. Generally, even when they get kind of destroyed, Shun having a pretty good game for himself, but not really able to do anything. And I think that is just what a Mumu does to AD carries. I think it is one of the most unplayable champions when you're AD carry.
In that last fight, he just got flash ulted for half his HP. Sure, he can cleanse it and kite back, but he's just down half his HP for no reason.
I swear Mumu might just be like Giga OP in this patch, because I swear it is like the hardest champ to pilot against when you're playing an AD carry. Like, especially a mid lane one that doesn't get the ability to take cleanse generally. Like you probably can, but then you're down a teleport. You know, Chris Carter doesn't take teleport anyway, so like maybe he'd take cleanse, but
Did
still.
he that game? I think he did.
He did, I think. Oh, but that's probably why Virtue's against Yone. He's not ever really
in danger.
Yeah. Like in theory, he has to misplay for him to be in danger, pretty much, right? It's like he has to get hit by a Q, and then the R can follow up and he can die. If he's just hit by an R, he's probably living in general, and then you're just down an ult on Yone. I'm not sure, but yeah, I'm pretty sure he did have a teleport that game, which I think's the first.
Yeah, usually barrier for him.
Yeah.
TP feels a bit better on the Lucian because he's a legitimate side lane threat, like the Tristana. Man, this DCG team is so good.
Fun. It's so fun to watch. I'm really enjoying them. I believe it's time for a break. When we're back, we'll see if DCG can secure their spot as second, or if CFO can fight back and take us to a third.
客合熟会，华航直飞西雅图的班机即将准备登机。
China Airlines passenger Michael Chen, your direct flight to Seattle is now ready for boarding.
华航直飞西雅图，7月14正式起航。
好想吃花雕鸡面哦，可是还在加班。
阿嬷，加班也能来碗酒香补一补哦。
就是这味道，
这碗花雕鸡面帮你补身又补心，
好满足哦。
还有麻油鸡面，赶走你疲累的寒意。要不要再来碗花雕酸菜牛肉面？暖心酒香的丰盛美味，台酒酒香经典系列。
难得皇上莅迎蒙古，臣等备好贡品向皇上觐见。
好想吃哦！
特此献上，此为酒香蒙古锅牛肉面，
就是这味道，浓郁的汤头为牛豚骨风味，还有孜然香，淋上五加皮料理酒，更有层次。这真是宫廷御膳第一级享受。
台酒御膳堂酒香蒙古锅牛肉面。
Said I hate to see you go, but you're always back for more. Said I hate when things move slow. You're oh so far yet so close. Oh so far but so close. Oh so far but so close. Hello paradise, I can't decide. Show me the light, show me a sign. Said I hate to see you go, but you're always back for more. Said I hate when things move slow. You're oh so far yet so close. Oh so far.
Tell me what you feeling, cause I'm feeling you. High as the ceiling, cause I'm breathing you. I can tell by the way you move, you feel it too. Yeah, you feel it too. Girl, you feel it too. Got that dress on you like a second skin. I can help you with it if you let me in. Babe, we ain't at church now, so this ain't no sin. No, this ain't no sin. It ain't no sin, babe. Just wanna let you for a little while. Just wanna touch you for a little while. And then I'll leave you in a little while. Cause that's my style. Yeah, that's my style. Just wanna let you for a little while. Just wanna touch you for a little while. And then I'll leave you in a little while. Cause that's my style. Yeah, that's my style. Girl, I never promised to take you away from what you get yourself in every day. I made my money the old-fashioned way. Just like they say. Just like they say. Yeah. I know you think you're seeing dollar signs. You can get your own, cause those are mine. Oh, you wanna be my girl, well get in line. Yeah, just get in line, get in line. Just wanna let you for a little while. Just wanna touch you for a little while. And then I'll leave you in a little while. Cause that's my style. Yeah, that's my style. Just wanna let you for a little while. Just wanna touch you for a little while. And then I'll leave you in a little while. Cause that's my style. Yeah, that's my style.
Welcome back, everybody, here for our second game of our second series of the night. And of course, it is going to be once again between DCG and CFO. It's DCG who take the lead 1-0 in a very clean game number one. Amumu causing a lot of problems for CFO. And we'll see how they deal with it if it just comes down to possible bans in our next game.
That is what PSG went for. They just banned the Amumu. It didn't actually work for them. They still ended up losing. Oh, no, they didn't ban the Amumu. They banned the Kalista.
They did.
Actually, and then the Amumu wasn't picked up next time around for DCG.
We'll see. I mean, DCG happy to just pick it in the first rotation of last game. Clearly don't really care what is picked against it. They feel like it's just got a place in the draft.
Only Zyra off the table at the time. They had seen enemy Sejuani.
Yeah, but I think it's not really about the jungle matchup, right? You don't really care who you're against in the jungle, I think. I think it's more about what can deal with the Amumu and those fights and those team fights. And
yeah, we've seen it against one tank, one carry jungler now and looked identical.
Yeah. No real difference.
Yeah. Farms the same, gangster the same.
DCG, though, I think, honestly, one thing we haven't touched on is just, we did during the game, but not in the post, is they have the best control over Dragon and the best way of using that early control over Dragon, it seems, out of every team here in the league.
Yeah, and it's completely blindsided CFO and PSG.
Yeah. Mumu, there it is, gone.
Why?
See Hana there, he's pretty happy. He's got a smile on his face. We're forcing teams to now ban a Mumu. How outrageous. 6-5 even, he's pretty happy. He realizes what he's just done.
CFO back on the blue side. Renekton again banned away. Strong blind pick for Taco.
Yeah, definitely one of Taco's go-to blinds, but Cassante last game for him ultimately, yeah, he had that little fumble with his teleport, but in general, great game out of him. Found that last kill onto Shun in the base of CFO to really seal the deal. And Kallista's going to be open. It was open as well last time. Went to the second stage of bans before actually getting taken out.
So do CFO double down with the Sejuani first pick now? Zyra is available. Probably the strongest jungler on the patch, but nope, Sejuani again for CFO.
Yeah, maybe just go for that. Israel. Current hover was just picked up last time. There it is. Nidalee. 65. He played it. This is the same as what happened last time. Dove bot on repeat against PSG. Just kept going and kept going, and it kept working and it kept working. See if he can do the same up against the bot lane here of CFO, but this is a champion that they didn't have to do that against. Was the Ziggs. They actually lost to PSG and Betty Ziggs yesterday.
Yeah, had to ban it the next game.
And it was exactly this lane too. It was the Ziggs Leona.
Massive damage. We saw it was Woody on Leona get on top of someone with the ulti from Betty on Ziggs.
Yep,
Would
TF.
just nearly one-shot someone.
Yeah, Twisted Fate. But Woody was, in fairness, he was 7-2 and 5 at that stage. So a little bit different.
Bizarre. Yeah.
The old 7-2 Leona, not something you're probably had a lot of practice against, I would dare suggest.
And if you throw your mind back to game 1 today, we've got a similar scenario transpiring here where we're going to have Nidalee against likely 3 tanks.
Yep.
Ezreal also not amazing against 3 tanks. So it is on DCG to actually snowball this game, I think.
Jack's banned away against Driver, something that he often performs very well on.
DCG did have the chance to pick the Twisted Fate top this game, maybe eyeing up a last pick on it.
They still can, yeah. It should be banned by CFO. Else
Yeah, right,
Driver's
because the
gonna
Jax is banned, DCG get first pick.
Yeah, there we go.
Yeah.
Does force out that Twisted Fate ban up against Taco. So now, what will be the second ban here? Cassante, if you want, but you could just blind pick it coming out. Obviously, we quite often leave Cascada as counter pick.
Last ban now for DCG, Jace.
Shun not looking thrilled he's about to have to play Ziggs.
I love Ziggs. Playing Ziggs is fun. Probably not against these guys, though.
Jace, banned most likely against Gory, could theoretically go top as well. Now, one pick should probably be top and just leave Cascada as counter, as that is the player who often uses it the best. And Aatrox.
Aatrox Gnar picked into this pretty often as a counter. That is the first champ that comes to mind. Yone played a bit. Last split anyway, not this split so much.
Yeah, it could just be Cassante as well and have a pretty even matchup. Oh, true. Yeah, CFO banning with Cassante.
This is another go-to for Taco, so I get it.
Yeah, for sure. Now, likely to be locked in. Not finding all that much impact on it last game, did Driver, but see what he can do against the Aatrox.
Yeah, got himself a CS lead on the Gnar.
Gory's Lucian. Now, this is going to be matched with a Kalista, a Draven, or a Caitlyn. I'm not sure which.
Kalista doesn't make too much sense to me.
Yeah, a lot of lockdown. I mean, you can say the same for
yeah, I say
one.
that as if Draven does make sense.
Yeah, or Caitlyn. So, Kalista looking like the current choice. I think out of the 3, definitely what Cascada performed the best on yesterday and
Honestly,
will be locked in.
Pretty good into this comp. It wasn't...
Who does he mark?
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking about, because Kindred, Nidalee rather, doesn't use it so well. Should already be so safe on that champ.
It could be Aatrox.
Could also be Braum.
Yeah. Braum kind of wants to be where he is, though, you know? In a
Yeah,
place
that's true. You can really grief yourself if you ulti the Braum.
Yeah.
Did not even think of that, but Cascada, if this goes anything like it did against PSG, is in for a very good game for himself. Get fed on Kalista this game, you are genuinely unkillable. Probably needs cleanse.
Down. He probably does, but he's not going to have cleanse.
Really? You think he'll have barrier?
Yeah, he's not going to have cleanse. It's Cascada. This man never takes cleanse. It doesn't matter how ridiculous the game looks. Yep, he's against Leona Sejuani, and he probably won't have cleanse.
Yeah, I mean, we have seen games where it really felt like he should take cleanse over barrier.
Yesterday on his Kalista game, he was against, I believe it was Twisted Fate and Lilia, and it would have been an engaged support. I can't remember which. And he didn't take cleanse. So...
And it worked.
Yep, he did get a Mercurial Scimitar from memory.
Yep, you can always get your support to get you a Mikhails if the game goes long enough.
Absolutely can, and so now, as we head into game number 2, it's DCG with the lead, 1-0. A real come up. And honestly, it's so good to see these guys and aspiring and reaching such heights.
Yeah, we've been singing their praises 2 splits almost now.
Yeah. They're the most fun team to watch, and now not only are they the most fun team to watch, they're also just undeniably one of our best teams in the league.
Yeah.
It's between second and third. Still can't really justify taking the mantle away from PSG Talon, but...
Yeah, they did beat them yesterday, but still...
Yeah, they still lost them twice is the problem.
Yeah, some work to do still to take the spot.
And Karsa getting bullied away from his jungle. It is Conqueror on the Nidalee, and gonna miss 2 of those spears, but still just wailing away with auto attacks.
Yeah, Karsa can get back here, but the level 1 in every lane for DCG is genuinely insane.
Yeah, I guess except Aatrox.
Yeah, maybe Aatrox just the only person struggling, and Karsa's got to pick a side of the map. Look at how much pressure is just already on CFO.
Yeah, they've been strangled completely. Karsa, which way will he go? It's a 50-50.
Yeah, 665 is trying to read him. Oh, pings on to 665 means Karsa knows.
Yeah, I think they know simply because Feng was sitting there in the Raptor pit throwing Qs at Gory.
Yeah, that's a dead giveaway usually.
And it is going to be the red buff picked up on the bottom side here. As I imagine 665 is going to go for the red buff into the diagonal jungle again. I mean, he might even be quick enough on Nidalee to do the Raptors as well, yeah.
I think so too. Gory on the receiving end of a horrible trade with Cascada.
Yeah, no Rend now, so Cascada can't really justify looking for those trades just for a moment. But yeah, I mean, again, Cascada.
Start on Gory.
Yeah, I guess maybe he needed it to try and get some of that early farm, but now it's looking rough. Not able to answer back with Q damage or anything.
Yeah, I'm surprised against a champion with nothing to E out of. At level 1 that he's taken the E, but Gory more familiar with this matchup than me.
You'd
probably.
Think. Yeah.
I'm not entirely sure. Yeah. I mean, I did used to play ADC. I'm sure he's not played a lot of Lucian into Kalista mid.
All right, this is exactly what we saw yesterday.
Yeah.
So
this time Spear's not landing.
Yeah, the Spear hasn't landed yet, but the Mystic Shot is. That one lands. Oh, level 2 hit for Shun. No, this might not work. Yes, it will. 665 gets in, gets out. Now Sword Art's still level 1. Spear lands. It's going to be a second kill. This is so methodical and so well done. Yesterday, you'd argue it happened off the back of some poor play from Betty and Woody. This time, it's just dominance.
Yeah, this time they don't even use a summoner to do it. Sorry, they use Ignite on Orca to set up that dive and nothing else.
And he's teleported back, Shun has, and died again.
That's kind of ridiculous.
Oh, that's really bad.
Yeah, they were on Vision 2, daring him to TP back in. Shun does it.
Cascada now, he might be in trouble. Is anyone coming to his aid? No, nice flash. Gets the ward down. He got that ward down and reacted in time. That very smart play by Cascada. Dodges out of that Arctic Assault, gets himself to safety. Does give Gory a little bit of breathing room in this middle lane, but I don't think middle lane really is the problem anymore.
Yeah, and that's just the standard CFO gank, isn't it? Just gank mid lane to alleviate pressure from Gory. Here's the dive on bot lane. The seal shots do eventually start landing for DCG, and Orca does a perfect job tanking. And then it's Feng's turn to tank. Also does a perfect job doing it. And then
hitting this, and then a teleport comes through.
Yeah.
The most illegal teleport of the century.
Yeah, goes straight to jail for it, does Shun.
If we thought Taco's teleport was bad last game.
Yeah, this one was egregious.
And we're already showing gold. That kind of tells you the state we're in. As it's almost 2K. The lead is almost 2K gold. And we have 4 minutes in, but Taco might be trading some gold back to Driver here. Flash available, gonna have to use it. Oh, Driver almost angles that for the perfect predict, but not quite able to.
Yeah, TP down for now.
Instead, the one looking to trade over some gold does have to flash away, gets a heal from 665, and we are now completely battling. Sword Art misses the Zenith Blade. He does have flash available, kept it from that dive, but 665 trying to find his way over the wall, will find his way to Sword Art, and does find another kill. Flash forward from Casa. Spear's not going to connect, and the barrier might just save Chris Carter. Chris Carter's 1 HP. The auto attack does eventually come through as 665 goes aggressive onto Gory. Casa finds a double. It's a double kill for the Sedge. Spear will go wide. There is no more follow-up that can be had. It is 2 kills back, but both of them are onto your boar, and that's not who you want them on.
Yeah, at least CFO managed to answer some of this pressure DCG are putting onto them. You have to defend your jungle at some point. You know, draw the line where you can stand your ground.
665 walking between towers to get onto Casa, will get stunned up, gonna have a blast cone available, and somehow manages to auto-attack it.
I have no idea how. I couldn't even see it.
No, neither. I thought he was just gonna sit there randomly auto-attacking the wolves like I do.
Yeah.
But no. Maybe you could argue 665 is better than me at League of Legends.
Slightly. Sword Art is caught channeling his Hex Flash here.
Now this is how Nidalee is supposed to be played.
Yeah, I agree.
He is not up a lot of camps, but he is up a whole lot of pressure, and he has forced all of his lanes to be winning.
Yeah, and this looked at first disastrous for DCG. Then it looked incredible for DCG once Sword Art comes in here and whiffs. And should just go down super fast here, but actually does get 665's flash, which makes the rest of this fight difficult to play. Orca misses the flash Braum Q onto Gory, otherwise the game is over there on the spot.
Yeah. And the flash away from Gory as well, back to live. Fight over Void Grubs.
Yeah, stolen away, one of them by 665, who actually just runs in 1v2 for now.
Yeah, so strong. Level 5 to level 4. Going to be able to secure all of these Void Grubs by the looks of things, and likely to turn attention towards the Dragon. It is something we often see DCG do. It's not common, at least in the last few series, for them to be focusing Void Grubs before Dragon, but...
Yeah, it's guaranteed not a Chemtech Soul, which should have you putting a slightly higher priority on the Dragon.
Yeah, if you see a Cloud or if you see a Chemtech, then that makes the stocks go a lot higher. As Gory
baiting.
Yeah, Sword Art channeling, Hex Flash, Caster's here as well. Cascada's in trouble. No flash, Culling might just take him out. Gory does manage to get that kill. Cascada playing a little bit too aggressive there.
Yeah, and there's some pressure and attention in the mid lane actually paying off for CFO again after the Raptors play.
Yeah, Driver should be able to get out of that Infernal Chain just fine.
Yeah, flash advantage for Driver. Makes this a bit scary for Taco. Wave going in the right direction for Taco anyway.
Trying to get as much healing out of that passive as possible every time it's off cooldown is Taco. Very annoying lane is the Gnar. He hasn't also got his plated steel caps just yet either, which makes it that much more scary and annoying.
Yeah, and how many times have we seen Taco in these positions where he is just suffering all early game and then shows up to a fight to pick up triple kills, quadra kills?
All right, time for a fight. Red buff's being done.
Karsa's level 5. They don't see him.
Yeah, they throw the spear. They know it's being done, but instead going to turn their attention towards this Dragon. Get that started up nice and early. 8 minutes, a little bit later than their past 3 games, but still, it is going to get started. It's going to be in their favor.
Yeah, still good pace, and this time around, no Void Grubs to be traded or anything. So just pure advantage DCG.
Yeah, got the Dragon and the Void Grubs, importantly.
Yeah, gold lead has shrunk.
Yeah, a few happy moments.
Yeah, considering it was 2,000 at 4 minutes.
Yeah, it was 3-0 was the kill score. Cascada going aggressive. I mean, that is just a terrible trade. Taco He's locked down. He doesn't have flash, but maybe he's able to get out. Flash riddle for Driver, but the Ignite's going to get it. Sword Art. Right place, right time. Able to secure himself a kill there up in the top side. Now, Cascada having some pressure alleviated this time from Orca, and now that it's alleviated, they can look aggressively, but Karsa's here. Karsa's 7, and Karsa has ult.
Yeah, Q just goes wide from Cascada. Would have been a nice chunk onto Gory.
Yeah, 665 locating Sejuani up here, and with that, DCG going to back off a little bit out of that mid wave.
Yeah, let's see what Sword Art pulled off. He's on vision this entire time.
Taco popping ult, but doesn't have any Qs, so no way to get healing, no way to really get out other than hopefully dodging that boomerang. Wasn't able to do so. Now does pick himself up the Ninja Tabis, the plated steel caps, so things will feel a little bit better for him.
Again, Shun mega tense in the bottom lane. Feng getting the better of this matchup for now. Once the Lost Chapter is finished for the Ziggs, he'll be perfectly fine down
Flash
here.
forward, Cascada's also going to flash though, and Braum puts up the shield. Cascada's living. A lot of damage reduced, and that's going to be a trade there of those flashes. Cascada for Sword Art. You'll take that as CFO.
Yeah, more members for CFO. Don't fix what ain't broke so far this game. Keep sending everyone mid.
Driver with Mega coming up. Should be not really much to do, and the gold graph, well, the gold lead, continuously shrinking.
Yeah, negligible now.
Somehow fighting back. CFO, a little bit of over-aggression perhaps, as 65 started to play a lot more quieter, but there is a Void Grub set spawning in 10 seconds, and Orca and 665 are up here to start it out. Sword Art to answer, but Karsa just recalling now.
You ever notice? Uh-oh.
Yeah, Sword Art no flash. They just used Sword Art's flash, but not able to get that stun as Cascada trades aggressively once again onto Gory, and it's a very positive trade indeed.
Yeah, Gory feeling like he needs lifesteal, so he goes for a Blade of the Ruined King on the Lucian.
I believe we saw the Blade of the Ruined King into Black Cleaver recently. Cascada is getting pretty low here. Orca is going to be, actually 6-5, sorry, brought in there by that Fate's Call. Cascada trying to jump away. A lot of CC though. Probably wishing he had cleanse, but he is able to get that rend, able to get that kill, but it's 2 kills for Driver. Possibly a third as 65's running. The Hyper Procs, though, are going to help out so much. 65 dodging out of that stun is Sword Art. The level up's going to keep him alive from that red buff burn, and it's another positive trade in favor yet again of CFO, as they have truly fought their way back and now find themselves at a gold lead.
Yeah, and somehow Feng is really struggling down here. I'm not sure what's happened. Ulti is up for Shun. Feng is in very high danger of dying here. As with that fight in the topside river, CFO managed to...
Oh, Feng E'd forwards.
Yeah, that was the only real outcome there. Once you use Ezreal, Ziggs ulti can kill you from that HP. Yeah, the dive looks a little bit overforced by Sword Art initially because he is down a level on Orca, but it's this TP from Driver that completely swings the fight. Not able to interrupt it. Is Taco or approach this fight at all. As Gory was completely out of mana in a 3v3, or a 2v1 rather. Maybe 665 wins that against the Lucian Leona. But Driver there to clean up. And finishes his Triforce now. Miserable will be Taco.
Yeah, Void Grubs off the back of that for Karsa. So 3 apiece. Oh, actually 4. 65 got one before the play. Well, DCG once again will have Void Might spawning. Dragon up 30 seconds. See if DCG want to fight over that and CFO want to answer.
Yeah, I think that should just be your play as DCG. You kind of needed to snowball this game just based off the comps, I think. That's going to be quite difficult going forward.
Yeah, no Triforce yet for Feng. It is definitely something to note ahead of this Dragon play. Orca though clearing out vision, and 65 ultimately with pressure over the bot side. Cascada being looked at. He dodges out of the Glacial Prison. No, he doesn't have flash. He's dead. No CC. I mean, no cleanse means that Sword Art landing that Zenith Blade just takes him out. Although it was a lot committed. It was the Sejuani ult ultimately, and Driver as well using his ult in the top side. No teleport as well for this Gnar, so ultimately can be a 4v5 if DCG so choose. They're starting up this Dragon.
Without their Kalista and without a TP on their Kalista either. This could be risky for DCG. Already 3k.
Yeah, no Sejuani ult, but everyone collapsing. Here comes the teleport out of Taco. It is going to be a 4v4. Ultimately, Gory going to flash away. In comes that Glacial Fissure. Taco's made his way in. Taco has secured at least one kill, but it was Ziggs. It was Shun who took the Dragon, and 65 is taking that personally as he dives on in. Orca lands that Winter's Bite. Flash available for Shun, but he doesn't commit it. He is just going to go down, and now Sword Art might have to be careful under his tower. Ultimately, though, important Dragon take for the side of CFO. It is still a teamfight win on the behalf of DCG.
Yeah, you're okay with this if you're DCG. What is Cascada up
Oh,
to?
Driver, he goes out of Mega, and so Cascada feels like there's no way he loses
down.
this.
He's 2 levels down.
Yeah, he is 2 levels down. The Ren coming through the barrier. This is just a kill.
Oh my goodness.
He doesn't
Cascada.
even move. He just stands still.
Yeah. I think you do attack slightly faster if you just stand completely still as a Kalista.
Yeah, I think so, but very, very minutely, but yeah.
Yeah, and maybe it made a difference as I think the Ziggs ulti maybe got that. Could have just been Leandri's too. Doesn't have Leandri's actually, sorry. And 665.
Not happy that it went down.
Yeah. Does bait Shun in to die though. So gets his revenge on this Ziggs.
Yeah, 6-5 claimed himself another. Cascada respawning, going up top, getting a shutdown it was over Driver.
Yeah, that's massive because your Kalista is starting to just be irrelevant this game. 2 and 4. 1 and 4, sorry, was Cascada. And 2 levels down on that Gnar he just killed. That is a giant kill.
You have to wonder if there's a way Driver just can get out, jumping over the wall or something, but...
Maybe. I think he thought
I think
he won.
thought he won, yeah.
I thought he won. But Cascada...
I didn't, but it was much closer than I thought it would. I thought Cascada would win that quite easily.
Nah, it's just a level difference in a Triforce, right?
Yeah, that is true. I just figured Mini Gnar against the Kalista. I don't know, but either way, Rift Shield started up, 3,000 HP. It is going to reset. Oh, is it? The health doesn't. The aggro bar does, but not the health. Is 3v4 is what it is right now. Flash forward. Solar Flare does go wide. Feng does have Arcane Shift. He's going to get flashed on. The Gnar ult is fantastic from Driver, and it's going to be 2 clean kills and a Rift Herald for the side of CFO.
Yeah, this is a night and day difference now with CFO. Just looking clean and nice engage from Driver, followed up beautifully by his team. And
Prison
speaking
now,
of,
65 is going to get Fate's call. He's out.
yeah, ultimately much shorter cooldown on the Sejuani ulti as Shun is being a Rift Herald comedian. Lots of Rift Herald comedians today.
Yeah, it is a shorter cooldown, but in general, the Taco is dead. He has World Ender. He's going to be able to get over one wall, but is he going to be able to get out is the real question. Flash from Driver means probably not. And Gory as well. What just happened?
I am...
He just moonwalked over that wall. Does go down. Gory the one to pick it up. And Flash from Driver used in the most illegal sense.
Well, Karsa flashed too, by the way.
Oh, 2 flashes. 65 going in. There's no Fade's call. Flashes away. He does get stunned up. Feng is now here, but it's a bunch of tanks. Cascada's trying to get through their health bars, and Karsa's definitely going to go down. Eventually, Cascada's going to flash to make sure that is the case. What a game. This is...
Yeah, getting kills on Cascada now. Looking scary.
Feng aggressive. Q lands. One more, and he'll have his E back up nearly.
Now the Cinders for Sword Art.
Yep.
Moves
Moves going to be good enough.
Yeah, I'm in disbelief that 2 people commit flash to kill Taco there, but it is what it is. CFO forced back for now, though, and DCG hitting this tower might just take it.
Yeah, it looks like it should just be going down. Driver's almost here. The top lane, Gory pushed, teleported to, is going to be answered by Taco ultimately. And this gold graph, I mean, it is CFO now in the lead, but still not very far away are DCG. Neck and neck, really.
Yeah, problem for DCG is you have an Italy.
This is true.
And she is not nearly as useful as Sejuani.
The good thing, I guess, about Nidalee is her heal scales ridiculously with AP, and so it will help against Ziggs.
That's true.
So it is. It's a very minute thing. You'd still rather have a Sejuani, don't get me wrong. It's not even close, but the heal is very useful against champs like Ziggs.
That's true. It gives some attack speed still, I think.
Yeah, which will be good for Cascada.
Yeah.
Oh, 65. I mean, they know he's there. He's going to get stunned up for a long, long time. There's no way out. There's no Fate's Call. There's no Kalista. There's no Feng. It's a double kill for Gory.
Yeah, CFO just looking clinical this game. Always there with more members than DCG. And it's DCG, actually. You cannot keep up with the pace of this game right now.
Yeah, Taco just blindly walking into his jungle. Going to have to pop that world into once again in a defensive manner, but he's actually finding a lot of damage. He finds a kill. The healing reduction from that Oblivion Orb kind of helping a lot there, but ultimately Taco somehow finds a kill.
Yeah. Salvages the play a little bit. It's not going to secure this dragon for his team, that's for sure. As a CFO going to pick it up.
Yeah, but inting going on.
Yeah. Yeah, DCG just can't stabilize in this game right now. They can't just like get grouped up and make a play with numbers advantage. Someone's always getting caught. So we are watching a Sejuani and an out of mana Ziggs to a dragon.
One of the quickest dragons of all time.
Yeah. Oh, Karsa almost gets his recall interrupted. Shun has to run for his life.
Oh, the Infernal Cinders.
Yeah, they actually deny DCG for a second time now, the Cinders.
And, I mean, red buff being done here. 6 of 5, he needs to... Oh, talking about 6 of 5 Fing. Okay, he does manage to get away, but not from that, not from that. He does have a bit of tenacity afforded to him from that cleanse, of course. As Glacial Fissure comes out, it's really nice. It hits Gory. So does absolutely everything else. It's a shutdown. 6 of 5 finds. Shun will be teleporting into the play, but everyone's here now. It's a 4v5. Baron is up. Some low health bars across the rift, but Warmog's available most importantly for those two low members of CFO in Sword Art and in Karsa. You're seeing Sword Art now back to full HP. Karsa will be going there very shortly, but it is that this Baron started up. There's a Callista on one side, making the secure all but guaranteed. No ultimate available for these CC support. Sword Art's in, but there's a Braum here to block any follow-up damage, and Sword Art, he might be in, but now he's out as he does get taken out. World Ender pop from Taco, and Driver does have Mega available. They will not be committing any further to this Baron, but they do manage to find a kill onto Sword Art. Now, can CFO somehow look for an answer back?
Yeah, just a kill on Sword Art is enough to deter DCG from doing the Baron, as Feng has the kitchen sink thrown at him and plays it really well to get out there, and Gory unfortunately does not. No flash up on him. Shutdown goes over to the Nidalee. And once the Ziggs gets here, he's able to ulti the wave, and nothing's really happening. In the mid lane, DCG turn their attention to the Baron and get a kill for their trouble.
Yeah, now, finally, I mean, first time in a while we've seen DCG actually grouped up together, and the fight goes pretty well, despite Fing being the one initiated on. He has lost both his sums, so if that happens again, he will just be going down. Have to be very careful, mindful, and play a bit more safe as the Ezreal. Has 2 items now, very strong coming into a power spike.
Yeah, should be. And yeah, even Ezreal, CFO are playing so aggressively and decisively this game that even Ezreal doesn't feel safe. Yeah. Sword Art and Karsa, night and day playing around Gory this game.
Ziggs being an absolute pest.
Yeah, actually eats a spear though.
Yeah, it does. It's a lot of damage coming down onto him. He does have a Seraph shield, so he is deceivingly tanky, shall I say. Glacial Fissure coming out. It's not going to connect onto Gory, but it does connect onto Sword Art. And how hard do DCG want to commit to this? There comes everything at Fing again. Fing's got hit. Fing got hit by absolutely everything, and Driver's on him. Orca's dead. Kriskada's trying to kite. Gory's going to flash away and get himself a shot down. He actually still manages to make it out. And now it's only 665. And Taco to try and survive, but Taco gets taken out. 665 should be able to escape. But Driver is hunting him down. Heal's going to have to come through. He's just going to take some jungle camps on his way out, as this Baron is going to be taken by CFO.
Yeah, is aware that the Baron is being done, 665, but not much he can do about it. Has to just fight for his life to get away from Driver if he even can here.
Sword Art's on the way. This is very, very scary, but it looks like he should be fine. 665, you have to be careful.
Yeah,
he's
looks
fine.
okay. But, I mean, he's fine for now in terms of not dying, but you're now Nidalee Ezreal against Baron at 22 minutes. The game is usually over pretty quickly from this point, and it's an engage onto Sword Art.
But
doesn't quite work out. Feng is just one shot to begin this fight, which is never a good start, and then Gory picks off the other damage threat on DCG, and, I mean, it's over.
Karsa finding a glacial prison perfectly. Just the perfect angle.
I mean, Gory, that play was so insane in that fight.
Yeah.
Even if he dies for it, he somehow lives, but even if he dies for it, that's worthwhile because both ADCs would be dead.
8-2 now is Gory on this Lucian. Looking very good here in game number 2.
Yeah.
Driver going aggressive. Actually, look at how much damage just connects onto Feng. One bouncing bomb and the dash from Driver. 65 will be able to heal up this Ezreal, and Cascada in no man's land, looking for a flank as 665 just sitting on the side here. Actually, a lot of damage onto Driver as Fate's Call going to be used to get him out, and just honestly using Fate's Call for a bit of poke here, but 65 goes aggressive. He gets caught out. He's stunned up. Everyone's stunned up. Orca, it's not going to matter that Solar Flare connects onto him as he's able to just dash on out, and very, very strange decision. Taco being found by Gory, does pop the world into. Can he find the damage? Gory trying to dive, but Gory, he's just maybe throwing away the lead that DCG found them at. And no, the True Shot Barrage does miss. Ignite popping, but the heals coming through on to Lucian. Keep him up, and Gory does not go down, but they will be able to find themselves the top lane inhib, maybe even the mid lane inhib, as Driver slowly pushing away, and Cascada has randomly sat at Dragon and soloed it.
It feels like you are losing these fights by such small margins on DCG.
Well, Cascada's going to find Driver, and Driver has no flash. He's in mini. Cascada's on him. Driver, does he have his dash? He doesn't. It doesn't seem like. There's a lot of Ren stacks. This is a dead Gnar, and perfectly timed Ren. Cascada gets his shutdown, gets an objective shutdown on the Dragon, extends the game for another 5 minutes.
TP mid lane to defend this tower. It should just be dead still.
We'll see if Shun. No, absolutely not. Essence Flux going to all but confirm that that tower's taken out. Taco randomly teleporting into the mid lane. There is no objective up. This Baron going to fade away in 30 more seconds. Shouldn't be any more objectives taken, especially considering the death of Driver in that mid lane.
Yeah, just worried about the re-engage from CFO maybe was old Taco. But gets his team out with the TP.
Driver up an item as an R.
Someone's got to kill Gory this game. So he gets aggressive onto Feng.
And not able to really land with much of the culling, so Feng kind of just trading Lucian ult for E, and you'll take that.
Yeah. Feng, with a really strong start to this game, has not been having a good time since 2-0 start on this as.
Yeah, Baron gone now, so the wave clear is going to be a lot easier for DCG to manage. Driver has respawned, he has teleport up, and he's just pushing down that mid lane. There is an open inhib in the middle lane here for the side of CFO to try focus down.
Shun is fishing for some poke.
Yeah, True Shot Barrage comes through, going to get off an additional support shield.
There's some poke lands onto Cascada.
Yeah,
every bit of HP.
We have to give up this tower now. There's no actual way to defend it, as Driver's making some work on this inhib, and massive wave crashing in on the bottom, on the top side, shall I say.
Yeah, DCG not convinced they have to give it up.
They're trying to get here to defend it. Teleport coming through though from Gory. He's all topped up on health and
Did
mana.
they see it?
Doesn't look like a Gorka though. He's very quick on the reactions. Gets up that shield. Cleanse again coming out of Feng. That's an ult away from the Ziggs as well. But through will come the culling. A lot of damage coming through Gory. The damage is immense. Meanwhile, Driver, he's being focused down again. It's going to cost the entire base though, as I think the game might just end. We're chasing down Driver. I mean, we kind of have to, right? Otherwise, Driver's going to just deny the backs. And Orca, he's trying to defend 1v4. Recalls are coming through now for Cascada. Taco as well. He's trying to find the damage onto Shun, but stunned up. Damage will be there for Gory. Down goes that top side for DCG as it's a 4v2. Cascada, well, 3 now as 65 does rejoin his team. Gory still full on HP. He's just chasing away at this Nidalee, this annoying Nidalee champ. Inhib mid actually somehow is still up, I think. A lost opportunity.
The CFO decided to not hit it either. Worried about the Nidalee flanking them and the respawn timers on DCG. So DCG barely hang in there, but they do hang in there.
I mean, not Taku, Driver just buying so much time. Steerax Randuin's not taking any damage whatsoever.
Yeah, watch Feng here. He's been tortured all game by Karsa. Hasn't missed a single Sejuani ult on him. And this Lucian culling with the Sejuani ulti makes this side of the fight very one-sided. On the other side of the fight, Gnar is just getting chased down.
Now back to live. Baron, 30 seconds away. It's definitely the objective to look at, as both teams are on 2 dragons. There's no worry about Dragon Soul coming just yet, and DCG certainly cannot afford to care about the dragon. Their entire base is in shatters. 2 inhibs down, the bot inhib being the important one. Taco no teleport, no one any teleport actually.
CFO looks so tanky.
He's going to do Mega Nara, used by Driver. Someone's going to have to answer this bot side tower. Now, Taco does almost have teleport back. 665 not connecting on these spears, and I mean, not that surprising. Almost hits that one, but still not quite. Now, Baron started up. The ward is there. They are aware. Can DCG collapse? Can they make it there? Cascada's very far away, and it might just have to be a heroic steal attempt, but they're not even going to bother. It's going to come down to 1 5v5.
Yeah, with open inhibs, this is risky. You lose this third inhib and the enemy team has Baron, the game is instantly over if you're DCG.
Yeah, teleport coming through. This is going to force 665 away from that river. He was playing for the dragon. Yeah, these minions aren't going to be you're not going to be able to deal with them, I should say. Now, 5 members strong. Taco pretty low. You're going to have to get that health back. Inhib will spawn in the top side, but immediately get taken out again as all 3 inhibs are now down for the side of DCG as the fight breaks out. Cascada's very low. Cascada's caught exactly where he wouldn't want to be, and there's just so many tanky members. Driver even finds a kill solo onto 665 around the Nexus Tower, and CFO, they absolutely strike back, and they strike back convincingly. Game number 2, and we're going to a third.
Yeah, quite a few kills picked up by DCG in that game, especially in the early game, but it really was just a throw at the end of the day, I think.
Yeah.
Very strong early game for them. And it was that the game really turned around in the mid lane.
Raptor Pit.
Yeah, the Raptor Pit fight. Gory monster plays, got mega fed off of that, and just took over the game after. Was playing out of his mind the rest of the game.
Yep, definitely. I mean, it was just DCG's game to lose after minute 4. They were up 2k gold. It's the most ridiculous early lead we've seen in a long time. Getting a bit too over-aggressive with it. You're up this gold, but the gold hasn't resulted in any items yet, so you're not really up all that much gold at all, and one overextended fight in the Raptor Pit means that Gory picks up a couple of kills and takes over the mid lane where you've just locked in your Callista.
Without TP.
If you're losing mid-game as Callista, you're probably going to struggle to win the game, and that's exactly what happened.
Yeah, back to the drawing board now for DCG. They will have their selection of sides. They'll probably go for the blue side, though it is DCG. You never really know.
This is true.
At the end of the day. The Nidalee did not feel nearly as strong as the Amumu.
Yeah,
it felt
it didn't.
Strong, though.
It did early game, right? But then I think, honestly, if they had continued playing as aggressive as they were, even after that one fumble, 665 kind of just stopped playing aggressively after that. I think if they had continued to play aggressively, then it might have been different, as well as Shun stealing that dragon. I think that really sort of took the wind out of their sails, as they say.
Because they ended up with 2 dragons on DCG. They could have had 3.
Yeah.
And then they can probably approach that game completely differently if you're on the 3 dragons.
For sure, but not able to do so, and it was CFO ultimately who played better in this game. Casa, a fantastic game on Sejuani. Should be the MVP. He found so many ults onto Feng.
Feng could not play all game, on Ezreal even.
Yeah, just hit Ezreal time and time again with those glacial prisons, and Feng was just forced to cleanse flash every single time he had it. If he didn't have it, he just went down immediately, and that was your Ezreal that got so far ahead. I mean, Shun griefed this game, just giga griefed the game, and still it was him on the winning team after not making any more mistakes after the early stage.
0-2-0.
Just constantly not able to play while Shun throwing out these bombs. I think going into game number 3, DCG are probably going to ban the Ziggs. They banned it up against PSG. It seems to just be a champion that they struggle to deal with because it is just hard to be aggressive into a Ziggs, and DCG kind of succeed when playing aggressively.
Yeah, and what you said was very true about 665. After they messed up, he just got really passive. He was at Krugs while people were getting dived in the mid lane and just out of sync with his team once he lost his confidence. And DCG are a very confidence-based team.
Yeah.
So they need to get their momentum back if they're going to be winning this 3rd game.
Yeah, definitely helps that Driver just stomped top.
Yeah.
Just not even close. Helped by Sword Art, admittedly. But Driver was just by far the most impactful top out of this game.
Yeah, Taco never got to do anything this game. Killed Sword Art once on Leona.
Yeah, that was this play. They didn't even see it.
Yeah, this was a big moment in the game too.
It was already 65, I mean, not 65, DCG were ahead at this point, but this was the turning point where they started to be behind.
Yeah.
As you see the gold graph there, how far ahead they were. at minute 4 is ridiculous, and you probably cannot justify losing the game after that, but
2K at 4 minutes is maybe the fastest gold lead we've ever seen accrued.
Yeah, for sure. And it wasn't to be. Gory doing the most damage. Had a great game for himself ultimately, but I think Casa having the best game on the Rift.
Yeah, ridiculous game from him. Gory too. Even Sword Art, honorable mention. Same with Driver, just a good game.
Yeah, ultimately they all played very well.
Shun, serviceable Zig's job.
Yeah, after the early game.
And after how a lot of these CFO games have been going, Shun gets to get carried.
Oh, yeah.
One game.
Yeah, he often is the only light in an absolute sinking ship.
Yeah.
The ship is just going down and Shun's like desperately trying to patch the holes. And this game, he was a bit of a hole, but that's fine because he has been the guy patching it that many times.
Yeah,
you're
give him
allowed
one.
to.
Yeah, you're not worried about Shun yet.
Oh, not at all. This guy's an insanely talented player. But yeah, team stats, I mean, high damage percentage there out of Gory on the Lucian.
Yeah,
Did receive a lot of attention, so you'd hope so, but definitely making it feel justified.
Constant attention in the mid lane, just not matched anywhere on the map by DCG. So lets Criscata go 1 and 4.
It did bring it back to Criscata, but certainly not quite enough. Gory almost entirely across the board, and Casa as the most damage taker.
Yeah.
No surprises.
Yeah, good Sejuani stat.
It is a classic Sejuani stat, isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, I think my MVP is probably Karsa too. He felt more oppressive, but...
Oh, Gory's going to get it. Had the most kills.
Gory was a
and the
little
most
more
damage.
flashy.
Yeah. Most damage means that you get it. Most important skill stat in the game.
Yeah, just barely took less damage than Criscata. Watched these two smack each other in the face a lot this game.
Yeah. Well, I don't think you have to be disheartened as DCG. I think you can still look for these counter picks. Ultimately, it wasn't really the Callista that lost this game. It was team play around the Raptor and obviously Driver's teleport sealed the deal in many ways.
Yeah, also just a lot of kills going over to Nidalee, where if they were going over to Callista, could be a very different looking game. Nid probably just falls apart.
Let's take a look.
Yeah. Gory has already eat out of a Nidalee Sphere at this point, landed a full culling, and picked off Criscata.
Oh, this is where he lives on a slither of HP.
Yeah. Flashes out after killing Criscata, and then Blast Cone's back over, not taking 665 with him, so he doesn't get killed. Yeah, and he had a few fights exactly like that.
Yeah,
on
very
a Knife's
similar.
Edge, just 1 HP the entire time.
Truly pushing the limits.
Yeah.
And he did well. I mean, this is by far the best we've seen CFO in a long time. This game in specific. Now, they've still got to get this across the line. You know, if you remember last in the playoffs last split, they went 0-6 to end their season, right? They lost a best of 5 against PSG, 0-3, and then SoftBank Hawks, 0-3. They were 0-5 in their last 5 games.
Damn.
This stopped it. They didn't go 0-6. So could this be the turning point? They're now 1-5 in their last 6 games.
Yeah.
So it could be the turning point, and honestly, their playoffs is on the line here. Not that they're not going to be part of playoffs, but where they start to seed, and again, skipping the first round of playoffs can be so important, but there's one more game to go. Both of these teams fighting for that spot in the second round of the playoffs. Once we're back from the break, we'll see who gets it.
China Airlines passenger Michael Chen. Your direct flight to Seattle is now ready for boarding.
华航直飞西雅图，7月14正式起航。
好想吃花雕鸡面哦，可是还在加班。
阿嬷，加班也能来碗酒香补一补哦。
就是这味道。
这碗花雕鸡面帮你补身又补心，
好满足哦。
还有麻油鸡面，赶走你疲累的寒意。要不要再来碗花雕酸菜牛肉面？暖心酒香的丰盛美味，台酒酒香经典系列。
难得皇上莅迎蒙古，臣等备好贡品向皇上进献。
好想吃哦！
线上，此为酒香蒙古锅牛肉面，
就是这味道，浓郁的汤头为牛豚骨风味，还有孜然香，淋上五加皮料理酒，更有层次。这真是宫廷御膳顶级享受。台酒御膳堂酒香蒙古锅牛肉面。
And we've made it to game number 3 in our most important series of the split between CFO and DCG. It's CFO who strike back in game number 2 and see what they can do. They've put a stop to the Amumu, they just banned that one out. But DCG, they struck back in the early game, weren't able to get done.
Yeah, and it feels like these teams are pretty evenly matched at this point. DCG still putting up a good fight after throwing.
Yep.
And CFO, of course, putting up a good fight after how far behind they fell so early. Still just sticking to their plan of play around Gory.
Yep.
Just send jungle and support to the mid lane. It worked this time.
Yeah, certainly did, and it got them across the line. Blue side will be selected here for DCG. Give them a little bit of play around, I guess, in that first pick. It has been the Sejuani just taken away consistently. We'll see if that impacts the draft at all. Maybe force out a ban towards DCG, perhaps.
Justified this time. Game 2 justified by Karsa. Game 1 not so much.
Yep, definitely. Maybe a ban towards the Sejuani. Honestly, maybe from CFO. It's a champion that 6-5 often has been picking.
Yeah.
But what do they ban? They're on the red side. They have to ban the Rumble. Maybe have to ban the Amumu.
DCG continue to just ban Tristana both sides.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like a champ Cascada is particularly interested in playing. And it's a bit late now to start learning it, considering next patch it's gone. Well, you know, it's
close
nerfed.
enough to it, yeah. Azir taken away from Gory, and do you ban the Lucian? He's performed really well on it last game.
Azir once again banned from him. Now there goes the Amumu.
And now if you're DCG, you're choosing between a TF or a...
Yeah, there goes the Ziggs.
Just ban the Ziggs.
There's a champion they banned up against PSG after Betty played it, so not that surprising. And yep, there goes the Sejuani ban. Now what will 665 choose to play
Ash
in the
available.
jungle? Yeah, Ash is up. It's a champ that isn't often. Feng though, he's...
No, Renekton too.
Oh yeah. Yeah, Taco's gonna get his Renekton. He has looked rough on the Aatrox recently. Admittedly, he has gotten some wins on it, but often finds himself very disadvantaged.
Yeah, we'll see how he does on the Renekton. Not your usual weak side pick.
It is a perfectly fine weak side though.
Yeah, just because of
Much
how
better
strong
than
it is.
Aatrox.
Yeah, wave clear, right?
Yeah.
Ezreal locked away. Premier ADC at the moment.
Yeah.
Is bot lane.
Zyra. Kasa gonna be on the Zyra, so
Leona available.
true, yeah, could just be the Diana Leona, perhaps.
Yeah, it should just be Leona plus something. Doesn't matter too much what you pick, I think. Alongside it.
What will they choose? Kai'Sa, maybe. Could be mid, could be AD.
Yeah, good matchup into Ezreal, so I'm leaning towards thinking it's AD for now.
Now, what will we pick here? I mean, Leona does seem like an obvious pick. Okay, we're just going for that Nidalee. So, I mean, pretty much confirms that either Kai'Sa's mid or we're getting an AD carry mid. Or not that that comes as any surprise. Now, it could be a Twisted Fate lock-in if the side of CFO wanted, but at the moment, hovering that Cassante, looking for something a bit more even. Possibly just to allow these two top laners to live on their island, as is often the case. Will be locked in. So now heading into the second bans, I think so far what I'm seeing I like from CFO ultimately, and that is literally only because of Zyra. I don't particularly favor Ezreal or Kai'Sa. I don't particularly favor Renekton or the Cassante, but I definitely think Zyra is a whole lot more useful than the Nidalee 9 times out of 10.
Yeah, just a lot more consistent.
Yeah.
Really. Clears faster, sets up ganks better, scales better. There's just a lot less pressure on you as the Zyra. Oh, which is why into the Zyra you usually see things like the Leona, just to shut her down, kill her over and over.
It's typically the way things go, but Ash Band not going to allow Feng to have that, thinking this Kai'Sa is going mid for Griscata, and it's probably a safe bet, but you can never count out the antics of DCG's drafting.
Yeah, love the Lucian ban from DCG. Looked very good for Gory. Wasn't snapped up in the first phase, so not going to get it this time.
And how deep has Gory branched his AD carry pool in the mid lane? His Kallista's now gone. Again, that's away from Griscata and Feng. Will they opt to ban Zeri here, the side of DCG? It seems like the obvious ban, but maybe not necessarily what they should go for. Okay, so the Leona is the choice.
Yeah, actually banned by DCG, interestingly enough. Doesn't feel great to the Ezreal, I guess.
Yeah. Nautilus gonna feel pretty okay with that if you are Sword Art.
Yeah, Nautilus usually just the snap take when Leona's off the table.
What did DCG go for here? I mean, we still don't even know where this Kai'Sa's going, admittedly. It was Griscata on the Kai'Sa who managed to get it done up against CFO in their last series. That could absolutely be Feng. Certainly a player. He plays AD carry, he plays Kai'Sa. It's a champion that is ultimately synonymous with the role. Now, looking for maybe the Senna.
DCG has locked in Senna. What does that mean Orca is playing?
Is it just going to be the Ornn?
Oh, very standard. Okay.
Yeah, a little too standard almost, you'd argue.
Yeah. Solo AP Nidalee now for DCG.
No, they got Kai'Sa.
Oh, yeah. Kai'Sa will be doing AP damage later in the game.
And yeah, Corki makes sense. I kind of forgot that champ was still up.
Yeah, Lucian just makes this champion so much lower priority, but with Lucian off the table.
We'll see if Kaiser can do anything against it. But we do have our team comps. I mean, I don't particularly favor either team comp. I think both of them have put together something pretty strong.
I think I favor CFO because they don't have a Nidalee.
Yeah, see, I think I favor DCG because their team fight comp is just so much stronger. This Zyra, you know, the same things you said against Leona are
Ornn
true
does
against
the
Ornn.
same. Yeah, that's very true. No Braum.
And there's so much follow-up. You Ornn ult, if there's a Renekton anywhere in the flank, Kaiser can just jump on in there, as can Nidalee. A lot of,
yeah, I see it.
A lot of pressure for Kaiser to be positioned well. Shun and Gory, not the same. They do have the dash available to themselves. So, should be a little bit safer, but yeah, definitely Kaiser on this Zyra, if mispositioning, can be punished very, very heavily.
Yeah, and CFO have got the really common Corki Ezreal combo where they've got the double tiers in the carry position, so they have to be a little bit careful about those power troughs
That
after
is
their
worrying
first backs.
because of the dragons, the priority that DCG put over these dragons and how well they convert them.
Yeah.
You're going to be in your power trough around, you know, probably the second and third dragons. And that is a long, long time. So maybe try and force getting an early one. It's not something we typically see from anyone, but let's see. I'm sure CFO, they're able to navigate it. Now it's just up to if they do or not.
Yeah, well, in game one, DCG took that first dragon before the Void Grubs were even up.
Yeah.
Game two, they really slowed it down and kind of slowed down the dragon to throw some of their gold lead.
Yeah.
I heard
Oh,
a flash.
I hear, yeah. Oh, okay.
Flash
Flash
is
is traded. I don't think it should matter that much, honestly. There's no gank set up onto the Kaiser.
Yeah.
And all Kaiser can really do is walk in and hope to get in range to use a route. But let's see if they can make use of that missing summoner Cascada. Maybe even, yeah, okay, he does get away from the Nautilus. Does have to be careful. Ultimately, if it's getting punished, it probably has to be from Sword Art. A roam from him. He doesn't have Hex Flash, makes it a little bit harder. 65 not going to allow for any of this plant set up from the Zyra as Shun takes a hefty amount of damage here. Orca going to get hooked up, but he's not going to care all that much, being that he does ultimately have a center there to heal him up and teleport. Taco as well taking a big lot of damage. Cascada still going aggressive as we are really trying to deny this Zyra's clear. Gory getting hit!
No.
One auto! Oh! Not able to find it. But this red buff will be picked up, and that is one way to kneecap a Zyra, is to not let her even start in the jungle. Just walking to a camp still.
Yeah, incredible start for 665, and these AP matchups do snowball. We've seen it a million times.
Yeah, Orca solo laning.
Yeah, Cascada runs straight down middle lane, finds the Nautilus, gets flashed on. Risky flash in a straight line, but gets out of there.
Yeah, it does. Glory as well, lost flash, lost teleport in the extended play. Those are the only sums used, but I was saying if anyone is going to punish this flash, it has to be Sword Art, and right on Q's here. Barrier used. Sword Art has to take it.
Yeah, it's good of Cascada to force Sword Art to take it, but his lane is a disaster now.
Yeah. Don't you wish you had teleport?
Yeah. Yeah, Barrier not doing it nearly as much as TP would be here. Let's see if 665 can deny Karsa any of these bot side camps. Big deal if he can. But not going to go for it. Going to go top. Pinging on his way already.
Yeah, looking for a dive.
Taco been trading hard up here.
Going the opposite side of the map. Not something we see. Let's see how their synergy is. Pathmaker available. Gonna be using it at the perfect time, but 665 was tanking the tower, and so no one goes down. Really well played by 665 to tank the tower in case of the Pathmaker coming through, and Driver does manage to get it out.
Yep, otherwise certainly dead there on the Cassante.
Hook does connect, but it's going to be buffered as Orca's going to be forced to flash away. The dash as well gets him out of that Mystic Shot. Now he does have teleport available.
Yeah. Feng should just back all the way up here and let his Ornn TP in.
Yeah. There's no threat of a redive, so all should be well. Cascada does return to his lane. Hit by a phosphorus bomb, though, and already below in health as Taco flashed on. Driver, this is not a lane that Cassante should be solo killing at level 4. Now Taco does dive away. Maybe he's looking for a regress, but he's not able to find it. And we have just seen a solo kill on a Renekton by a Cassante.
Driver didn't even recall on TP. This is after he got dived on. See what happens. I'm guessing Taco takes a tower shot.
There has to be a tower shot.
Yeah.
Oh, it's... Yeah. One tower shot.
Yep, Driver capitalizing. Yeah, just late on that flash for Taco.
I wonder how close Taco was to having abilities back. Not the E, of course, he just used that, but maybe the stun. This lane is a lot harder now, although still winning out on that trade.
Yeah, still doing well in farm is Taco, but what a disaster.
Yeah, not what you want your Renekton to be doing.
Yeah, lane's not going to get out of hand for him.
No.
Just off of that, but he's not going to get the kind of leads he wishes he could.
Yeah. Around the map, it is just CFO ahead. 2 kills, and we saw a 2K gold lead last game. It's not quite the same, but it's awfully close this one as well. But opposite side having it.
Yeah, a little more organic, this gold lead for CFO than DCG's was last game. Kind of just better laning.
Yeah, a lot of it is on Sword Art, being that he did pick up that first blood, but still 65. Oh, not going to connect on that spear. Still going aggressive, and will get the electrocute proc and alleviate some of this pressure. Orca going to get away, but still dominating bot CFO.
Yeah, speaking of pressure, bot lane is looking very tragic right now. Should be able to hang in.
Maybe wishing Orca was on Hui.
Yeah, he should be able to hang in there. Once he finishes his Hollow Radiance on the Ornn, he is done. With all of these struggles, maybe even the Bombies is enough.
Yeah, I don't think he's going for it, as he did just upgrade into a Giant's Belt.
No, Warmogs maybe then.
Yeah, I assume so.
Just lack wave clear.
Well, I think Ornn pretty much insta-clears a wave anyway. It's not like Nautilus.
Right.
Ornn just Q, E, W will just clear a wave. Does scale a lot harder too.
Yeah, of course. Ornn ridiculous scaling champion.
So ultimately DCG can take it a little bit slower. Dragon now spawning and casts straight on it. So that early pressure is being used. There is Void Grubs available, but Driver's coming to try and deny them by the looks of things. And Sword Art, very much a similar mind to Cascada. He should notice his... Maybe not, he's on the opposite side, but he is playing to the side he needs to.
Yeah. Should be fine. Sword Art's walking out now, but I think it's just onto the wave.
Yeah.
As the Void Grubs get traded for the Dragons, and what should have been an advantage for 665 didn't amount to much after how the jungle played out early game.
Yeah. Pretty even, all things considered. Hook lands, but Cascada's under his tower, and Sword Art's forced to flash.
Yeah, nice roam from Feng, matching Sword Art. We'll see how Feng does on the Senna. He is a new addition to this team, remember, and you have to play off your teammates for the entire early game on the Senna.
Yeah, something that Tide got used to last game. Their substitute now.
Yeah, something he did very well.
Found a lot of their success off the back of his Senna, and Orca playing whatever he wanted to play.
Yeah, not exaggerating. They're on Shun.
On Horn. Should get knocked up. Nice flash, and the two-shot barrage will connect, and the hook from Sword Art is spectacular.
Yeah, Shun just styling there. Nice flash. DCG did not have to go for that. Did not have their jungler on their side.
Ori, though, he's under pressure. He does have flash available. He does commit it, but it's going to be answered, and 65 gets a kill back.
Yep. Nice one thing going well for DCG. Needed something too.
Yeah, Taco having a miserable time up here, and
yeah,
that
look
is
at the items.
His own fault. Recalls were able to come out in time.
They're looking. Not going to find anyone. So this is very close to working for DCG, but unfortunately Shun is that guy and dodges everything out of Orca, leaves him looking silly.
Yeah, and even that hook.
Yeah, even the hook that interrupts his Ornn E.
Yeah, I mean, this is miserable.
Yeah.
Pathmaker use even connects.
Maybe when Renekton gets a Black Cleaver.
It does become a lot easier. I don't think he's ever killing this Cassante now. I think that kind of opportunity for anything like that is kind of past. Casa trying to get to work on 665's red buff. 665 nowhere in the area. Actually looking for a play top, perhaps, as pings are coming down onto this Cassante. Now Driver has all out, has flash, has everything. Oh my god, the vision play is actually insane.
Yeah, it's going to be so obvious for Driver that Taco's getting help here, though.
Yeah.
He has not even been able to walk up to waves.
Yeah, maybe a 3v3 mid. Cascada going to dodge away from the dredge line. Lands a route onto Casa, but not really able to follow up on it. Anyone from DCG. 665 not in the area to throw one of those spears, and so it all amounts to approximately nothing.
Yeah, root misses. Karsa Feng fishing for a W here.
Yeah, it won't connect. Nothing connecting, actually, at the moment.
Yeah, either side. Yeah. This is probably what we should have had last game, if 665 didn't kind of lose track of the game, where both teams are just so insistent on playing around their mid laners.
Yeah. This game, mid lane is pretty even, despite what happened to Cascada.
Yeah, Sword Art Karsa's still here.
Oh, okay. I felt very scared for a second. Now Feng top. Such as Senna.
Yeah.
Going to be assisting his Renekton now. Going to get some work done on this tower. Demolish proc there. That's going to be 2 plays. Maybe even looking for something more as Driver takes a substantial amount of damage. Sword Art though now here. 2 assists. Feng pretty happy though. He's getting a bunch of stacks off Cassante.
Yeah, Driver got to go recall now, I think. What?
We have altered to deny the recall, but I think they thought Sword Art wasn't there, maybe. Ornhorn coming through, just trying to clear that wave, and is almost able to do so. As Orca trying to turn the kill around, won't be able to do so, and someone's getting it. It's going to be Casa.
Yeah, couldn't even clear the wave on the Ornn, unfortunately.
Now Sword Art and Driver on the other side. They are going to have to back away.
Driver has TP, though.
Yeah, Orca as well.
A little bit of trading in the mid lane. He does TP.
Teleport.
No niddly.
Gonna find the W there. This is going to be 6 Void Grubs, though. And while you've bled a kill down the bot side to Casa, for the entirety of the game, having these 6 Void Grubs is going to be very difficult to deal with.
Yep.
If they're given any time alone on the side lanes. And Cascada often does find himself there.
Yeah, anytime with a tier 2, Cascada will take it out maybe in one wave. 6 Void Grubs. And Taco with the Demolish, gonna do similar things. These tier 2s, it's gonna be a problem getting priority in the side lanes for DCG from this behind.
Shun is gonna be so strong.
Yeah.
1-0-1, yes, but look how much CS he's up. He's up almost 40 on Orca's Ornn.
200 stacks already on his tier.
Oh, Feng back here to assist his top laner yet again. His Driver, I'm sure, feeling great about it.
Yep, doesn't get to play, does Driver. Feng pretty happy to sit here and stack off him. Hit the tower too.
Oh, we're coming for top, maybe. No, Cascada's now returning to the mid lane.
And imagine this top lane without the Senna. Look at the items.
Yeah.
You would certainly not be getting plates on this Renekton.
Driver has recalled, and I don't know the last time Taco has pressed his B button. This is going to be red buff here for 665 as Sword Art meets him in his own jungle. Oh, coming through here for Taco, and Driver might be in trouble, although he could look for some counterplay onto the center. All out comes through, and Taco, what can he find? Pathmaker available here for Driver. He's going to have to commit it, but now would be the time. He doesn't make it over the wall. There's no way. There it goes. The movement does get him there, but one more bit of CC, and this Cassante is all but gone. He's trying to make his way out, gets an Infernal Cinder for good measure, and who will get this kill? I don't know who I'd prefer to have it, but 65 will eventually take it.
Yeah, Driver buys a lot of time. I'm not sure it was worth his flash. Just 1v1.
I don't know, but
Karsa would have helped.
Yeah, I guess so.
The CFO get this tower.
It is the second of the game.
Yeah. So they're a little slower to make these plays so far. Yeah, Orca again cannot kill this wave in time. Actually, deja vu.
Almost kills Casa.
Yeah, close.
Back to live. Sword Art's taken a substantial amount of damage, as has Gory. Teleport now coming through from Taco. Has his Black Cleaver now fully completed, so will be a lot stronger. Actually, Taco found his way onto Casa and done a lot of damage. Committed both of his dashes as well to it, so feeling awfully confident as it's going to be DCG now trying to hit their way through this tower. Despite the kills, actually finding themselves at a very slight disadvantage.
Yeah, look at Gory's mana. That is
Casa,
the problem right now.
Casa gets hit by a Steer here. Oh, he's fine. There's no spear to come through from 665, so we'll be able to make it out, actually not even having to use the flash.
Yeah, must not have found an angle for the spear. Karsa's dead if it lands.
There's a replay. What happened? Frescado
Should be
lived.
Warmogs.
Oh, and then there's the collapse. Gory flashed.
Yeah. Gory flashed away, and then he's completely and that kind of prompts DCG to pressure this mid-tier one. But they don't manage to get it.
So Frescado making use of that barrier. Does get himself to safety with it. And 65 now claiming a Rift Herald. It's the Void versus the Dragons in this game.
Yeah.
As DCG find themselves with 6 Grubs and now a Rift Herald. And it is 2 Dragons on the opposing side. Infernal Soul.
I haven't kept an exact score, but I do tend to feel like the Dragons are better.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I mean, I think so just off recency bias. I don't know how true it is. 665 does not... I mean, sorry, Frescado does not have Killer Instinct available, and so Casa should be surviving Flash. Ooh. This is going to be matched. Taco?
Shun is higher level than the enemy mid laner on Ezreal right now.
Yeah, I mean, he has been solo laning this whole game. Driver, looking for something, searching, praying, not able to find it. Okay, mid lane tower now. It's going to be under a lot of pressure. Driver's pretty much just able to walk up ad nauseum as Taco going aggressive, finds a stun onto Gory, and Gory no flash from the earlier play, will be going down to Feng it is, and then here comes the teleports. Feng going to barrier, Feng going to flash, Feng going to get healed by 665 and has to dodge a true shot barrage, will do so, but at 665 now that's under trouble as All Out comes through from Driver. Is he going to be able to make his way on Feng? Feng has been a criminal surviving this long, and he might just continue to. Frescado now and Orca arriving at the play. There is the Ornhorn available, and through it comes. Sean did just use the dash, and they are trying to find their way onto him. They certainly will. It's Frescado with the kill. Driver trying to run away. Killer Instinct is available for Frescado as Taco will be taken out there by Casa, but it is going to be a stun and a hook from Sword Art. It lands onto Frescado, and CFO, they are taking the lead substantially in game number 3.
Taking it and running with it. Gory wasn't even here. He TP'd down here and just took this tier 2. No Void Grubs for CFO means he may not be able to pick up this tower. In fact, I don't think he will. But it's a very well played fight by the CFO team.
Yeah. Taco doing a great job at the start here alongside Feng, but then just a collapse of...
Yeah, and look at Shun just landing everything. Almost takes out Feng there as well. And really, it's Driver in this fight. First of all, killing 665. Chases down Feng, but doesn't quite catch him.
Picture.
No! Yeah, someone's died. Picture. And then this go is really nice initially from DCG, but watch Frescado versus Driver on the top right of your screen here.
Yeah. Just really well played. Great spacing from Driver. Getting very low. All Out runs out, but manages to find a way back. Hook.
Yeah, hook onto Feng.
And that should mean the third dragon as well. It's live.
Yeah, I think Karsa's hitting it.
But yeah, there's no one trying to really contest it. Taco has a lot of Void Grubs, but he's not yet on the tower as he will be collapsed upon. But now it's DCG in the position they put PSG in, who are now having to deal with constant dragon pressure the rest of this game. Admittedly, this will be a second tier tower, 100% claim, but it is matched on the bottom side of the map. Will they continue going forward? They have all their members up in the top side, and Gory nowhere to be seen. I don't think Frescado wants to just head on charge, but oh, if he somehow made it around that corner, I would have been astonished.
Yeah, to flank the tier 1 mid. Would have been nice. Would have also just sent him into the enemy base almost, but
I think it bounces you back towards your team no matter what.
Oh, really?
I think so.
I don't think so. I've definitely been bounced towards enemy nexus.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's scary. Can actually be used as an engage tool.
Orca definitely not where he wants to be. Has his Warmogs, but honestly, when you are the farming on and you're at the same items as the opposing not farming Nautilus.
Yep, it's usually a sign.
Awry.
Yeah, usually a sign things have gone horribly wrong. And they kind of have for DCG this time.
Shun, very rich. So is Taco, amazingly.
Yeah, mega farmed is this Renekton. But not nearly as impactful as the Ezreal is going to be.
Yeah, looking for a driver. I mean, how useless is looking for constant plays on the Cassante? Now they will pick up one tower, but I'd like to see how top's going, yeah. Getting to work Ori and Casa. Not able to get it though, and so it will just be an objective bounty and tower taken, but now it's the mid lane that's being looked at as Shun is annihilating.
Yeah, DCG have to constantly move 2 people to defend here because of how much damage Karsa does to these tanks.
They're getting run around the map now. Look, as soon as they clear out mid, it's now Gory on this top side tower. Taco will be able to clear it out, but take a bit of damage in doing so.
Yeah, if you don't do something now as DCG, you're just going to slowly lose all your tier 2s and fall even further behind. So
One thing I know about DCG is they're not afraid of doing something, and doing something they are. They missed the Ornhorn onto Karsa, though. He does find himself kind of trapped in the Baron Pit, though, but with that nice Strangle Form, he gets himself out. Feng will snipe away that kill. But it's Orca left all to his own devices in the middle of 3, and Shun will have absolutely no troubles taking him out, and he does so in a very clean fashion. Now it is going to be both Cascada and Orca taken out for just Karsa. It does stop any attempts at the Baron, but ultimately pressure over the map again afforded to, and gold for CFO.
Yeah, just a little bit sloppy on the go. The Ornn ulti actually dodged by Karsa somehow.
Oh!
Yeah.
Shun weaving his little mystic shot his way in there as Sword
Looks
Art
on.
now under the tower. True Shot Barrage does go wide, 6-5. Looking for things on the flank as Cascada will be spawning very shortly. But it's Gory who's going to pick himself up and out in a tower, as gold just ballooning now, 4K almost.
Yep, finally gets this tier 2 tower. Patience is rewarded for CFO who take both the tier 2s, mid and top. So not a tower outside of the base now for DCG. And now CFO have hit these power spikes on their carries, and they've got Last Whispers coming out. Massive power spike on their Zyra too. Maybe one of the hardest 2-item spike comps you can pick right now. CFO rocking.
Yeah, very difficult to deal with. Let's see what DCG do to try and navigate their way through. I mean, in will come the side of CFO. Marching down, Shun doing so much damage.
Sorry, I just walked straight in.
It is onto Orca. Taco answering back quite a lot of damage, but Driver's on a flank. Driver's found the perfect flank. 2-man is coming through, and out will go Orca. It's the all-out, probably not onto the ideal target, as Taco's turning the fight. Finds 1 kill back onto Shun. Cascada flashing away, but the Q3 from Driver will connect, and now it's Taco and Feng versus the world. It's a 2v4 Gory. Gonna make sure to stop the backs, but he might have done too much. He gets 1 kill. Taco will answer that as well. Now it's only him versus 3 as his back is being prevented, but both AD carries being dead means there's not really much damage to towers, and it should be all good for DCG. They hold on for that much longer. Taco saves the day.
Yes, CFO going to decide to just take some of DCG's jungle and take the recall here. Not in a rush to take these inhibs, and they have Dragon to get to in 20 seconds. And it's Shun just eating forward here, by the way. Not responded to with an Ornn ulti or anything.
Yeah, but Driver's flank.
Yeah, Driver is too much to handle this game. Immediately they see him and 3 flashes get burned. He still manages to pick up Orca and Cascada in this fight and live to tell the tale.
Yep. Gory biting up a little bit more than he can chew. Maybe he should have lifted as a sword artist. We go back to live. Ornhorn hits 3. It is going to be Driver, the main focus. He hasn't been able to get that all out now as Cascada's very, very low, and there's no way for him to regen his HP. And Shun, he is just showing forward. He's going forward. He's landing everything. Flash E will connect, will take the kill. Will he go forward yet again? Cascada and Feng, they are so low, but they are dodging out of these abilities. It is going to mean that this Infernal Soul is completely taken. Hook lands Taco. He does have Dominus available as Gory does get snared up there by Feng. Ultimately,
CFO, this is Infernal Soul.
Yeah, Infernal Soul gonna go down. Nothing that DCG can do about it after Orca does just get taken out immediately. Very, very weak on the on is Orca. 665 almost eliminated entirely. Taco on a flank though. He's found his way onto Shun. No flash available. They found the kill. Taco now backing out. Wait for his cooldowns to come back. Maybe he can find his way onto Gory some way, somehow. Teleport though. This is going to be Driver. There's a teleport answer on the bottom side. It's from Orca. Ornhorn not available. Half of its cooldown still waiting to come up, and that is going to thwart off any attempts at a flank coming through from this on, but it is a 4v5 now in favor of DCG if they want to look at things on the map.
Yeah, it doesn't look like they're looking to do anything with the numbers advantage for now. It is a big pick to get onto Shun. Unfortunately, you've lost the Infernal Soul as DCG, so you're going to have to play pretty immaculately.
Certainly do.
Taco having a great game.
He is trying as much as he can to get them back in this. Oh, Driver failing his Pathmaker a little.
Yeah, meanwhile, 665 just gets away with the Nautilus ulti on him, and the fight's a decent look for DCG, but Shun is too strong.
Yeah, look at this.
He is essentially alone here. I guess he has a Nautilus fighting Raptors with him, but...
He does use his flash, though, and Taco finds the teleport. He finds about the only angle
to kill the Az, yep.
Yeah, now Death Bush. But Sword Art, I mean, he is so unkillable. Driver, I mean, talk about unkillable. We've got one person that's even more unkillable on the map. How do you pilot this game? I mean, Feng, he doesn't do anything.
Yeah, Senna and Italy not good at killing tanks in the slightest.
Yeah, you do have a Kai'Sa, but that Kai'Sa's 1 and 4. Cascada having a bit of an off day.
Yeah.
Has 65 going to have to jump away. True Shot Barrage connects. It's onto Taco. He's not going to feel that bad. At least it wasn't onto anyone else. Death Bush kind of being set up here. Taco gets hooked. He's going to have to pop that Dominus. He's going to have to try and find any damage he can. Sterix is going to come through, as is the Ornhorn. Sword Art very low. And ultimately no one going down just yet. But Cascada's almost just dying simply to the plants. And he will go down as soon as Sword Art hooks him. Talking about going down, so will 665. So will Orca. And it's a 5v3 Infernal Soul and all. And CFO, they will not go down without a fight. It is a lot of base to get through, but they have 5 members. Taco and Feng have the world on their shoulders to try and defend this.
Yeah, I'm curious if CFO will go for the end. It's a long death timer.
Yeah, we have 17 seconds left on 65. Flash forward. Pathmaker is going to connect onto Feng, but it's Taco trying to delay, and they're not going to be able to. There's no way to delay this any longer. True Shot Barrage comes through. Not going to be able to find it. Oh, there is spawns in 5 seconds, but CFO should have what it takes. Down goes the Nexus Tower number 2. Up comes 665, but down will go the Nexus.
Hang on.
As it's confirmed. There it goes. Sword Art's full HP. It is CFO who take the series 2-1 over DCG.
Yeah, well played by CFO. Bounce back after that game 1. I was starting to get a little worried for them. We were already worried going into this, and after game 1, felt like our fears were being justified.
Yep.
And then just a complete bounce back. Game 2 and 3. Fantastically played. I can't read that Driver, but I'm sure it is
funny.
Very funny, interesting, entertaining, whatever.
Yeah. Driver the king.
For.
DCG, no smiles to be seen on their faces. Now this does put the head-to-head between DCG and CFO at 2-1 in favor of CFO. They do have another series tomorrow. They're evened up on the scoreboard. Obviously, head-to-head would mean that they are favored. Now, I don't know what it comes down to in terms of preference. If it comes down to game differential first or head-to-head first. Because logic would tell me game differential is more important.
I would think so.
So right now, they're evened up on the scoreboard. We'll have to wait to find out what the game differential is. But they do have a series tomorrow that can impact everything. So CFO, they keep their own hopes alive, but not necessary not necessarily going to be our second place team.
Yeah. Yeah, they have, do they have to beat PSG tomorrow?
I think they have to beat them once. I think they have to at least get one game.
That's it.
Because
Okay.
now they're evened up on wins. So they have one less loss in terms of series loss to CFO at the moment. But they have one more series to play, obviously. If they lose it, then they'll have the same wins and losses. But we'll have to look at the game differential when the standings come up at the end of the broadcast. I can't remember off the top of my head.
Takeaways for DCG this game, I think, are let's keep the Nidalee away.
Yeah. Yeah,
I wasn't impressed with the Nidalee at all from 665.
It really succeeded best when PSG entered into it.
Yeah.
That was when it found its most success. Admittedly, game 2, it found a lot of success early, but they weren't able to convert it. They kind of overstepped what the Nidalee was capable of later on, fighting around the Raptor pit. Pretty hard to land a spear around the Raptor pit, and you kind of saw it fall off in game 2. In this game, it just never really found any footing whatsoever.
Yeah, it was like 2-0 or something at some point,
Yeah.
but just not getting enough done with this Nidalee. And we have seen how clean 665 can play with his teammates when he links up with Orca, when he links up with Cascada. And we did not see that at all with the Nidalee. There was no synergy. His teammates were landing CC. He wasn't in the right place to follow it up. Whereas when he's on his more comfortable champions, the team play is immaculate.
I agree. And I think we're quickly getting to a point now as well with DCG, similar to in Spring, where you just have to start banning Amumu. Because in Spring, if you remember, they found a crutch and it was Senna. And you just could not let them have Senna. Not because of the Senna, because of who Orca would play alongside it. And it feels like right now, at least from our last 2 series, we've only seen it twice. The Amumu has just been dominant.
I mean, it looked
completely
unstoppable. I don't know what we're missing about the Amumu. I'm assuming it's not the best jungler in the game, as it has looked.
Yeah, I feel like it is simply just that Amumu does really well against AD carries. And there are a lot of AD carries.
Yeah.
And so it just has a place in the meta from that. Obviously, it's AP as well. So it utilizes Faded Ashes on the Liandry's.
And it likes having AD on its team in the mid lane.
So it kind of just is a perfect storm, it feels like. It's always a good competitive pick if it's not getting bullied in the jungle, right? And right now, because of how AP jungle items work, it kind of just insta-clears any camp it goes to.
Yeah, and most of the junglers it's against just want to sit in their
jungle.
Yeah, no poppies these days. No Udyrs, Volibears.
Yeah.
Just other junglers that also would love to just clear their jungle. Amumu. Here we see Cascada being wombo comboed by Sword Dart and Driver.
Very quiet game out of Cascada. Series even. Not really finding his place as wow. That is damage graph. And you saw it in every fight. It was really Shun just completely taking over.
My goodness.
What a beast.
Yeah.
And you know what? Shun, redemption for game number 1, really. That's how I see it.
Yeah,
I mean, game number 2, rather.
The boys did have to drag him across the line a little bit in that second game.
But, yeah, he certainly made up for it plus more here in the last game of the night. And
yeah, this is what we're used to.
This is the last game as well of DCG's regular season. So we will see them, obviously, in playoffs. They've confirmed that, obviously. They are fighting for second, in fact. And we might not see them. We might see them in our first week of playoffs, and we might see them in later stages of the playoffs. It just depends all on tomorrow's games. Kind of fitting that CFO won, though, to mean that our last day of the split is just as important as any other day, or even more important, actually. They've really left the best to last. And what better way for it to be?
Yeah, it's CFO PSG.
Yeah. And, you know, if you're DCG, you're probably feeling pretty good. You know, you're probably feeling pretty locked in, because the last 2 times that these 2 teams met, it was just PSG 2-0. And it wasn't close. It was 24-minute stomps.
So if CFO take a single game...
I think. We
haven't
have to wait.
seen the standings yet.
We have to wait.
We have to wait. Come up.
Yeah.
Player of the game, Driver. Ridiculous game from him. No complaints with that player of the game, right?
Yeah, no. I think the flank he found in the mid-game, and honestly, solo killing as Cassante level 4 is just the most ridiculous thing.
Sort of outplaying the dive on him top as well, right before getting the solo kill.
This was truly the end of the game.
Soul crushing.
Like, he just walks here too. It's not like a teleport flank. He just finds himself in the middle of all 5 members. And kind of ends the game immediately. Maybe wishes it wasn't on. He altered, but still.
Yeah, still just fine. I mean, the rest of his team is so strong. Still manages to get Cascada here, by the way.
Yeah, it's not. Yeah, Cascada can't do anything. Even flashes.
Yeah. Not the easiest target to get off you is the Kazante.
No, one of the hardest, perhaps. What would be harder? Briar. Briar would be the hardest champ to get off you. You kind of just have to get her off you by killing her.
Yeah. Yeah, she will not stop.
Yeah. There's not really running away from Briar, but Kazante is honestly much the same in many ways. He kind of just sprints at you. Lisa So now with no ghost.
Yeah.
But
less
still
impressive, definitely.
Yeah, it's less clingy as the Kazante, but still definitely a
yeah, it
thorn
doesn't
in
feel
your
good.
side.
Doesn't feel good to be Nidalee or Senna into it. That's for sure.
No, and yeah, I mean, I don't know. I don't even hate the draft that DCG put together, to be honest. I actually think it was a reasonably okay draft, but getting solo killed top and just the early game means sort of finding a really nice kill onto Cascada and just kind of ending mid lane immediately. I think when we end playoffs, we have to stop seeing this barrier. I don't think we can see this barrier anymore. I think that it's just such a detriment to the map play. But that is the game in the series all done and dusted. CFO do get the win. Interview with Sword Art and Patty. Please do enjoy.
欢迎来到今天的赛后采访。我们今天邀请到是 CFO 的辅助选手 Sword Art， 请 Sword Art 先跟大家打声招呼吧。
Hello， 大家好，我是蛇蛇。
So first, congratulations on taking revenge against DCG. That means you guys won the second place of PCS Summer. It also means you guys stopped your losing streak. How do you feel right now? Do you feel relieved? 首先，非常恭喜你们成功复仇 DCG， 也代表你们取得了夏季赛第2名的成绩，也代表你们成功的终止连败。想问一下，你现在有没有松一口气的感觉？
我觉得还没有，因为这对我们来说是一个开始吧，就是。然后我知道也很多人在质疑我们这样子，然后我觉得就是很抱歉让大家失望了，因为我们接下来会就是把我们该展现出来的一面打出来这样子。
So I guess we cannot stop here, and so we're going to try our best to do better in the rest of the games. I know a lot of people are looking at us and they're kind of questioning our strength, so we have to show that for the rest of the games. So you guys are actually kind of in a down in your team condition at the moment, and also in the first game today, you guys lost. What kind of things did you guys change from the first game to the second game that you were able to win today's game? 其实你们最近处于比较低潮，然后第一局的时候你们也输了，然后想问一下你们在第一局跟第二局中间做了什么样的调整，才能赢下今天的比赛？
我觉得就首先要谢谢大家一直支持我们这样子，然后就是我觉得。我们也不希望让粉丝失望，然后我觉得我们肯定是在 PCS 里面花最多努力去训练的人，然后一部分原因是因为我们的心态调整没有做好这样子，然后我觉得就是这是我的责任吧，就是我应该把大家，因为大家比较年轻一点，我应该要把大家的心态顾好，因为我觉得只要我们能展现出在练习的实力的话，我们一定能打得更好的这样子。
So first off, I want to apologize for our performance. I think I would blame myself for it because a lot of our players on the team are younger than me. So I have the responsibility to talk to them and make everyone steady in their mental and in their condition. And also, if we are able to play as well as we do in our practices, then I think we'll be able to play better and better for the games ahead. So like we said, your team condition is a little bit unsteady at the moment, and people have a lot of expectations on you guys. So what do you think is the biggest problem? I think you said a little bit, but what do you think is the biggest problem you guys need to fix right now? 其实你们的队伍刚刚我们提到嘛，你们队伍有最近的状态比较不好，但是大家对你们有非常非常多的期待。你觉得你们现在队伍最需要去调整的东西是什么？
我觉得就像我刚刚说的吧，就是因为我们训练赛的效果其实一直都很好这样子，所以我就是尽量给我的队员更多的心理建设，然后我就跟他们讲说，就是在我心中，我觉得他们真的是在 PCS 里面数一数二的顶尖的操作选手，然后要把这些运营的部分顾好的话，就是我会再继续努力这样子，然后只要他们相信就是自己的话，我觉得一定能打出该有的水准这样。
So I think mostly is because we practice a lot, and in our practice we actually perform a lot better than we do in games, in the competition. So I think for myself, I just really need to take care of my teammates and help them mentally and through communication, make them have better mental and prepare better in the games and also outside of the games, and care a lot more about other teammates. So we will be able, I think fixing that, we'll be able to play better in the rest of the games ahead. So for sure now you guys are the second place team. That means you guys were going to to the playoffs, going straight to the second stage. That means you guys will have one more week of break than other teams. That also means you'll be one step closer to Worlds. Do you have anything you want to say to the audiences? 是你们现在确定是第2名了，那也代表你们将直接进入到夏季赛第2阶段。你们会比别的队更多一个星期的休息时间，然后你们也离世界赛更近了一步。想问一下，你有没有什么话想对粉丝说的？
就我个人的期望的话，就是我要带大家进世界赛，然后我也要努力去证明给那些不管是一直支持我们的人，或者是不看好我们的人看这样子，因为这对我来说很重要，然后对队伍上的那些小朋友来说，我觉得这也非常重要，所以我要带大家进世界赛。
So my personal goal is to bring everyone on our team to Worlds. So to prove myself and to prove our team's strength to the people that are questioning us, to the people that support us. I think that's my personal responsibility for the team. Thank you so much for the interview and congratulations for your win. 再次恭喜你们获得今天的比赛，我们把镜头转回主播台。
Thank you once again for the interview. Wanting to prove the haters wrong and his fans right. And I think a valiant effort he did in that series. And Petty did the math better than I. So they are confirmed second.
Yeah, just in the nick of time, CFO get it together.
Yeah.
Halfway through that series,
Yeah,
it feels like.
halfway through the second game of that series, in fact. But they do manage to get it together. And apparently they are now locked in for second. But that does mean that tomorrow's game between the CFO and PSG could be
purely for pride.
Very exciting.
Yeah.
Like, we could have some fun stuff because ultimately ahead of playoffs, neither of these teams really want to show what they're going to
try your hardest ever.
Yeah. But the one caveat, I suppose, is that it is going to be a different patch, so you could argue that you're not going to be showing anything anyway. Today's results, Halpigs in game number 1. Kind of forgot after that last series, but they did pick up their first and only series win here in summer. Yeah. Just in time, just like CFO. They got it done. Very, very clean. Ching9 is our hero. And here are the standings. So it is going to be guaranteed now that CFO are second. I believe it must just be because of the head-to-head.
Yeah.
Because otherwise they certainly could get 2-0 tomorrow and be lower in terms of game differential. So tomorrow, all for fun. Just a bit of fun between PSG and CFO. Maybe we could see some old picks, maybe some of their championship run picks from back in the Flash Wolves days.
Yeah, that could be good.
Yeah, who knows?
Some interesting mid lane matchups, top lane matchups, hopefully.
Yeah,
top should be most interesting.
What's exciting is tomorrow it's the battle of first and second in our lower group and the first and second in our upper group. Obviously starting out with Frank versus J Team to kick us off tomorrow, and then CFO PSG. What a Cinderella way to end the regular season other than to have these two teams up against each other. Now, we've hyped it up a lot recently. PSG have just 2-0'd cleanly. I don't want to get too ahead of myself, but CFO did seem to turn it around a little today.
Yeah, at the very least, a 2-game resurgence.
Yep.
We're seeing CFO on form. We're seeing them at least talking to each other. Sword Art and Karsa going in at the same time, protecting their mid laner really well both games. Yeah, they might be able to give PSG a run for their money, especially in a game where it's just not a lot on the line, but our pride between both teams.
So similarly to against DCG, and for both teams this time, is it's going to be hard to really read into the result because ultimately it doesn't matter for either team. Whoever wins. It really doesn't matter. And I'm sure, these players are very competitive. They're going to want to win. But the coaches are probably going to be like, no, we're not playing stuff that we actually plan to play. And so we might see some unique champs in that regard. And maybe we'll just see stock standard also, like stuff we know they play. Like it could just be Lucians, the Lilias, Twisted Fate, whatever you may have. Hopefully not. Hopefully tomorrow is an absolute banger. It will be in terms of the gameplay, but who knows what champions we'll get. Thank you so much for joining us. Unfortunate story for the DCG lineup. We will see them in playoffs, though, of course. And I bid a farewell to Halpigs. It's been great to watch you grow. And Ching9, you absolute beast. We will see you all tomorrow for some great games again.